Okay, so Rogue Trader. The Owlcat game I don't know that much about, but I have played the Fantasy Flight games, pen and paper, tabletop RPG, a few times. I'm more of a fan of Only War and Dark Heresy, which use the same D100 system with the skills and everything else. And they have announced that there is a Dark Heresy game on the way, so when we get to that, I'm going to be probably a lot more in my element than this. But for what pertains to Rogue Trader itself, I've only seen bits and pieces of Prologue. I've not really seen anything past that. I've done my best to actually stop looking roughly around the point where I think the boss turns up for Prologue. I think it's a boss. Everything points to it looking like a boss, and I've dipped out every single time it seems to turn up. So, apart from that, this is... there is one other thing I know, which is the romance. I know roughly who is and isn't romanceable. Not that I've made a decision on who, if anyone, we romance, but I'm aware that, like other Owlcat games, it's a possibility in this one. But I've been waiting to play this until the Imperialis DLC finally came out. For the longest time, the only release date that was specified was it was going to be Q2 of 2025, and then it turned out to be functionally as late into Q2 of 2025 as humanly possible. So, I was hoping we'd be able to fire this up like way sooner, but I'm glad it's released. I'm glad we're here, and I'm glad to get started. So, let's actually get started. We'll be doing a new game with both of the DLCs enabled. Void Shadows is the first one, and this added, I believe her name is Cabela? Yeah, Cabela. And Lex Imperialis adds the Arbites, which we'll get into them when we get into them. I don't want to stand around spouting lore and information for too long. This game's probably going to do a good enough job of covering things as it is. But this adds Solomon Anthar, and from the preview/release videos I've seen, like the trailer, where he's speaking, I'm pretty sure his voice actor is also the guy who voiced... I can't remember his brother's name. Oh, it was the... In Wrath of the Righteous, there was a priest you could have, a cleric even, or a war priest. I don't remember what he was. But his whole character arc was he had a brother who was a paladin, but then failed it and became a Hell Knight, and you have to try to find his brother, and you end up, spoilers, finding his brother inside of a demon city as a gladiator by the name of Trevor. Soleil, I think, was the name of the Wrath of the Righteous guy. Give me a second to double check this. Because I gotta do it through finding who was Trevor's brother. This is actually annoying me. Socile. I was right. I was close enough. Soleil was Socile. I should remember this. Socile was in the party the whole way through. But anyway, yeah. I believe the voice actor for... Who's this guy again? Solomon? Solomon is Trevor's voice actor, but I could be wrong. Anyway, difficulty-wise... I think we're going to go with Daring. Normally, in Owlcat's Pathfinder and in Wrath of the Righteous, I'm pretty sure I did normal, but then I messed with it a little bit. I've already gone and sort of figured out the character I want to play with. It took me about an hour to figure that out through reading everything. But I think what we want to do is go with Daring, because this basically sets everything to 0. I mean, we still get a bit of a bonus on skill tests. But in terms of, like, enemy bonuses, our bonuses, normal is some modifiers are applied. Daring is basically we live and die by whatever we live and die by. But more interestingly, to me, and something that lines up more with how I'm used to playing it, is it is possible to 0 the amount of damage you deal. To quickly give an explanation on this, let's say that you shot at an enemy that had 4 toughness and 4 armor. That means they'd reduce damage by 8. If you only dealt 6 damage, you dealt nothing. I like this being in this game. So that's sort of where the minimum damage dealt can be 0. I like that. It's going to make enemies feel as threatening as they should feel threatening, or as threatening as they should be. I know it's not recommended for first time, but I'm using my hubris and my experience of playing the pen and paper to sort of try to carry me on this one. And also, not that I care that much, but I also get more achievements if I do it like this. Okay. The custom character we're going to go with, I believe these two are Lex Imperialis specific characters. I am going to go with this portrait, and I'm going to very quickly try to remake the character to look like how he looked for when I ran through. That's fine. Pretty sure for hair I gave you like... It wasn't that one, it was this one. Eyebrows I don't think I really care about. Beard, yeah, we'll keep that magnificent mustache. Tattoos, ooh. Would make sense for someone in the 40k universe to have at least some scarring. That will do. We'll put one by there. We'll put the Aquila on the right arm. And then... Sorry, your left arm and then your right arm. There we go, that'll do. A lot of... I kind of wish there were more tattoo options for, like, his upper arm. Because you kind of do have sleeve options, but, like... There's no singular things like this. That doesn't help when it zooms out when I click on a tattoo. You don't have any singular options like this for, like, upper arm or, like, chest. It's all just, like, here's the face, here's... forearm and sleeve, that's it. Augmentations, I think the one I ended up going with in the thing was this. Yeah, I like that. Also sort of matches his portrait a little bit. I like that one.
Something of interest. I'll bring glory to my bloodline. I'll see you terminated.
I think Pragmatic is the one I ended up choosing.
Lance batteries, volley! To arms!
I'll make it happen.
The best defense is a good offense. Engage the engines. Time to reap the spoils of the battle.
Yeah, we'll go with this one. I don't really want Pious, so we're not really doing that. We'll get into the sort of character we'll be near the end of the creation. I probably should have put a marker in when we started the creation, but I'll remember to do that in editing. Daring Male, I'm pretty sure this is the Co-Carnage voice. Not that I've really watched anything by Co-Carnage, but my understanding is that because of their popularity and because of their association with Owlcat, they tend to provide a voice pack somewhere.
Now that's interesting. My supremacy is proven once again.
And the fact there's only a daring male but no daring female makes me think this is the Co-Carnage. What does Mad Male sound like?
Curiosity sings in my veins. Applaud my brilliance.
I like it.
Ruinous favor prevails.
Why would you be openly a heretic?
I will delight my masters with your demise.
I mean, it's a very cool voice, but it's not the play. It doesn't fit how I want to play. We'll go Pragmatic Male.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
That voice line there sold it. As for Homeworld, as far as I can tell, some of this matters. But Deathworld is basically, imagine if Australia was a planet. It is actively hostile, there's loads of wildlife that just want you dead. Doesn't necessarily have to be a desert, like Arrakis, for example. It could be things where it's just covered in jungle. Catachan, which is where a very famous section of the Imperial Guard, the Catachan Devils, I think is the name of them. I could be wrong. But basically, they all run around looking like Rambo. They come from a death world called Catachan. Voidborn means you're born on a ship. Hive world is you've been born in a giant city. Think Coruscant from Star Wars, where it's just stacks upon stacks upon stacks upon stacks of just city. Hence the name Hive. I'm struggling to think of good examples of Hive world off the top of my head. Forge World is they make things and they're really good at making things. Imperial World are just very devoted, very I guess you could make it like an equivalency to like the Vatican, but as a planet. And then Fortress Worlds are just military strongholds where the planet has been turned into a bastion. Cadia, which that was a thing. That was a Fortress World, is probably the singular best example of Fortress World. I don't know if Armageddon is a Fortress World, but we're going to be going with Imperial World because being able to choose my characteristic with a +10 is huge. Death World, like, what we're going to do, we're going to want Fellowship. Voidborn. Fortune seems nice, especially the bit where it says that we get to re-roll characteristic or skill checks with a 20% success chance. So if we fail it, there's a 1 in 5 shot that we pass it the second time. That was tempting, as was things like the ability to double any crit damage we do. There was, what was one of the other ones? Is it Jinx? No, it was this one. The ability to bestow our luck onto a friendly. Now, if we were going for an intelligence build, we could go with Voidborn instead. But we're not. Then here you get 5 Fellowship, 5 Agility. This was another tempting one, especially with things like Strength and Numbers being a Fellowship. Camaraderie, Weapon Personalization. This seems good for, like, directly being combative, but the character we're going to be going with is more supportive, and so being able to slot 10 wherever I want to slot 10 is going to be great. That's also why they don't seem to get any bonuses here, but it also means they come with no predefined negatives either. So that's nice. And then I don't think there was a specific ability here that I thought was particularly strong. Just they all seem reasonably useful. Yeah, like this one for example. If we fall slightly under half health, we gain a +10 to all our characteristics, which means if we have like a 70% chance to hit before, it's now an 80, which is big. We gain a +10 crit chance against demons or Xenos, and we bestow this to our allies, but we can never we can never learn about the Xenos or the Warp, which for me is fine. fits the character I kind of want to end up playing. And then we can share our characteristic bonus to everybody else. We're going to go with Fellowship as my +10. We'll see why as we get through this. Origin. Arbitrator at the bottom was the one that was added as part of the newest DLC. It seems to just give you a bunch of talents from the get-go, which would be very strong and would be a very good contender for, oh, I want to go with this. However, purely from a role-playing perspective, I want to pick Astra Militarum Commander. I don't really know when I'd use regimental tactics. It could be used once per combat. I think everything here affects regimental whatever it was. But what I do like as well is that we gain ballistic skill, we've got perception, and then we gain like some stuff here, and then apparently after we have an origin advancement, we get more perception and we get more Medicae, so nice, I guess. Medicae being healing, perception being, well, it's perception. It's our ability to spot things, and I'd like to be able to spot things so I can get things for free. Or maybe avoid traps. Owlcat, I know you're a huge fan of traps. Oh, I can adjust the outfit now? Give me... kind of like that color. Kind of wish I could individually color this, but... we're gonna go with this one. But yeah, more for role-playing than actual like min-maxy reason. We're gonna go with Astra Militarum Commander. We then get a bonus. We're gonna go with Persuasion. And then we're gonna take a negative into Shadow Torment for the Medicae, because that basically, if you look at this, sets this back to 0, but eventually we get +10 in it anyway, so... taking a hit to awareness I'd rather not do. This involves like talking to people, so I'd rather not do. This is the really easy, obvious choice for me. It's Medicae. And also, story-wise, we suffered unbearable torture at the hands of humanity's enemies. Makes us even more resolved to slaughter them. And then, I like how they do classes in this game. We have a few options here. That basically, this is your melee frontline. This is... we'll get to this because this is the option we're going with. There seems to be single target damage. There seems to be general single target range damage with some like buff support. There seems to be pure damage ranged or melee, but preferably ranged. And there seems to be broken, to put it lightly. This seems to all resolve around just being more of a damage focused. That's not how you do that. This seems more damage focused than warrior. So this is like glass cannon melee, I guess. Again, I haven't really played through this. Don't take my assumptions at face value of looking through these as gospel or dogma, I guess is the fitting way to say this. Officer, however, fits my what I prefer to be in most games, which is some sort of minion master. So you usually have some good support, you have some offensive options directly, but you are more powerful the more things you have. Officer supposedly relies on willpower and fellowship, but I haven't really seen too much that requires willpower. Because this here is fellowship, this here is fellowship. The ability to grant extra turns seems really good. And here you can see persuasion, commerce, coercion, they're all fellowship. Basically, we're going to be really good at talking, trading, and it's going to be great. And our starting ability is the ability to tell an ally to increase the characteristics by 14. Let's do this from a distance. Oh, all of the abilities we have can be applied to someone from a distance. Okay. but being able to raise by 14 is, again, huge. I think we'll find this out when we actually start this. I think we can apply this to ourselves once every 2 rounds. Or, yeah, 1 round and then 2 round off. But if we can, this is going to make us really strong early on. Because the game probably isn't going to be expecting me to be having as many stats as I will have. Characteristics-wise, Rogue Trader, Dark Heresy, Only War, they're all a 1d100 system, which means you roll 1d100 and you get under the value you are aiming for. So, weapon skill, for example, let's say I want to hit someone in melee. We're not going to get into the math side of it because the way you attack someone does also affect the number. But let's say I have to roll, my weapon skill is 30, I have to roll 30 or below. 35 for ballistic skill, 35 or below. See where this is going. I kind of like Fellowship being here. And then if we quickly flip back to Voice of Command, you see where it says Fell bonus? For every 10, your Fell bonus increases. So basically, anytime you have to figure your Fell bonus out, or just a bonus or a skill, look at your first number. So this is a bonus of 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. We now have a bonus of 5. But this is sinking 10 points into here. I want to sink 5 into here, 5 into here. So we have a 40, a 40, a 40. I could now go 45, 45. But agility affects my initiative and my dodge, so I think we're going to bring this to 40 as well. So we have a 40, 40, 40, 50. This means we have just under, assuming no modifiers, we have just under a 50% chance to hit with a range. Agility is, I'm not sure how dodge is calculated in this. 30 plus agility minus dodge reduction, so 70 before reduction. That's solid. Deception raises awareness, which, yeah, allows us to notice traps, hidden objects, secret passages, unusual environment. Might come in handy in conversations. And then Fellowship is coercion, which is we're trying to intimidate someone. Commerce is we're trading with someone. Persuasion is we're persuading someone. You can see this is 55 because of the feat of greatness we have. I only have one Void ship because the other one is locked behind a paywall in the form of the Deluxe Edition. I don't know if they're going to add more ships later, or maybe when you finish the game or as you play the game you unlock other ones for next time you start. Maybe. We're going to... we could random roll for a game. You have the Oculus Ignis, which is the Burning Eye. Gloriam Libertatum, which is the Glorious Liberation. The Void Dreader is a solid name. Invictum Irabus. I don't remember what Irabus is in Latin. My Latin is decent, but not amazing. We're going to be going with a really boring name, but I like it. We're going to go with the Highwind Dragoon, which some people might understand why we're calling it the Highwind Dragoon. It's not related to 40k. I'll say it that much. Ignatius is such a good name. What other ones we get for random roll? Isidorus, Harmon, Zachary. Oh, I hope it's going to be Zacharias. Konstantinos is a really nice name, but we're going to be going with Winters instead. Named after the captain of, I believe, the 101st C Company. Sorry, 101st Airborne, with I think they were the head of C Company. I could be wrong. Either way, significant person in the 101st Airborne during World War II by the name of Winters. If you want to know more about them, I'd suggest watching Band of Brothers. But also, there's one episode, which weirdly is the episode that played in my mind when I was reading through this. There's an episode where they get something wrong. Spoilers, there's a character that they say died. There's a bit of screen that appears on text that says that the character has died. Unfortunately, he wasn't dead. He was just misreported as dead, and the company believed it was true. Unfortunately, it didn't get corrected until after filming, because that's when he found out that it happened. Now, in that same episode, Captain Winters is... the entire unit is basically trying to fight off a German push, and Winters is stood above said character who's misreported, and is actively trying to encourage and convince them that they need to get their gun and start firing back. And that specific scene in that foxhole just made me think, yes, that sort of summarizes the officer I want to be. That is the officer we're going to go with. I'm going to name them Winters. So, after that lengthy explanation of everything we're going to go with, welcome to, my character. Now I'm going to stay quiet, assuming there's like intro cutscenes and everything else. Let's begin.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
We haven't really got into the scale of the ship ROM, so I'm not going to really mention too much, but looking at these options. Truly an awe-inspiring sight.
That is the purpose of all temples to the God Emperor, to inspire awe and reverence. For it is the duty of his servants to persevere in their tireless service until they are presented with the chance to give their very life for the master of humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voidship, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
I was expecting this to elaborate more on what a rogue trader is, but given it's the name of the game, I'm also going to leave the game to explain this. Oh, we're part of a Janissaries? Janissaries, even? Interesting. We are Lieutenant General Winters Scipio Grimald, commander of the 8th Army of the Scanthian Janissaries. Which means that we were the... That implies to me we were part of a light cavalry group.
My regards, Lieutenant General. The Astra Militarum is the hammer of the God Emperor, isn't that what they say? Well, it is likely that fate will give you ample opportunity to demonstrate your talents as a commander.
Astra Militarum are the non-genetically modified military that fight for humanity. I say non-genetically modified because there are many genetically modified elements that fight on humanity's behalf, I guess you could call them. Space Marines being the best example. They're all genetically modified. There's the Adeptus Custodes. Sisters of Battle aren't, to my knowledge, entirely genetically modified in the same way as Space Marines, but I believe there's still some degree that happens there. What else? You've got Psychers, but we'll get to Psychers eventually. But basically, if you think of your average guy or woman fighting demons, aliens, they're probably in the Astra Militarum. There are different sects of it. There's one sect in particular that I'm very interested in, which is known as the Militarum Tempestus, which are basically special forces Astra Militarum that are trained in the Schola Progenium, which also trains commissars.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Master of Whispers, what are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Spy Master, got it. Lord Captain is a strange title for Lady Theodora?
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis, at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
If you don't recognize the word sacrosanct, it means that it is basically... How do I word this? It is religiously revered, I think is the way to word this. Consecrated grounds are usually sacrosanct. It's a weird way to explain that, I guess, with an example. But yeah, it's basically like... It's got religious weight to it. You say I'm one of the rogue traders' heirs. Is there another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Can't wait to walk into the room and go, Brother! It's been too long! So why am I here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate. I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Despises people being obtuse, you say? Ah, try not to do anything too aggravating. It's also a little bit disappointing that it doesn't explain more about the warrants of trade here. But the game might explain it later, but I'm going to give a quick primer on it now. Basically, there is one very important being in the history of humanity. They're known as the Emperor. They technically died, depending who you ask, in the 30,000th year of this, I guess. The game takes place in the 40,000th year, that's why it's 40k and 30k. The Emperor is the authority by which everything is done and is done in his name. The Warrant of Trade is a document that has been created and signed by the Emperor way back in, like, the 30th century, 30th millennia. And so, nothing in the modern time, 10,000 years later, is allowed to override or otherwise impede that document. So, if you have a Warrant of Trade, you are effectively given carte blanche. There are some caveats with the Warrant of Trade, but you are effectively given carte blanche to do whatever you want to in, quote, the interests of humanity. But I think we'll see more about this later.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
So I get to meet a master. I like the stylization that they've got going on all over this place. Rumors and contracts is going to be curious. That's probably things like side quests. I want to hit this, but at the same time it might have a mechanic in here that they didn't have in Wrath of the Righteous. Oh, I got all my skills down here, nothing on the left side yet. I've started with, let's have a look at what we started with. We have a revolver. What's over penetration in context of this? Oh, okay. We have a chance to basically hit 2 targets in a line. This is a bit of a giveaway. This is a bit of a giveaway that eventually we'll run into Dark Eldar Drakari in, I believe, current lore, and Eldar, or Eldari. But eventually, I guess we can pick up their equipment. Additional 15% chance to hit, so that would make our ballistic skill 55 before we choose our style of shot. Hold on, the base chance for range attacks with a weapon's effective range is 30 plus ballistic skill. So, inside of the range of 6 squares, we have a 70 before we do anything else. Outside of it, it drops down to 40. That's pretty good. What does pistol shot add? Effective distance 85%, max distance 42. Ooh. That's really good.
Is there money to be made?
Let's get going. Yeah, I understand interactable objects. For example, we can investigate this with a nice little monocle. Massive conference table made from real wood. Got a deck enforcer, we've got a technomat, mercenaries. It's not uncommon for rogue traders to employ literal armies on their ship. And some of the most powerful rogue traders can have Space Marines on their ship.
always keep my
Not just like,
options
you know,
open.
5 or 10. I'm speaking like an actual company of Space Marines on their ship. Which is... Well, I've played Space Marine 2 for a stream. Oh, he's upset that I've messed with this tool? What a shame. Incomprehensible data is shown above the cogitators who make out unfamiliar systems. Gonna complain if I mess with this one? Lay people interfering in the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirits. What's this one do? Okay. I guess we should stop annoying the people who revere technology with religious fervor. They might get upset and start screaming like a toaster. You have a noble guest? Hello, what are you doing? Praying to the Emperor. 2348th volume of the Lex Imperialis. Okay. That's a lot of revisions of law. Servitor. Servitors I want to quickly touch on. So it might be a bit hard to make out through the stream. But this is a human that has been cyberized. They've had parts removed and replaced with mechanical components. You might also notice there's a bit of a metal cap on their skull. That's because part of their brain has been removed. They are effectively lobotomized. And then they are controlled by, if we pan back over this way, by Engiseers, or other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Worth pointing out that a servitor is not necessarily brain dead. It is possible for a servitor to be mentally aware of what's going on, but they are incapable of doing anything that they are not told to do. Like any other machine would.
I always have a backup plan.
One of the fond Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! Your demise is already calculated.
Alright, this is the bit that I wanted to... We've got a turn order on the left side by the looks of it. Yes, we do. Okay. Quickly, to look around the room, I realize the main focus is the combat. I want to touch on these two things here. This is a... I'm pretty sure they're still called a Tarantula turret. This is equipped with double las cannons, which... A las cannon is an anti-tank weapon designed to destroy things like this, which is a Lehman Russ. I believe this is a standard configuration Lehman Russ. You can have different variations of las weaponry. Cool thing about las guns, the reason they're so ubiquitous over things like the M16 or like stub guns, but stub guns are always depicted like M16s, AK-47s, that sort of thing. The reason why las weapons are preferred is because their battery packs can be recharged through thermal or solar energy. So if you're a guardsman, you've been on, you're out on campaign, you've been shooting a lot of Xenos. If you've survived the end of the day, you can put your battery packs for your las guns near a flame, like a campfire, and they'll recharge. Very good logistically. Speaking of las weapons, I'm pretty sure everyone here that was shooting at this servitor had a las pistol. So that's what that little red beam was. Downside with las weaponry is that they tend to not be as dangerous shot for shot as stub weapons. But, they're about just as good as a stub weapon otherwise. And then the Lehman Russ is the main Imperial tank used by the Imperial Guard. There are many different configurations, and they are named after the Primarch of the Space Wolves, who is like the most important Space Wolf there is. Alright, let's start this. That's a las gun. Las pistol even. And this is why servitors are sometimes deployed into combat. Okay, you did joint analysis. Movement points. Okay, I kind of understand how this works. How do I analyze in this? We just right-click the target. Okay. I remember in Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous Kingmaker, you could hold Alt or something, and then mouse over an enemy. It will auto display this. What does exploit do? If an operative hits a target with exploit, the attack deals 5 times perception bonus % more damage, and it also increases for each exploit on the target. And then removes all of it. So basically, he's stacking up to do a big single hit. You're injured. You can attack an additional time. Shock damage is increased by 25%. You gain 3 deflection, 30% armor. Armor is kind of what I want to know about. Is this just a reduction? So deflection is a flat rate. This is a percentage. So it reduces by 3 and then reduces by 30% after that. Got it. Our armor penetration is 15%, so your armor value is 15. 7 to 11, we're going to deal some damage with this. You're not within optimal range yet. Voice of commands, yeah, because it's now 50. Is it 55? 50. That's now 15. Can I potentially could. No, I can't. Has to be someone else. Okay. How many squares up am I? It'd be nice if it told me, but I don't know if it is or isn't. We got ads starting about 45 seconds. Okay, the line changes to red when we get closer, so I'm assuming orange is in range, red is optimal, so we're going to move to here.
Let's make some opportunities.
Because then I understand action points, don't worry. So now we have a good chance. This is a bulky boy. Oh, the percentage is displayed on the health bar. Okay. Good hit. Can only fire the one shot. That tracks how the tabletop worked. We deal an extra 28% damage to all enemies adjacent to the commander. Or the allies. Okay. See where this goes. Wow, I guess that's why you two are crew and not soldiers. Okay, I want to know more about joint analysis. Allies attack, also remove exploits, deal plus int bonus more damage, okay? Decreases dodge, parry, and armor. Okay. If it reduces to 0, it only removes half of the exploits from target. Interesting. And this adds 2 every time, so you should be at 4? 3. Okay. Oh yeah, our dodge chance is 70%. That's... oh boy. That's good. I don't think I can move after I shoot, so what we're going to do is... pull back to here. Fire another round. Miss. Not great. My character just missed an 85%, I know. I'm stunned as well, game. Who are you gonna go for? Me or them? Them. .22 health. I'm gonna take another step back. Fire another round.
It's as good as done.
We're getting there. Do you feel like contributing yet, Conrad? Ooh, slick moves.
For the glory of the Imperium!
He's down to 1 health. Okay. Can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. Makes sense. All attacks with melee weapons, chance to hit and deal damage is calculated like a normal attack. Okay. Pistols and shotguns can be fired point blank. Well, I hope they could. We have an 85% chance to just put this servitor down.
Never stood a chance.
We just put the revolver next to the skull of this thing and just pulled the trigger.
Suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Good, clean, decisive action there, Conrad. You would work well in the military.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
So we'll look at the massacre. The motive force. I think the motive force is the thing that actually commands this thing to do its job. Also, quickly going back to what I was mentioning about las weaponry. These are las guns. There are different types of las gun. There's like long las, which is the marksman rifle, or I guess the sniper rifle version of it. My personal favorite, it used to go by the name Hell gun, and I think it might be a different type of the thing that I'm about to mention, which is the hot shot las gun, which is when some absolute fiend of a genius decides to remove the safeties on a las gun so that the battery and the more battery power is fed to the las gun, effectively overclocking and overpowering the beam so that it has vastly better armor penetration. You basically end up with like kind of anti-tank, but not on a rifle. What's this? Violet alloy? I don't inherently recognize it. Black obsidian shard. See, these things could be many things or nothing all at the same time. Gold? Okay.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Nice artifacts. She's a big fan of collecting rocks by the look of it. Something was here, but it's gone. Gentlemen. Are we really not concerned about the rest of these servitors? I want to go talk to this person over here. They're named Geocaster Sourback. Any tinkering with the vacuum locks? I wouldn't want to mess with anything to do with the space-time or the vacuum. Space-time? You know, there's no time travel here. I want to go look at the big fancy statue. So this is the Emperor, I assume, giving the von Valencius dynasty the Warrant of Trade. Standard Imperial Guard fortifications, except they're backwards. Yeah, those are backwards. I think. They seem backwards, and at the same time they don't. Oh no, they are definitely backwards. The handles are on the wrong side. These are supposed to be, like, yeah, these two guys are supposed to be stood here. This is very sloppy. You wouldn't get away with this in my regiment. The Janissaries are all mounted on horseback. Yeah, that man has mastered the ability to slide. Very useful. Probably has a good dodge chance. It's going to annoy me that all of these are placed backwards. Unplayable game. What's this? It's a massive thingamajig. It's the thing from the end of the first Lara Croft Tomb Raider movie.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Heresy?
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
I believe we need to survey the room. Okay, Edelthrad is 30 years old. He needs a tan. He has implants, although that's not uncommon. He is nervous. And he is suffering from something. She knows she's in power. Okay, so this one on the right is probably a stormtrooper. And he has a melter gun. Yeah, that is definitely a stormtrooper or some sort of well-trained military man. I approve.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
I need to question.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
So... I thought we took a thing where my skill value is going to be effectively 0. So I'm really stunned that we managed to get these. Which would, I think we'd only fail on a natural 100. I'm gonna have to double check my character in a second, but I thought that Lord Zeno's Law of Warp would have been 0 because of the Imperial world. Oh, no, it's not, is it? It's only if we get that talent that gives me the bonuses against demons and aliens that those two become 0. I got it. So my theory went wrong. Let's see. You want to basically take over a very prospectful place for materials, but the natives are worshipping things and things keep going wrong? Well... I've retained some connections in the Astra Militarum. Few Imperial Guard regiments would take care of the natives, their spirits, and the magma. Solid fortifications have never let me down. I like to imagine that this somehow ties into my playthrough of Starship Troopers Terran Command with the DLC mission set where it takes place on a volcanic planet. I think it was the first DLC they released. Characters traveling with allies. This is the bit I wanted to double check and read. The party member with the highest scores. Okay, so we can use other characters to pass skill checks. Got it. Good to see that's still a thing.
Transportation, deployment, the unending bureaucracy of the Adeptus Administratum. All to achieve an unpredictable result. People are frail, especially when poorly equipped and trained, and facing an unfamiliar opponent.
Yeah, but I get the job done. Don't worry, you can trust me. I was a Lieutenant General after all.
The wait alone might take an eternity. Not to mention that such a planet might present an opposing force that is not material in nature. Regiments and armies are not always a solution to predicaments, such as the one described. It would appear you do not know that.
Listen to the condescending tone of this bitch. I think this is the political way of telling him to shut up. I gave a straight answer to your simple question, which, as I understand, was more than you could do, Ethelfred.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Ethelfred, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officers' deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
Interesting way to pronounce the word officer. Officers.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Listen to you try and kiss ass.
So, why are you here?
Was it not you who sent for me?
You have ceded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed.
Theodora, I have a very strong feeling you have no idea what I'm like.
My name is Theodora von Valencius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The Warrant of Trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valencius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voidveer served me for many years before he made his mistake.
The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valencius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voidveer's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
So he's potentially an heir, but you snubbed him, and he was doing a good job, but now he isn't. And the servitors went berserk. Thank you for clarifying. Can I ask any more questions?
I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Are you aware an incident occurred on the officer's desk? Desk, yes. The officer's deck.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Interesting that they haven't highlighted Gellerfield here, because I feel like this is something they should allow you to learn about. Basically, in order to travel through the galaxies, to travel around between different planets, everything else, you have what's called the Warp, which is basically the realm of demons. Not going to get too much into that. What you do to travel around is you dip into the realm of demons, and then you dip out of the realm of demons like a shortcut. And in order to stop the demons from driving people on the ship insane, sort of like Event Horizon, literally imagine Event Horizon, that's kind of how we get around. If you're able to watch a horror film, I'd suggest watching Event Horizon. It will very much help you to understand 40k. Anyway, the Gellerfield would stop what happened to the Event Horizon from happening to this ship. If the Gellerfield fails, if it weakens, if anything goes wrong with it, something will happen on the ship. And this can be anything from someone starts pissing blood, to demonic infestation and everyone is slaughtered, or could be people start exploding, turning inside out, and then turn into a giant mass of flesh stomping through the halls of the ship. Which, by the way, the ship is many miles or kilometers, depending on your region, long. That is a huge ship. That is a lot of space for one thing to go wrong.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Abelard. Nice to meet you.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Idira hearing whispers from unseen advisors means that she is a psychic of some description. However, whispers of unseen advisors makes me think she's being spoken to by the Warp. Which is curious. What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
I want her to elaborate on what a Navigator is, because I think the game will do a better job than I will.
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead, sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
And where are we going?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valencius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
You were demanded to go there. Who would have the authority to demand something of a rogue trader? Probably High Lords of Terror. Maybe higher echelons of the Inquisition. I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Unknown, hello, welcome in. Give you a quick shout out. Yeah, I spelled that right. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. I know you're also playing through Rogue Trader at this point. I know you're also ahead of me, but I might be ahead of you by the end of this. I intend to go for a while. That's a lot of problems entering the deck there. Oh, they all have stub guns.
arrogance will be your downfall. Your Emperor won't
Don't worry, I
fail
figured out the
you.
turn order thing. So we're dealing with a lot of heretics, I believe they're called. Yeah, they're all cutthroats. They're also really weak. I might be able to revolver some of these straight off the field. Unknown says they're not doing too bad. It's bloody hot. It's supposed to get hotter on Monday. I think it's like 28 to 32 degrees, depending where you are. Me, it's supposed to be about 29. But I think over in the east and the north, and like, yeah, over closer to the east, it's closer to 32. You have a lot of health.
For now.
Okay, so Abelard is all about melee combat. Great job, Abelard. Not as good.
Weapon at the ready.
And the Stormtrooper is called Mort. And that's... yeah, a Melter would do that to a human being. How'd you miss? He's stood still. Man, these heretics are really bad. No wonder they were running stub guns. Can't even hit me. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Yeah, I remember cover being very integral to survival in Dark Heresy. Easiest way to not get yourself blammoed by like some random guy with a gun is just hide behind a wall and shoot. Thing is though, I only have 6 squares of range, so this looks like I stay within optimal range.
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature.
10-16, 7-11. Yeah, let's go for you.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh well. I'm sure they'll be fine. So Theodora's going to go next, and then Abelard is going to cut down some people. Probably starting with that guy. She has a plasma pistol, okay. Leave them. What, are you going to charge at someone else? Nice, okay. I see how Abelard works. 29. Seems a bit low for a melter gun, but okay.
The glory of my masters!
I received a positive effect from an ally. Have I? Plus 50 ballistic skill, and yet I still couldn't hit them. Oh, to be fair, they did dodge. 34%. Yeah, it's because we're not in optimal range. Let's go... you know what? I'm feeling brazen. Oh, it's because of the cover? It's because of the cover. So if we stand here, we flank them. Let's go for it.
I am ready for whatever comes.
I'm confident we can dodge whatever comes my way.
On it. Another enemy down.
Bye-bye. Critical damage is 150% of damage. Got it.
Mercy for heretics!
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
And...
One fewer target.
one left, but I'm pretty sure Mort is about to get them.
Vigilant.
How'd you dodge a Melter Blast? I don't even think that's within extended range. We'll take it. Third of a chance.
Not me.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive.
Unknown says, you know it's hot when your shins are sweating? And they want backseat as they know a lot, but if there's anything I'd like to know, just shoot. They're going to be here, but they're also playing Dune, so they're kind of AFK at the moment. Can't wait to see what I do. Didn't you say you lost your base in the deep desert recently? I assume you're rebuilding after that. Also, have they actually dropped all the patch stuff that you were going over about you know, nerfing. Actually, no, nerfing is the wrong way to say it. The balancing the Scout Ornithopter and the other things as well, like the PvE, I guess, improvements.
Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
Why do you keep pronouncing it as off? The false sense of security offered by... It's offered. Not Earth. There's no umlaut. What are your orders?
Mortar's gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Got it. I guess we don't get any loot.
Let us not dawdle.
Unknown says, yes they did, but they proper fucked it though. About half the deep desert is PvE zone. Scout is dead, loot nerfed in PvE, even as a PvE main, but they also enjoy the risk of PvP. They defo overcompensated. Sounds about right. Did I go to the right place? I think I did, I just don't see the terminal I'm supposed to use. Maybe. Hold up. Go to the officer's deck. Right? So this is not the elevator we need. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
I assume then we're going this way. Yeah, we are. Okay, the thing hadn't updated, I guess, or was that just my location? That's my location. Oh, good. There's a firefight between the decks. Good to see you, Jocasta. Single shotgun. Okay.
I always keep my options open.
Ah, there's more.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Good to see you too, Conrad. Heard an interesting thing about you and relatives. Unknown says aye, so realistically they gave the PvPs a smaller zone to scouts, so now drones more condensed, so it's more condensed even, not drone, so now more condensed. Worse for the PvE players is they nerf the nodes for tier 6 materials, so you still have to go into the PvP area. Oh, you just try not to sneeze though. So you still have to go into the PvP area, so they're sure I get why it's actually worse. Yeah, it sounds like they tried to have their cake and eat it, and they ended up scuffing it for both sides. I think what they should do... I don't know if Dune has anything relating to, like, dungeons. But what they should probably do is make it so the dungeons can drop the same materials as the PvP zone, so the PvEers are more drawn to doing, like, that content. But if they haven't got anything like dungeons, or, you know, areas where it's intended you work together as a group to get through, then they're gonna have to do this really weird, scuffed implementation.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Mort doesn't have a profile picture, which makes me wonder how long they're gonna live. Oh. Theodora, thank you for joining us 200 meters away from where I spoke to you.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Mutiny against the Emperor's Anointed? Sounds a bit too fanatical for my liking. I'm gonna go with mutiny, but who would dare stage one in the warp?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable.
Unknown says, yep, because now people are building over the PvE nodes to stop PvE players from getting them. Really? Wow, that's... I'll get to that in a second. I'll read these other two comments. And, oh, they did that too, probably in regards to the idea of moving the PvP stuff resources to, like, intense dungeons. But the PvP area has less loot and... Oh, so PvE areas give less loot and minimal tier 6. They still have to go PvP for the big loot. Mentioning about the building the bases over the resources reminds me of Ark Survival Evolved. I remember... I think it might even still be a thing in Ark. I can never remember what the second version of the game is called. Ascended, I think it is. But you'd find in multiplayer servers that people would build their bases blocking certain caves, or places where there would be lots of resources. And if it was a PvE server where PvP was disabled, outside of like certain ways you could do it, you were stuffed. You wouldn't be able to fight any of the bosses because you wouldn't be able to go get through the caves. And now they're doing the same thing on this. I mean, it's run by a different company, but like it's funny that the same issue appears in a different game.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
How are you going to confirm that both are secure?
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
Edelthrad's a psyker? Yeah, send Mort to go protect that guy. Holy shit. Quick thing on psykers. I'm sure the game will elaborate more later. Psykers are capable of technically forming a link with the warp to manifest their powers, so they can do things like... They're basically wizards that are powered by demons. It's a weird way to think about it, but it kind of pans out. So if there's things going on while we're in the warp, that psyker is going to turn into an overloaded conduit and explode. Best case. Worst case, what I was mentioning earlier about Gellerfields holding off demon invasions, yeah, that could be circumvented. Psyker just lets them in, like a back door. So yeah, definitely gotta get someone onto that psyker now.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Ho, go get him then, Conrad.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
Unknown says all they had to do was the scout nerf, it would have been fine. and it's weird that they announced a public test beta, then within 24 hours implemented it. They got a lot of things to do still. I think the public test beta was probably more for a stability test to make sure nothing crashed than an actual feedback test. If it was 24 hours, that sounds more like a stability thing. Like, can people still connect and still do things without anything going wrong? If so, push it to the main server. If they can't, then work on it and then try again.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Ethelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Ethelthrad's psychic powers.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with you, Conrad.
Then it's settled. Find Ethelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
What do you mean by in whatever state?
We are in the warp. Considering the attack, there could be a disruption in the Gela field and the infiltration of malevolent forces onto the decks. Psychers can react to such things in the most unpredictable ways.
Enough! Master of Whispers, you must not allow my heir to turn into a mindless mutant and to perish under Enforcer fire. Do whatever it takes to bring Ethelthrad back to me.
You think he's going to become a Chaos Spawn? Yeah, I'll definitely kill him before that happens. I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Unknown says, oh no, they opened it up for people to test for feedback. Oh, they did? And it was only 24-hour feedback? That's risky.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I'll make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Why? Oh. Because we just got pistol whipped. I feel like this could have been avoided if Theodora didn't just, you know, snub a potential heir and then put him into such a powerful position as master of all the spies. Because then you're setting yourself up for failure.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Unknown says they think they fucked that up, to be fair. Everyone had to start again, so they couldn't test the things, because at least a week or two to get to that point. They think they rushed it out. If they overreacted with the changes, i.e. they applied too many at once, then yeah, they've definitely rushed it. It sounds like what they've done is they panicked and went, uh-oh, we need to fix this now. Did the minimum 24 hours probably as a stability test, but it looks like they were also looking for feedback, but the feedback wouldn't have mattered because they were going to send it anyway. Man, I hope all this sort of stabilizes in like a week or so. Voidship, two-faced scum.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood.
You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warrant chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What's wrong, inbred? Is the blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, fond Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What? Sorry? Hold up, I misread the context. What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of grok shit?
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench fond Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Okay, so this I assume is like Psycha Warp stuff, judging by the very nice effect of the vignette. Unknown says, same, because at the moment it's super boring. It was interesting, they kept them on the edge, but now it's just like, meh. Well, yeah, the risk is gone, for the most part. There's not the chance that at any given moment we get jumped by someone in a ornithopter. So it's like when you play a game you really like, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to deal with the grinding too much, so you... Really good example, actually. The Final Fantasy VII, the original one, the port for PC, has the ability for you to instantly hit level 99 if you don't want to deal with the grinding. But so many people do that and then go, this has got really boring, because now they're level 99, and they can get through pretty much every fight without having to worry. There's still some fights that will give you trouble even at 99, because if you don't understand how materia work, then you're still going to struggle, but the challenge is gone. At that point, just pushing a button to get through it. I'm going to ignore the voice in my head. We were wounded by a corrupting weapon. So we're being compelled. Okay. Okay, I didn't mention this earlier, but cogitators, somewhere, I believe it was after the Horus Heresy, which is the apex thing of the 30th, of 30k, there was the Age of Iron, I think it was called. Might have been before, I can't quite remember where it falls, but basically artificial intelligence controlled machines called the Men of Iron went kind of on like a Battlestar Galactica style revolt, and they almost all got destroyed. There's some that still exist, but I won't go into that. The result was that artificial intelligence as AI no longer exists. So all, quote, sentient machines are actually people wired into the walls. If you play the game Hired Gun Necromunda, you will find that almost every elevator, every switch, every important thing you have to interact with that controls complex mechanical things is a human torso and head, fitted with all this wiring and cables that are like hooked into a terminal, because you can't trust AI. Tech use 95%? Yeah, I can manage that. But yeah, you can have servitors as cogitators. Okay, yeah, that's ancient lost technology. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek. Whisper runs through my consciousness, insisting I give it sacrifice. Can I have a weapon? Nothing. Unknown says, yep, the risk in regards to, like, the chance to get attacked while doing anything in the deep desert of Dune. The risk kept the blood running, yeah. And now that they've overcompensated, it's killed it. It's too safe. Alright, let's stick my hand in its mouth. The vid screen flickers.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Is it the Sentinel, the Cogitator, Figment of the Mind? Yes, I do require assistance. The entity cannot physically hurt me. So it's like LaShile from Dresden Files. They're just there, it's all perception, it's all in the mind, but there's no actual physical danger.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way.
Man, I love tarantula turrets. 2 tarantulas with heavy bolters? Yes, please. Just absolutely burn out the rest of this. Right. Well, the door's open. What's this do? Can be healed with a medkit, but requires passing a Medicaid test. Okay. Valencius. What a nice, boring house sigil. We got purity seals on the walls. We got really fancy statues. Now we got everything except a comfy chair. This would be the Warrant of Trade.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
So, that little excerpt that was shown there in the subtitles, That is, I believe, the exact wording as written by the Emperor upon the original the original Warrant of Trade. Everything else is basically legalese explanations of, like, the individual is allowed to do X, Y, Z. But as long as they adhere to the idea of doing everything in the name of advancing humanity, they're fine. But say there are caveats, like you can't just go around making like heretical decisions all the time. You will have your warrant of trade revoked. But the warrant of trade is what allows a rogue trader to interact with Xenos and not have to just wipe them out every time. Because it's possible that you could get the Xenotech and then reverse engineer it to then improve humanity through there. Which is why when one of the times I played Rogue Trader, I was picked up as a Tau Fire Warrior, and that was a fun playthrough. Who are you?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel, standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the Child of the House, and a means of communicating with the Rogue Trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
What are you running on with Linux?
Master, restore communication with the Navigator Sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Sounds like a call to arms.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
It's fine. Give me a gun.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Nothing on guns. Leave me from here then.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
We'll receive notifications. Yeah, this just lets me know about the mission objectives. But hey, we have a little robo friend. And then this will show us the warrant again. Ads arriving in 1 minute.
Rise to the top or get
Fortunately, there's
left
not a
in the
lot we can
dust.
sort of stop for just yet. Let's seal the warrant chamber and see where this goes.
Run, fools, or fall!
Master, whatever are you doing in the Warrant Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Hello, Abelard. Conrad Voigtveer is a traitor.
What?
I will say both of these. He's clearly serving the unholy gods of the war.
Serving the gods of the war? Conrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfare, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
He admitted to it openly.
Saint's blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels.
but now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Alright, so I get my revolver back. I have a sword. Because every officer needs a sword, even if the officer is in a Lehman Russ. They need a sword while they're hanging out the commander's hatch. Just in case, you know? Never know when you're going to enter melee combat in a vehicle. Plus 10% chance to parry. I'm curious on how parry is. Is that agility based or weapon? It is weapon skill based, which it should be. Oh, and a sword also reduces their chance to hit. I assume? Minus 10 to enemy weapon skill when hit. I'm not sure which way of two this goes. Either we reduce their weapon skill when we try to hit them, or we apply a debuff that reduces it by 10 after we hit them. Adeptus Astartes equipment? Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Cleave. Okay, so weapons in this game come with a multi-hit. Interesting. I don't know if Cleave was like base kit in Rogue Trader. Because I guess this is where I can kind of bring up the different types of attack. Sort of just to help fill out the ad break. Basically, as far as I remember, that you have ranged and melee, but they all sort of follow the same rules. They just have different ways of doing it. You have a single attack, you have a multi-attack that is less accurate, and then there's like caveats to things. Melee has just a strike, it has the ability to charge, which gives you one attack at a higher, it gives you movement as well, but also gives you a higher chance to hit. You also have the ability to do a thing called lightning strikes, which is you hit multiple times based on your degrees of success. And then similarly for weapons, if you have a weapon that can burst fire or it has more than just single shot basically, you can do like a single shot, you can do burst, which is you do multiple shots up to the amount of degrees of success, and also the maximum rate of fire of the weapon. And there are, let's say, there's then other caveats, like if you have a weapon that fires as an area effect, like a flamethrower, then that can only really do one thing, but it does it in a different way. I don't think there's really an equivalent for that for melee, but it's nice to see that Cleave, which I'm not sure if that's base kit or not, is included as standard. That is horrific armor penetration, though. My stub gun does more. Armored body glove, which is 15% armor. Dodge penalty. I assume this means we don't have a dodge penalty. Oh, that's really nice. It gives you an average of what to expect for damage coming in and dodging. That I really like. I feel like that's very helpful for people who've never played this, be it pen and paper RPG or this game. That's very nice. And a medikit. You need Medicaid advancement, field medic, Medicaid, or Death Warden. Restores 12 wounds, which is health. Remove bleeding, one fresh injury, or if none exist, or an old injury. Okay. Got it. Okay. That makes sense to me. Gun. Sword. Fancy glove. Have another medikit. You have Seneschal's trusty carapace, which is heavy armor. Oh, I see. So it's a multiplier. There halves to a dodge chance. Which, for you, wasn't great to begin with. I mean, it's still good, but it's not good. Flat 1 damage, 35% after that. So I feel like we're going to be dodge tanking. So I probably want to be raising my agility. I think, okay, so I think my stats are going to end up being Fellowship, Agility. I'm not sure on Ballistic Skill. Depends how much I have to get directly involved with combat. It might be that we could probably raise it to 50 and leave it. But Agility, we're going to need to raise that. So then we can dodge, and then we can offset loss of dodge chance. Fellowship, that's the primary skill because we kind of need that for a lot of our abilities. And also I'd like to be able to actually pass some skill checks in relation to telling people to do things. That'd be really nice. F2? How... Okay.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Okay. That to there.
Let me help. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
That's fine.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the Navigator and the Master Helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the Navigator's Sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warrant Sentinel may have sent that message.
Warrant Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort.
Hold on. What?
The Warrant Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
So you mean to tell me that she's never had the Warrant Sentinel turn on? But she's the rogue trader. I'm not sure what could cause that. But we did hear one of her Voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
What can we expect to find there?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Imperium. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Okay. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor!
She sounds way too calm to be giving that sort of a speech in the middle of combat. Is she like... Is she in a panic room?
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
Let's go.
You will die screaming to the dark powers.
Close ranks.
Combat begins with tactical. Select a character and move them around. May move up to their maximum movement points, but may not reposition adjacent to an enemy. That's really nice, actually. I don't think it actually matters much here. Let's look at the order of actions. So it's going to go cutthroat at the back, cutthroat by there, Abelard, cutthroat by there, cutthroat by there, me, cutthroat, cutthroat. Okay, so it's sort of split here. Or, I don't know if this goes top down or bottom up. As in, like, do we kick them off here? If we kick, actually, it might be this way. That might be why they're highlighted. Okay, give me a second. So that means we're going 1, 2, 3, me, 2, Abelard, 2, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, we kind of need to take these out in a certain way. Abelard. I kind of feel like we should make them come to me, so that Gunboy at the back isn't immediately. I guess it doesn't matter too much for this. Let's just start here.
Death to the weak.
Yeah, see, if we make them run towards me, the melee guys basically waste their turn. And they're lining up nicely. Why are you showing me... Okay, because... Okay. Voice of command, we're going to give Abelard a bit of a boost. Oh. Oh, my stub revolver now has the ability to burst? Am I just fanning the hammer on this? Must be. First creature for every shot within a 12 cell. One creature within a 12 cell. Central line, slight deviation, strong deviation. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Does this work like it does in Phoenix Point? Sorry, I had to clap there to help my brain think. Don't question it too much. Phoenix Point isn't a game I played much of, but it's basically XCOM, but you can choose how your soldiers shoot. And the way that works is rather than just going, target this guy, 90% chance to hit, you instead have like a cone, and you can direct it onto a target to sort of highlight different bits, which matters for that combat. And I think, by it saying about central line and strong deviation, that if I pick this, it is. So we have a chance to hit everyone in this cone. We got a 52% chance on the first one. These two are marked out as 0 because of the direct line. Let's do it. We have over penetration chance as well because we're using a stub gun. Let's go.
Never stood a chance.
That was over penetration, I think, right there. Give me a combat log. Let me see. Triggered over penetration right there. Yeah, give me the whole log, but I want this expanded out like this. So that was a genius move. What was that, just 2 shots? 2 shots, 3 kills. Let's go. Nice. Very nice.
Out of my way.
Yeah, that's it. You guys line up. Let Abelard get a swing in. I don't think you... Yeah, you might get attacked. Yeah. That's cute. Melee attacks hit automatically. The enemy will try to dodge and parry. Hold up. Then I actually need to kind of read this. Charge lets him close the gap. Hold on. Not considered an attack action, but does let them attack if they get in range. Oh, it has to be direct path? and you have to be at least 2 cells away. Kind of like the pen and paper. In pen and paper, I think you can't initiate a charge unless you're 20 feet from target. I didn't catch that at the top. You can dodge and parry. So dodge is universal, parry can be done as well, which is different from pen and paper. In pen and paper, parry and dodge are 2 reactions, and you can only choose to do one of them, if I remember right. I think you can take a talent later on that lets you try to parry and dodge, or it might be you're allowed to parry multiple times in a turn. So what you're telling me is that I can swing to this guy, charge that guy, which is probably what I want to do. But also, you're currently being boosted with your stats. Let me have a look at this. Yes. Oh, yes. I was going to look at your skills down here, but the stats are going to be artificially inflated because of the boost. That's fine. If I... No, I can't angle this. Well, this should kill.
Victory is reduced to dust.
And then we can charge you.
At your beck and call.
Parried. Chainsword has 25% additional crit damage and better armor penetration, which makes sense. That's all you can do, though. What's this? Momentum can be used for heroic acts and desperate measures. Okay. That's where Regimental Commander is going to come into effect. This we can set up for a cleave. I'm going to have Winters go after the gunner. You just shot your own guy in the back. Good job. Let's not run through the burning body. Two shots, 72% chance. Sorry, 70% chance, 52% chance, 2 shots. Works out to be roughly the same math, but the payout is better. I'm not, thank you, risking it with that. I can't give him the bonus again. We're going to try the multi-shot. I am always a proponent in original XCOM of doing multi-shot over snapshot. And this is why. I know this isn't a... Sorry, did we shoot him so hard his body just exploded? We shot his legs off. We got a crit hit as well. What do we need to roll to get a crit? Because I don't remember what it was in tabletop. Under 10%, that makes sense. I don't remember what it was in tabletop. I don't know if it was double number. So like 22, 33, 44. But this is a 46, so that doesn't add up. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't the hit roll, it was the damage roll. It was, if I remember right, some of the systems called it Righteous Fury. It was if you got the highest damage roll possible, you would then get Righteous Fury. So that's probably what this is. Who cares? I killed the guy anyway. I'll need to figure out how crit works at some point, but for now it doesn't matter.
Just a minor setback.
Cleave him.
I will do my duty. One to a target.
Oh, we leveled up.
I know how to take risks.
I want to look at Abelard's stats now he's not boosted. So his main stuff is Weapon skill, strength, agility, and fellowship. So he isn't really a Medicaid character. Athletics is... yeah, that's just athletics. Oh, demolition is part of agility? I thought demolition was an intelligence thing. Well, yeah, okay, I guess not, but... I like that he's a naval officer. Hold up, can I pull up his whole character sheet somehow? Weapons, characteristics. That's his inventory. Like, I want to know his origins and stuff. That's parry chance, dodge reduction, resolve, dodge itself, armor, okay. That's the outfit. Okay, we can use this to swap between them. Do I not have the ability to... oh, I'm in inventory. It would be under character. That's weird. In Pathfinder and Wrath of the Righteous, so Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, from the inventory, you have a tab that lets you swap between everything else. Whereas here it's on the side, which I guess still tracks, but yeah. He is a iconoclast, which means he's in for the people. I don't really care too much about what this is yet. How are we? We're not anything yet. Archetype, warrior, reputation, biography. That's a bolt pistol, I think. He's got a melter proficiency. Yeah, so they're all about humanity first, but not as in the dogmatic follow the word of the Emperor, kill all the heretic way. It's more pragmatic than that. Used to be a naval officer, commanded a void ship. Okay, too much we're reading about that stuff yet. Right, anyway. Let's do my archetype first. I'm going to go with Persuasion. Brings me to a 65. Very nice. Oh.
Look no further.
Features. Archetypes, there we go. You should probably... Cruise is resistance to toxins, athletic. I feel like athletics is going to be the one to go with you. Because my athletics sucks in comparison. Winter's got through military selection purely based on his ability to lead, not to... Sorry, his ability to command and lead, not as in lead from the front. He wouldn't have been a very good soldier. Good thing he made it as an officer. Got to love them butter bars. Oh. Oh, he doesn't have Triumphant Darkest Hour. Okay.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Always keep your eye on the prize.
I've forgotten my hotkeys from Wrath of the Righteous. I think backspace selects all the characters. Welcome to the Voidship. Yeah, I mentioned this thing was huge. I meant it. Let's go to the Navigator Sanctum. It's a psyker. Shoot it.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close!
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
Wait, her eyes are purple.
This is Eurac, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
I like her voice actor. It's riding just the right line of crazy. Oh, interesting. The entity is trying to hide from Idira. Why would it be trying to hide from her? What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the Engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
Right, so the Tech Priest is, well, I guess the, what would it be, an Archimagos is dead? High-ranking individual of the Adeptus Mechanicus?
What?
Interesting.
You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's Sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
I agree.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
Good to hear from you, Mort.
That's Edelthrad.
Oh.
Oh, Emperor's
Okay.
Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Shows how much I care about Edelthrad that I just thought he was Mort.
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
See if the Navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
I keep seeing a tendril over by here. So I think we need to be very careful what we touch.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a Navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Sounds good to me, let's go. Backspace, yeah, okay, so it's the same as Wrath of the Righteous. Show
How
me
may I serve the dynasty?
your skills. You're all about perception. Willpower makes sense because you're a psyker. Perception, yeah, I mean, you're about as good as we are. As far as, I guess, skills are concerned. Understandable, you're really good at that. Your awareness is nice. Your awareness is actually way higher than mine. So, that's useful. Hello? Theodora said she likes to keep you around because you're good for, like, advice and as a diviner, and you're heretical? You're an operative and a psyker. Okay, so psi rating is 1. You're an unsanctioned psyker. You're begging for me to put a bolt in the back of your skull. I'm trying to remember mechanically the difference between a psyker and an unsanctioned psyker. I believe an unsanctioned psyker has more options. Bear in mind, again, I'm referring to Dark Heresy, Only War, the pen and paper games. The unsanctioned psychers, if I remember right, are able to roll on perils and have more options for what they can choose for powers, whereas a full trained psyker can only go phenomena, which is usually less dangerous to roll on, but it can escalate. And they're also more focused in their abilities, so they get the way you level up. You don't really level up in Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader, the pen and papers. You instead spend your experience as if it's currency to buy things, and they can trained psyker will get cheaper powers from their chosen school, but other ones are more expensive, whereas unsanctioned get the flat rate for all of them, but they get perils. So is it the same here? Psychic phenomena. Yeah, okay. Psychers can be sanctioned or unsanctioned. Sanctioned psychers will cause psychic phenomena. The chance they'll cause them is half. Unsanctioned increase the chances and add +1 to the psi rating. Whenever Veil Degradation reaches 15 and a major power is activated, the chances happening is 10 plus psi rating plus Veil Degradation. Push away characters, damage them, summon demons, which is the main thing you don't want to happen with a Psyker. But yeah, Psycho Phenomena. Interesting. Are these two the same then? Does Psychic Phenomena just change the rate of degradation? Whereas Perils is... I guess we're going to have to play with Adira to find out for certain. But she's an unsanctioned Psyker is... Oh, that's a ticking time bomb if I've ever seen it. And she's heretical. She has divination, makes sense with the character. She has telepathy, haven't seen that one yet. Forewarning. It's +10 to dodge and parry. Care about these. So she is basically support. You have analyze enemies, so you do... Ooh, hold on. Hits a target with an exploit stack, deals perception damage. Can I stack exploits and hit it off with Psychic Shriek? I think I might be able to. We'll find out in combat. Good damage roll on that. That's going to be affected by Psi result, right? Yeah, Psi rating. Okay. High risk, high reward. Got it. You have an axe. You have lightning. Sheens up to 4 targets, dealing... Okay, so you're good for crowds as well. But I think what we're going to do is analyze and then... Yeah, I want to experiment with that.
Miscalculations are for commoners. I don't make mistakes. I make profitable learning
We've got a giant door by there. We've got a giant door by here. Let's go through door number 1. Oh. Let's go stop that guy from exploding.
Don't you dare to cross us!
Come to chaos!
Okay, you can get nowhere right now. Abelard gets to move first. There's no good grouping for Abelard, though. Enemy Psyker in the middle. I'm gonna make his brain explode. I'm gonna show him such sights. Such beautiful sights to show him. Winters, stand by there. Abelard. Can't stand by there because that's enemy adjacent. Stand here, not that it really matters, because you get to move straight away. Yeah, we'll just move you there in case. Idira, stay behind cover. Start it. Idira gets to move before I do. Okay. Charge. I wanted to charge so it ends by here, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, no matter how I cut this, I'm not going to be able to get what I want. Oh. Oh, hold up. No, that store doesn't work. It's too far away. It's an L shape. Okay, never mind. Charge that guy then. No, charge the sharpshooter. What does this do? I didn't actually use it last time. +2 deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. Cannot be moved or over-penetrated. I don't think we have to worry about that just yet.
Out my way.
Oh no! Get parried, you fool! I did fencing in officer school. Oh, I've taken half my health already. Just over. Idira is an operative with a Psyker. Analyze enemies, exploit.
Anything else? Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I'll see to it personally.
I took care of this one. Someone else can do this. I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
I realized I was muted for part of that combat. Go me. Basically, I thought partway through that I could make Abelard attack someone and then charge after, but it looks like no, because the movement disappeared. Idira, what's wrong with him?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
Short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
The dawn.
It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Cool, he's possessed. Kill him. So, yeah, the crazy thing in my head is glad this is happening.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Sounds like he's being affected by Nurgle, judging by the ooze. There are 4 Chaos Gods. Nurgle is the one relating to disease and corruption of, like, you know, biological kind. So, ooze and swelling, yeah, that sort of fits the idea that he is being taken over by something of Nurgle.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Who torments you?
The Edge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
Anyone have any idea what that's supposed to mean?
A rite. A sacrifice offered. Oh. My heart tells me that Kunrad was not deterred by his defeat in the Warrant chamber.
What? Kunrad betrayed Lady Theodora? But how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear.
Yeah, but if you kick a dog enough times, it will turn around and bite you, Idira.
Footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his masters. Tear out your eyes. See who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer.
What do we do, Abelard?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
Let's get out of here. Oh, I also need to, for lack of a better term, unfuck this formation. Because there is no goddamn way I'm having this thing run like this. We are way too spread out. That combat, I couldn't get to hard cover because I was too far behind. So, this. We can reposition in combat itself. We don't need to care about formations. This is fine anyway. Oh, I got loot? Ooh. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings. Correct. Trophies on the right side go into the window, such as items. Trophies on the left are packed up as cargo sent to the ship. Oh, that is so nice. I don't have to carry everything like a pack mule. So I can have a scrappy autogun, which is... it's worse than my revolver. Off you go. Yeah, it causes bleeding. Off it goes. I've played enough games to know that I should be ransacking every body I come across. Oh, what's this over here? Navigator Sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide. Got it. Alright, everybody, let's try to save the ship. Is this not where I'm supposed to go? Oh, do I now leave and go the other way? Yes. Let's go to the officer's deck.
Ship's as good as ours! It's all over for you!
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these men!
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
That definitely is a Sister of Battle. Fun fact about the Sister of Battle. It's an organization that only exists because at one point in the Imperium's history, someone basically staged a coup in the just enough of a right way that they basically made themselves out to be the second coming of the Emperor. They'd been reincarnated into the guy's body, and they had taken the entire military wing of the church under their control to maintain the power. Eventually, the story goes, because there's not a lot that can prove either way, but the story goes that the Emperor reached out to a woman, one of the sexual consorts of the fake I am the new coming of the Emperor guy, and that woman was psychically contacted by the Emperor and guided into the Golden Throne, which is where the corpse of the Emperor is, and we won't go too much into the Emperor himself, but he's psychic. And something was said to her in that room that convinced her to go and then massacre the false, basically the Pope. And because of that, since then, there is a standing law in the Imperium that there is to be no man armed with a weapon who serves the Ecclesiarchy. As a result, the Sisters of Battle. Because they're women armed with weapons that serve the Ecclesiarchy.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Other fun thing about the Sisters of Battle, they all have a innate ability to use faith. It's not quite psychic powers, but it sort of works in a weirdly same way. If they collectively have faith in something, there's a chance it will happen. So I remember when I used to play 40k tabletop, you know, with the actual armies, this translated to things like all Sisters of Battle had like a 6+ invulnerable save because their faith would shield them, but there were other things you could do with it as well.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Winters von Valencius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. A ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Also, she has a bolter.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I'm no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that one. Can't say the same about the Psyker that's next to me. Something tells me she might be a level 2 heretic. I hear they work on a pyramid scheme.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution.
I have no intention of lying to a woman who just blew her way into a corridor, massacred heretics, and has a bolter.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Serve the Ecclesiarchy, don't you?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
So you are definitely the sister that was mentioned by Lady Theodora earlier as... What was it? She wanted you and Adira to be at her side. Right? I remember. I think I'm remembering that correctly. Theodora was like, Conrad, go find Edelfard. Winters, go with Conrad to help them find Edelfard. I need to get Talas, which is Adira, and the Sister of Battle by my side. So why are you not with Theodora?
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Who are the people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
And what's currently happening on the officer deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
Then let's get going.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
May need more powerful weapons for the coming battle. Maybe something suitable can be found on the officer's deck. I'd also like to know about where she blew in through. But also more about her. So she's all about the guns, the agility, makes sense. She has an auto pistol. Basically a space Glock with a blicky with a switch. Godwin pattern bolter. Yeah, well, it has a story too. Hold up. Godwin, I believe, is the standard bolter pattern. Looks like... What does recoil do? Recoil probably widens the deviation on a burst fire, if I had to hazard a guess. But it's... Okay, this is a sort of dull weapon. Features bolter weapon proficiency. Cool. Okay. Rate of fire is maxed out at 4, which is good to know. You probably have a mag capacity of... You have a 14 mag capacity? Okay. We can deal with it. But yeah, you're all about the bombs, the bullets, and the faith. Good to know. Character. Very clearly part of the dogmatic tree. You can run and gun, which is you gain 4 movement. Next attack costs 1 less AP, does not count towards the attack limit per turn. And then you'll get winded, so you'll lose 10 chance to hit. Grant 6 momentum, 3 additional momentum for each enemy that is within 5 cells around the sister or was hit by her this turn. If you hit a demon or cultist, it doubles. Field medic. Oh, so you're going to be the person I put the Medicaid stuff onto. Kind of, sort of. Flame weapon fits for being a sororitas. Ads are arriving in 40 seconds. I'll try to just mill about and talk about whatever while we're there. During the ads. I'm just sort of sat here looking at her actions at this point, not really doing anything. Since she has a slightly higher Medicaid, what I'm going to do is move the Medicaid over to her. It looks like we full heal after combat, which... It sounds like a good idea, but I don't know how much I actually like that mechanically. Does mean that we don't have to worry about, well, using medikits to heal myself unless I'm in combat itself. Your armor is a mesh chest plate. Makes sense. You can't wear the same armor that an Adeptus Astarte can. So that's fine. You have a parry chance, but you don't have a blade. Your dodge is 60. Your agility is higher than mine. Why is your... Oh, that's why. Because of mesh plate. How much is it without it? 80? Makes more sense. But yeah, you have good armor. Good armor. Okay. Let's have a look around at the lore, see what we can find. Starting with the goods. We have a new stub pistol. Well-maintained stub revolver. Deals 1 higher damage. And that's it. I'll happily take a higher max damage. Then we have provisions. 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 New, more efficient, I understand, equipping weapons. Don't worry. I don't have the talent. I know it exists in the pen and paper game. But I don't have the talent to use 2 weapons at once yet, as in, like, if I have 2 guns to, you know, Max Payne my way into a room and you go, it was a dark day. The American dream was dead. My wife murdered by drug dealers. and just like kick down a door and fly through and go bang, 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 bang in slow motion. Can't do that yet. That is something I probably won't do. I like the idea of having a guy with a sword and a gun. I'd prefer to have. This is purely because of my own bias and the idea of like running this character as if he was part of the Militarum Tempestus. I'd like to eventually give this guy something like a hotshot lasgun. I don't know if that's in this game. If it's not in this game, that's completely understandable. We'll probably go with just something else that's kind of fun. You know, like maybe a plasma gun? Melter gun, maybe? Bolter at the very least. You know, it's standard, but it's fun. Oh, by the way, I forgot to look. The armor penetration of this is 15. Which is the same as a stub gun. The stub gun does more damage. But, you know, a higher chance of damage with the... The stub gun has less recoil. Agenta, have you just not been maintaining your bolter? Why has it got a camo pattern on it? How many jungles have you been in, Argenta? Let's get the music back.
Keep your wits about you.
Have a look around. Very acute observation there. A large enough hole for someone to walk through. You could fit maybe a dreadnought through most of that. You don't want to crack that door open just yet because that might be progress. There's loot at the end of the hall. Okay, that door is sealed. What do we got? Maglev impeller? Ammunition, by the looks of it. Omniprocessor. Am I basically stealing from the rogue... am I stealing from Lady Valencia at this point? I'm not going to pronounce that name right yet, but maybe we'll get there. I know where we have got to, though. We got to the end of the ads, which means we can go and open that door.
Let us not dawdle.
Yeah, let's not dawdle. Crack that door. I am going to sort this a second. Oh, yes, please. This sort of information is great. Let's go with it. We have heretics. We have 3 on left, 4 on right. So Abelard is going to push left. Argenta will push right. Winters and Idira on support. Let's go.
Rise to the top.
I will deliver furious retribution.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Winters is going first, then it's left side, right side, right side. No. Left, right, left. Abelard. Gunner, 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 gunner. Argenta, Idira. Sucks that this is how this resolved, but we'll take what we can get. We have half cover only. Put Winters here. Abelard here. Idira here, because then we can have Argenta here. She can fire across. So Abelard, they're basically going to cross over in them. I just gestured with my hands. There's no webcam. Abelard's going to cross over. Argenta's going to cover fire alongside Winters into this direction. Idira's going to go, Hun! And someone's skull is going to explode. Exactly like that noise, by the way. Oh, now you explain cover. I'm glad. Full cover reduces chance to be hit by 60, partial reduces by 35. This is different from how it works in the pen and paper. In pen and paper, how it works is, I believe, and this is really reaching into the depths of my memory, I believe in pen and paper the way it works is that if you roll to hit but you hit a body part that's behind a piece of cover, you take the cover into account for damage reduction. So let's say that I'm shooting at a human, they don't have any armor, they're toughness 3, that's a flat 3 damage reduction, but they're behind a giant pillar, the only thing I can see is their left arm. If after I roll to hit, I resolve my hit against the torso or the right arm, I then had to go through the pillar. Let's say the pillar has 20 damage reduction. I would need to basically deal 24 damage and above to actually hurt the person. I'm pretty sure that's how that worked in pen and paper. Here, they've just gone for a flat chance to hit, which debatably is a simpler way to do it. Because then you don't have to try to model for, like, hitting individual body parts, but... Interestingly, single shot can penetrate through any cover. Some cover can be destroyed, destructible has durability. So yeah, single shot can always go through. That's good to know. Later on in the game, I kind of want to be able to have someone who can like pick a target and just out they go, like some sort of sniper. Single shot going through cover is going to be really good for that because you can't really full auto a 50 cal Barrett sniper rifle, can you? Not that there is one in this game. Here's what I'm thinking. We give the command to Argenta so that she's more likely to get a tight grouping on the shots. But this is under the assumption that these groups don't cluster up too much, but we'll get there when we get there.
On it.
And it also means that by the time that Abelard gets into a position, we can see how he's doing, and then we can give him the next one. We're going to fire a pistol burst. We're not great with the chances to hit over there. We're good over here, though. What I'm thinking is we rat-a-tat my revolver into these people. Show them the power of the Lamat.
You never stood a chance.
That's perfection. Kill one, kill two, because we over-penetrated on this guy. Ooh, love to see it.
Chaos guides me.
Get parried. Abelard, you failed me.
Death to the weak.
Abelard, how could you? I'm assuming if he moves here, he won't trigger attack of opportunity because he's not moving away.
My place is at the fore.
Which, if that's true, which it is, that means we can go for a cleave.
At your beck and one fewer target.
Oh, you can still charge. Huh. So you can charge after doing that. I guess he just didn't have the action points. This is fine because he's kind of taking cover from any incoming shots, of which there's going to be 3 sets. I probably should have kept him behind cover, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Brace for impact, just in case. Oof! I've lined myself up like a fool. Zeroed on the damage. Argenta is Adeptus Sororitas and Assault. Yeah, I forgot to check her archetype. Unique ability, run and gun. So you get to shoot twice. Correct? An additional attack. Yeah, so we can shoot twice. Can make burst attacks, that I know. Most of these shots are concentrated in the area of the selected attack cone, so it is fired in a cone. Less accurate, have a higher chance of deviating. Burst shots are particularly effective in clusters. So it doesn't confirm it, but that does imply recoil does work the way I expected. If we stand by here,
God Emperor, move through me.
I'm relying on the deviation here. This is a 40-30. This is a 2. What we're going to do is we're going to rat-a-tat through this first guy. Hopefully most of the shots hit him. When he goes down, we're going to run and gun up to the wall, this wall, and then rat-a-tat again. So let's go.
Faith without none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
How'd you shoot that wide?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I guess we're gonna run over to here then. Can't quite make it to there, unfortunately.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Single shot, or we can multi-shot and potentially hit through. Now they're sort of at a range. 4 shots, 34% chance per shot. I'm assuming this is per shot. Let's go.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Oh, no, we did hit the one in the back. Let's go. Again, always multi-shot. If it's 4 shots, 34 each, or it's 1 shot, 70, I know the numbers. It's always 4 shot. The issue is we're going to run out of ammo in the next one, so it's going to have to be like semi or whatever. I'm hoping you guys all run together in a group because Adira would love to introduce you to the power of electricity. Learn to aim.
Death to non-believers!
Oh?
Out of my way!
There's no way you're landing a shot that far away, my friend. Can you... You could, but I need to get you closer. We're like, I think 1 square away from being able to take cover. Or we just flat out can't take cover on this side. No risk, no reward. Move to here. I still don't know if this stacks up, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Was that you? Or...
I think it does stack up. We'll be able to tell on the right side.
But of course. Be gone.
It does stack up. Okay. Tank yourself. Winters is not going to be able to really do much here. I'm going to run him behind here, though. Wait, hold up. This one. I'm actually going to give it to... Let me think. They're probably not going to run closer. Can we give it to Argenta? She's already done it, and she's going to be on a big deficit. Yeah, I'm thinking we give it to Abelard. No, give it to Adira. She's more likely to do something that's offensive. Abelard needs a turn to get into range. 23% chance to hit, but if we hit, we take it completely.
I'll see to it personally.
Didn't want to auto-fire there in case we just, you know, blammed Adira. Yeah, now you're in cover. You're still shooting at Abelard. One button. Yeah, you've got nothing you can do.
Chaos guides me.
Good dodge. Good dodge. I mean, you're buffed. I'd expect you to be able to dodge.
Rejoice in battle.
Argenta are going to move to here. And then I'm just going to mag dump this guy.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Reloading is 3 action points. That's fine. She's positioned in a way that she can get some shots off on her own turn anyway. Adira, I need you to move up. And then let's... Can you shriek that guy at the back? You can. You're a kill on any of these. Let's improve the chances.
Anything else?
Oh, you're gonna make this guy scream.
Farewell.
It's one friendly creature, but I don't know if this... If I pick someone else, like say Abelard, does this then knock it off of Adira? Let's find out.
Will do.
It doesn't. Also, what the hell is retransmission? Can be used through the Familiar, which is the Adeptus Arbeit Lix Imperialis, the newest DLC that came out. There's a second tier. I haven't looked at any of the second tier stuff except for Overseer. That's the thing that comes with pets. I don't know how we get the second archetype. I don't know really if it's the best one that she could go with, but it's good to know that we can send it through a Familiar. Acts like a relay. The Veil's doing okay for now. Welcome to round 3. I am going to... Oh, we can Argenta. We can Argenta again. I mean, Avalon's going to get there first, but we can Argenta. It's funny if we use Argenta.
I refuse.
What? Oh, it's 2 turns, not 1. Abelard.
I'll make it happen.
I want that guy's viscera on the table, the floor, and the chair. Unless I do it myself. Look at that. Yeah, so we auto-heal at the end of combat. Is that a difficulty thing? No. It's not a difficulty thing. Huh. Also, I didn't turn on Grim Darkness because this is my first playthrough. But as far as I know, this is basically you have only one save, and it auto-saves, and when you lose, you lose. I could be wrong on this one. You have a single save, which is updated automatically every time you exit the game. No loading, no new point, no second chances, no change of previous decisions. Another part of the reason why I haven't turned this on for the first playthrough, if anything happens to the stream, as in like something goes wrong, the game crashes, anything goes horrific, having other saves to go back to is great. I'm not going to be save scumming this though. I'm going to run this like I did with Pathfinder Kingmaker and Wrath of Righteous. We pick what we pick, we stick with it. This is a lot of loot. Why am I looting individually? This might have a similar... Oh! I can read! This might be a similar thing to Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, where everything gets looted when we leave the zone. So we're going to leave some stuff unattended. And find out... Oh, we can steal from the giant wardrobe.
Detail is the key to success.
Oh, we also found this. Multi-key. Okay. This probably gives experience because it's a chance. Highest logic will make the test. Good that it auto chooses.
That's how it's done.
You will find various different skill tests. Looks like we could blow up the door. I like that as an option. Okay, so we've got... What have we got in here? Giant safe. Plus 3 to tech use. And some bombs. Well, we know who our demolitionist is.
That is not the Emperor's will.
I can't use these as weapons? Shame. Who has the highest tech use? I think it is just Winters, but I think everyone has 30. Yep, okay. I like the idea of having new gloves, so... Yeah, look at them. They scream tech use, don't they? Because they're green. What's in here? More loot.
I always keep my options open.
Got a door by here. I don't know what this option is.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Restore the power supply. Yes, please.
I always get the job done.
And now we can open this door.
That's how it's done.
And then we've got tech use.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Shotgun. Hello. Yes, I will take your shotgun. And I'll take those two. In combat, a character may need to use different kinds of weapons, can be prepared in advance, open the inventory and... Yeah, okay. Hello, I would like a shotgun, please. 10 to 15 damage. Granted, it's only one rate of fire, but it's a shotgun.
I will lead us to fortune.
Yes, please. If it was good enough in World War I, it's good enough now. All of that.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, there's more stuff to steal here. Just stealing everything. Right, what's this in the middle of the room? Oh, it's a model of the ship. Alright, Argenta. Dynamic entry.
The Emperor favors me today.
We leveled up. So, level 3. What do I get to do now? Grants an ally an extra turn with 2 action points, no movement points. If they're under the effect of Voice of Commander, kill the enemy before the end of the turn. The ally gains a one-time additional +10 bonus. Okay, so I can tell Argenta to basically hop the turn order and take a shot, which is pretty nice, actually. Or I can do it to Adira and just make a load of people explode. God, I love action economy. Abelard, what do you get? +2 deflection, and 10 temporary wounds. Makes you even more durable as a frontline. Let's go. Adira. Remove all exploits from the target. Decrease. This is the one where we get to basically make them vulnerable. Good. Good party support there. Soldier. Haven't really looked at this one. Remove the winded effect until the end of combat. Gain the following bonuses. Additional 10 ballistic, 15% critical damage, 5% critical hit chance. Will this elaborate on crit for me? Big fan of when a tooltip feeds into itself. Doesn't elaborate on crit. Kinda hoped it would. But good to know this just adds a 5% crit. What is this scaled based off of? 5 + 2 times agility bonus. This is just the agility bonus. Okay. Becomes available after killing 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds. So I can already see some synergy here. Argenta hops the turn order with what was it called? Bring It Down. Kills 1 or 2 people on her turn. we kill 1 or 2 people, run and gun, maybe kill some more people. Her next turn, we then pop Revel in Slaughter, so she loses the debuff, and instead gets a bonus again. So that's effectively, because Voice of Command, bring it down. Argenta massacres, Magenta turn goes, she still has Voice of Command, kills a bunch of things. Next turn, Revel in Slaughter, still riding on a plus bonus to ballistic skill. By that point, yeah, okay, that's our main source of damage. I'm loving it. Oh, there's loot this way. Is there? Oh, there is.
Is there money to be made?
There's loot this way, and there's a room. Let's try and crack that door.
I always get the job done.
What's in here? Deck officer's helmet. Yes, please. No? Yes, please. Why does it take his mustache away? Why? Look at it. He goes from having this to this. I understand it because, you know, it stops the model from clipping, but it's really funny to think that he sees a helmet and decides he's going to shave his mustache and then put the helmet on. But yeah, we kind of need the armor for Winters at the moment. He's too squishy.
Let us not dawdle.
And then it looks like we're going this way around.
We should deal with this.
Oh, someone's fighting down there. Thank you. I really should use the hotkey for that. Feel recoil from the scorching heat, we wipe our face and someone stands before us. Theodora. I don't know if it is Theodora because of the weird way she phased in through that.
Are you lost, my heir?
Unless Theodora has suddenly joined, like, a deathcore band or a metalcore band, I don't think that's Theodora.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Shoot it!
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Oh, Abelard isn't even sure that this is her either. He's trying to figure it out. And then, yeah, Agenta had the same reaction I do. We leaped straight to, this isn't her. This is some sort of demon. Shoot it. How'd you get here?
I am a rogue trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready?
To rumble? Sure, I'll throw down with you.
I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
The entity that dwells within the recess of my mind is pleading, begging, demanding I give her an immediate answer. The entity in my mind demands it?
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart. If you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises.
to the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
So this is very blatantly, because I've seen all the character alignments, this is blatantly a choose your path option. We've got Abelard being the iconoclast voice of reason here, saying we must help the people. We have Argenta saying, don't give in to temptation. The Emperor will protect you, which is the dogmatic path. And then we have Idira the heretic over here going, maybe we should listen to the demon.
Then we'll miss
Convictions.
our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Oh, interesting. She brings up that if we help the people, that we will end up... we might risk not getting to Edelthard in time. Oh. Not looking for an answer on this one, but if Owlcat have tied repercussions to the convictions at the same time, that's really interesting. And I'm looking forward to it. Because then that means that going with the idea of like saving the people will give you a hindrance in this situation, but in other ones it could be like the iconoclast could be the best one overall for like min-maxing if you want the best of the best options. But if you try to actually roleplay a character, you will have to take the hit sometimes. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows the convictions, more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Nice thing I want to mention about this, Wrath of the Righteous, whatever mythic path you pick, eventually it will affect your Dresden outpost. In my playthrough where we went Lich, it very clearly affected the outpost. There was like a pale malaise that would be there. Undead were walking around. It was great. The fact that this is here as well. Ooh. I'm liking this. When one reaches voter, it becomes the main focus. When that happens, the other two conviction branches cannot be raised above adherence. Okay. The Emperor will guide us. Thousands of needles, I don't care. Lashile, I'm gonna call it Lashile. We're sticking with Lashile. Lashile can sit there and bitch in the back of my mind for all I care about. Just like Harry Dresden, I know I'm in control and I will ignore her. I am the master of my mind, not her. I skipped that dialogue because I double tapped the key. That's okay, we have the logs. We can look at the logs in a minute. It was probably just an action thing of like, we run through the flames. A new strength through the veins despite the wound's body is ready. The Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. And we have cleansed ourselves of Lashile.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
I really want to see what the log says about the action I just skipped through by accident. Let's not use my keyboard to pick options, considering I can double tap keys.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said, that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Idira Tlas is doubled over in a fit of nausea. Okay, so she's not protected by the Emperor. Everyone else is burned to death, but she's sick. She's feeling ill. The Emperor protects Seneschal.
Indeed he does. Oh, if I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
She was a fucking apparition, you dipshit.
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
See? Argento managed to reword what I just said into a more polite way.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord's Captain standing there in the fire? Abala, you tell her.
How do you not understand the concept of hallucinations, illusions, and apparitions? How do you not understand that, Adira? You're a psycho.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smouldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Do I want to lean into being okay. This is definitely a me question on how I want to roleplay this character. Do I want to lean into being like fervently dogmatic now? Or do I want to build up to it as we do things? It's like undeniably true that the Emperor does protect us. And the reason I'm asking that to myself now is, if we go with no element holds power over the righteous, that makes it sound very ecclesiacal leaning. But the other two options are more like realistic, you know? Like, we're not fully convinced yet, but we're on the path. We'll let Abelard help us up. We're not so proud that we don't take help from others.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
Well, not everyone who was behind me followed on. I like this one. I loathe being late for an engagement.
Nothing good ever comes of such rashness. Yet it appears that the Emperor favors you. Be that as it may, your wounds are highly worrying.
I just realized this is Edelthrad that's talking to me. For some reason I thought it was some other special ship soldier guy. He's beginning to succumb to the taint of the warp. Can I figure what the influence is from this? Scale, screeching quality, that's very bird-like. That seems to line up with Tzeentch. So, I mentioned Nurgle earlier with the Navigator being the one for, like, disease. Tzeentch is knowledge and fate and that sort of weird thing. If you've played Space Marine 2, the Thousand Sons, spoilers, the Thousand Sons, they're devout followers of Tzeentch, and the pink horrors that turn up, the Zangors, they're all part of Tzeentch. The way that Tzeentch gets you is he tempts you with knowledge, with information, that you have just a bit more power, that you can do just a few more things, just as long as you swear fealty. And then you turn into a bird. Well, you can turn into many things, but the greater demon of Tzeentch is represented by a giant bird man thing. You don't seem to be in the best shape yourself, Edelthrad.
Notice the signs of my blessing, have you? Yes, the warp is taking its toll. But I'm still sane and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the von Valencius bloodline to the end. And if the price is the eternal curse of mutation, so be it.
I can fight for the time being.
Then let us steal our souls. Our greatest trial awaits. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
About 2 hours ago.
It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the breach. Kunrad Voigtveer was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
I'll go check on Theodora.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be.
Got it.
Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
See you there, Edelthrad. Okay, what was the thing that we skipped by accident? I was right, it was just the action of running through the flames. Okay. No loot on the map. Deck Enforcer, that was what I was trying to think of. Not military ship person. Winters has... I have a fresh injury.
I know how to take risks.
That makes sense because of what we've just done. That's right, you're my Medicaid right now.
Feeling of wonder.
I won't forget this.
Thank you, sister. Can I crack this door, see what's behind it? Yes, I can. This seems to lead somewhere.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay, that's the way to leave. I don't want to go that way yet. What have we got in here? Stuffed. Let's ransack this bit a little bit later because there's still loot over this way. Nothing in here by the looks of it. But there was, what was it, scrap metal by here? Fire selector mods. I don't know if that's legal. That might be in breach of some sort of law. If only we had some magnificent mind that understood how the Lix Imperialis worked, we'd know for certain. Surely we'll never find anyone that's like that. Profane blades? Excuse me? Crack that door. Alright, what do we got? Ooh, goggles. +3 the logic. And machine right set. I like how it's a sensor. Hold on. It's a monkey wrench, a sensor, and oils. Who's my best logician? Once again, everyone's on 30, so you know what? Oh, it's helmet or... Okay, okay. Adira, I like the idea of you wearing goggles. They look dumb as hell. She weirdly reminds me of Cortez from the Time Splitter series.
Keep your wits about you.
Can I not interact with this? Generators, plasma conduits. Yeah, fun things. Alright, I think we've stolen everything. Time to see if when we leave, it gives me the option to steal everything I didn't pick up. It does, so we don't need to individually loot corpses. If I see someone who's fancy, we'll steal that, but otherwise, we don't care. What happens if cargo capacity is above? Wait, does it just make another one? Ranged weaponry. Okay, it just makes another one. Oh, we have to sell whole containers. I see, I see. Lord Captain's quarters. So far, I'm really enjoying this. I don't... How do I compare this to the other Owlcat games? Wrath of the Righteous, I feel like, had the same sort of, like, go on it. It wasn't a particularly slow start, and it got going pretty quick, and then it was, like, intense. The first dungeon you hit is really early on. This feels somewhere between Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous in terms of how it's handling things. It's not as slow to then pick up as Kingmaker is, although admittedly that does sort of start you off with the same thing where your staying has been invaded and you need to go and stop the invaders. But it also isn't the same intensity as Wrath of the Righteous. So she's dead. Everyone have a look around, see if you can find out who she named as the heir. Was it me?
Is there money to be made?
What a voice line to have after I crack that joke. I want to go have a look at her in a second. I want to have a look around the room first. What are you supposed to be? Bizarre fragment of a trophy board. It's just some giant rock. I guess she really did love her crystals. Let's have a look at her. I saw that for a second there, so she got caught by surprise.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
So she's keeping an eye on the Arch Militant.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
A complaint I have in a lot of games, I brought this up in Baldur's Gate 3, is when a character is clearly supposed to be screaming either in rage or any other emotion, normally they sound like they're capping it. Normally it's not an unfettered, pure primal scream. Idira just hit that correct sort of scream, and I love it. Baldur's Gate 3, you hit Barbarian stance, and everyone sounds like they're just, ah! Not a single one of them, as far as I heard, ever sounds like they're genuinely angry. Genuinely entering a rage. Even Karlak, who's supposed to be the designated barbarian, she just goes, ah! Which... every time it sounds like a cat scream, it reminds me of that one scream from Outriders that's in, like, the first 20 minutes of the game. If you want to hear that one without any spoilers, look up Outriders Scream, and you're looking for, like, a 20-second cutscene where a guy tries to save a woman from being sucked into the air and being vaporized, and he fails, and the scream is basically the exact same as, ah! There's, like, no emotion to it whatsoever. It is just completely capped. But uncapped, like, screams when they... That was good. I like that one, Idira. Still doing a great job.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidship.
I doubt it. He said that he wanted to make us suffer.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last.
Yeah, but Mort is all the way over here. She's by here. If there was a firefight or something happening here, Mort would have been closer to her. Mort's position like he's watching over this area, or having a firing lane on over here. We'll analyze this more in a minute, but I don't think it was Voight. What was his name? Voidvir.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
The elements of surprise.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
I'm curious on Mort first. Because why is he so far away from Theodora? Auto pistol. Hold up. An auto pistol shot went through Mort's forehead. They were caught by surprise. Oh, I'm gonna do it again, aren't I? In all the other RPG playthroughs we had, when we saw something that was like, this is going to be answered later on, I posed a theory, and later on I was usually pretty close to the mark. An auto pistol shot went through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor. Safety on the weapon was off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. So they're caught by surprise. And it was an auto pistol that went through Mort's forehead. Let me look at Theodora's body before I say my theory. Not looking for confirmation when I say the theory. Don't say anything in regards to it. If it's right, just sit there and laugh at the screen. Cause of death is apparent. It was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one. Bears the expression of surprise. Okay. I said earlier that Theodora wanted Idra and the Sister of Battle to be with her. And then I asked the question when the Sister of Battle turned up, why is she not with Theodora? She came equipped with an auto pistol. They're both dead from surprise. I think, for reasons that I don't know yet, I think the Sister of Battle for some reason has killed Mort and Theodora. Unless it was Voight, whatever his name is, Voigtner, and he has an auto pistol, in which case I guess the theory that he turned up and then went bang bang and it worked pans out. I mean, he is a psyker. He could have had enhanced reflexes. He could have done things to make Mort slower. There are ways around it, but the two, it's between those two. If Voigtner doesn't have an auto pistol, I think it was Argenta, and if I'm right on Argenta, I really want to know what made her shoot a rogue trader that she's supposed to be friends with. We're gonna work our way from the top to the bottom. Idira touched Theodora. Give me some more information.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Inspect the shards. I'm going to inspect the shards, then let her touch them. An object fell on the floor, that much you can ascertain. I don't see any shards physically, though. The shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if submerged in promethium, which is fuel, yeah. flamers of any variety. They use promethium. If you've played Space Marine 2, you may remember that there's an operation specifically where you go to a promethium field and detonate it in order to take out a huge chunk of swarm. Idira, touch the shards, please.
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Okay, this is adding fuel to my theory. I want more information before I elaborate.
Tainted witchcraft.
Oh! So we know that Conrad is involved with warp stuff. He's a psyker and he said that he now works for the Dark Gods. And this had something to do with Conrad and Lady Theodora and something dark and enormous. And Argenta has said tainted witchcraft, and you don't know if the remark is at the glass shards or Idira herself. Was Theodora experimenting with something heretical in front of Argenta, and Argenta went, "Fuck that," and hit full auto and just blammed the room out? That would do it. That, given how devoted she is, she's a sister of battle after all. If that would be enough to... That'd be enough. A sister of battle would absolutely turn around and shoot you if you started doing something heretical. And I was wondering what it was that Theodora had, because she said she had something to let her keep an eye on the navigation and the bridge at the same time. I was like, oh, maybe she has like a camera system or something, but maybe she had like a scrying orb, and that's very... By the way, ads arriving in 40 seconds. I'm going to inspect the papers. Handwritten letter with a seal. Man, that's a tongue twister I wasn't expecting. Reports, accounts, dispatches. Go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that's starkly different. Signed with the initials XC and a symbol vaguely familiar. That could be a seal of different things. That could be ecclesiarchy, that could be the administratum, that could be inquisition, that could, if we read the letter, I'll probably be able to figure out the context. But I want to leave the letter until sort of the ads turn up, because it gives us something to look at during the ads without skipping anything core important, I guess. But who else could have seals? I guess it could be one of the other rogue traders. She did say there were 2 others operating in the area. She could have been invited by one of them, and that might be why we're on the way there. It could also be maybe Mechanicus. It could be like an Archmagos has been like, I have been digging inside of this rock, and I have found that there is data. Come, get the data. And then the rogue trader's like, sure, I want it for 40%, to basically turn it into Shark Tank or Dragon's Den or whatever your localized thing of present a project before business people and then they invest in it. Anyway, let's read a letter. Esteemed Theodora, a change of circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. So far this is looking like it might be along the lines of Administratum or Mechanicus. Forthwith upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, depart for the Rykad system. One of your acolytes, Interrogator Hyrix van Kalox. Oh, this is an Inquisitor. Before I can even get any further in the letter, this is an Inquisitor. Because, and this is where the Dark Heresy knowledge is kicking in, what happens is that an Inquisitor has a team, and in Dark Heresy you play the part of the team, and you go around investigating and looking into different things like, oh, we think these people are worshipping a heretical cult, we think there's something with gene stealers over here, we think there's this, that, and the other going on. Something weird, go have a look. One of the job is the weird way to say it, but one of the classes, I guess, that you can be, I'm pretty sure is called Interrogator, and I'm pretty sure across the board, everyone is referred to as an acolyte by the Inquisitor. So this has come from the Inquisition, which is... Ooh. That's a department you definitely don't want to mess with. Anyway, Heinrich von Kalox operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furibunda system aboard your ship. On footfall, the Interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress the nature of Interrogator Van Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Von Kalox, I'm going to keep messing up his pronunciation of the last name until I hear someone say it in-game. He will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you. Yeah, this is from an Inquisitor. I'm pretty sure that might be the seal of the Inquisition right there in the bottom right. Oh, so this sort of puts a big shadow on the idea that maybe she was doing something heretical. Unless she's trying to save face and not be investigated by an Inquisitor. But then why would you willingly take... Well, I guess she's not willingly, she's being sort of compelled to by the Inquisition. Which is very difficult for an Inquisitor to do, but they can do it. She might be trying to not get investigated by the Inquisition, but again, big shadow onto the theory of who killed her, because you'd still have a member of that Inquisition on board. That's very risky. I like the detail of the 2 purity seals on the bottom. Oh! Look at me. I got it. It was Inquisition. Signed with the seal of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition. That is a very broad stroke explanation of what they do, especially considering there's 3 branches. The secret police of the Imperium is definitely one way to word it. Hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Yeah, because the 3 branches, if I remember right, are the Ordo Xenos, which is dealing with aliens. Death Watch are part of Ordo Xenos, and you start as Death Watch in Space Marine 2. Ordo Hereticus is... well, they deal with heretics. And then Ordo Malleus, I believe, is the demons, specifically. Yeah, and then Ordo Malleus have a dedicated section of Space Marines that are kept sort of secret knowledge from the rest of humanity, known as the Grey Knights. If you want to know more about them, there's a game called Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters, where you play as the Grey Knights, so that will help sort of elaborate and elucidate on that topic. We'd best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
We've tried searching, but I've exhausted the dialogue options, Adira.
Adira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Steal everything she has. Let's go. We have a cape. +5 fellowship for each enemy within a 2-cell radius. I mean, I already have a cape, but I'll happily take another one. Just because it gives fellowship if anyone gets too close. Which, considering I have what I can best describe as a 40k Beretta... yeah, that would be a Beretta shotgun, wouldn't it? The, what is that, M1014? It really is, isn't it? Yeah, this could actually pan out to be pretty good for me. I just have to be more aggressive in my movements. Theodora's Rosary. Plus 10 to Commerce and Lore Imperium. We know who's wearing that one. That's right, I'm wearing some nifty beads. Now, Commerce is doing really well. Let's look at her just to look at her. Yeah, caught the victims by surprise. Yeah, I'm not going to keep mentioning my theory at this point. If I see more things that elucidate to it later... Hello? That seems nice. We can't be crit for the first 3 rounds of combat? How does it look? Oh, it's gold-plated? Oh, it's very fancy. Oh, it's not necessarily just gold-plated. It's got, like, other bits to it as well. Stick with this because you need the armor value, but you... You or Abelard, one of the two. Oh, it can't be you. It has to be a dogmatic, so it has to be you. Yeah, as dumb as that might look on you, stick with it. Especially because I'm going to be relying on you. Found an item going to be equipped by characters of a certain conviction. I'm aware. Thank you. Thank you for the tooltip, though. Nothing over here, nothing over here. No more loot. No more loot. Okay, we're good to leave.
I always have a backup plan.
You know who didn't have a backup plan? The 2 people in the room we just left. That's a combat servitor with a flavor. Ruh-roh Reggie. Ruh-roh Reggie. Let me know about this. 80% armor. Oof. Combat servitors. So I mentioned about servitors earlier that they tend to be equipped with whatever and they do tasks, but you can get them in combat. In combat, they will have things like heavy bolters, multi-melters, heavy flamers. This seems to be equipped with... I hope to God that is not a multi-melter because it looks like it. Fuck off. Okay. That dies first. And if we're lucky, it explodes. When does it move? Combat Servitor goes after every one of our characters does. Got it. We might be able to bring this down in one go. I'm hoping we do. It's in a very good position for us just to wreck its face. Abelard, however, is going to be doing the equivalent of fuck and all. Because I'm not having him into melee. I guess he could run over against these guys. I guess he could. He can go here. Don't start battle. Don't start battle. That's not how we lock these guys in. I need to be in a good position as well, with some heavy cover. We also need to spread out a little bit. Idira, I don't like you being by there, but I do like you being by here. Argenta needs to move over. Argenta doesn't have enough movement for there. Idira, get behind this. So the problem is that if he shoots, he will barbecue these people, but we're hoping to bring him down before that becomes a problem. Idira is the last one to go, so she is finishing this thing. Hopefully. And if we get a good lightning arc, we can kill 2 cutthroats at least. Everyone's positioned as good as I can get them. Let's go. Brings up the idea of armor, because this is where we have to worry about deflection. It didn't have deflection, did it? No, it just reduces by 80%. I'm gonna charge you. Yeah, because you have a good chunk of health.
Victory is imminent.
And then we're going to cleave.
It will be done.
Good work, Abelard. Okay. then you need to definitely tank up. So now, if the combat servitor picks Abelard, we're fine. If it moves or anything, we're maybe not fine. I mean, I guess we get a free hit. He'll walk through that square, I guess. Maybe. We'll see. Winters. Just out of interest, how's the shotgun looking for you? Oh, I'm feeling it, but we're not doing it. If I right-click, does that get rid of it? Thank you. Okay, voice of command on Argenta. And then... Okay, we can bring it down, and then we can fire a shot, so we're gonna massacre this group. That's not the right one. Shift. You could fire your 2 shots now? I didn't even consider that one. Anyway, yeah, pick this as primary. I mean, it's going to reduce most of your damage to nothing, but every little bit helps. Go for it. And then if we do this, it's going to be a 1 AP, which we don't have. I'm fine with how we did this. Because that's 2 dead by there. The shotgun can clean up some damage onto you, hit some more onto the combat server. But did we really do anything to the combat? No, we didn't. Shame. Kind of. I need the shot to go a different way. Yeah, I need the shot like this.
I'll make it up. Your end was inevitable.
So we've done some damage to that, but we've also taken out these guys right here. Servitor is probably going to get to hit an attack out, which is a shame, but we'll deal with it when we have to. You functionally do nothing to this guy, but you could potentially over-penetrate and take out someone behind.
Doubt is for the...
How many more do I need? Have you not killed 3 enemies? I thought you killed these 2. Guess not. I guess we could run and gun and hope that we get another few hits into the cutthroat to then hopefully get through for this.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Alright, we've got this ready to fire off on her turn so she keeps the 10 and gains hopefully some crit. That's down to 37. We're not going to be able to kill that in one go with Idira, I don't think. 2 exploits. That would reduce the armor by 15 plus 7. Where's the multiplier kicking in? Perception bonus divided by 3. Okay. Analyze.
On it. Ah!
So that's 3. That'll be 18% less armor. How are we looking for damage? 3? God, that sucks. Let's strip that down.
Was that you? Or...
So now you're looking at 62%. So we should be doing more damage across the board with everybody, but... Yeah, that brings it up to 4-4. This is way better, though. Hit you with a scream.
Will do.
In theory, we can drop you on the next go around. I just need to see who's going to cook. Looks like going for Abelard.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
you explode when you die? I hope you don't explode when you die. But there's only one way I'm gonna find out. Target's too close, that's okay. I'm gonna walk over to here.
A tactically sound approach.
Glad you didn't get to react to that.
I will do my duty.
Problem is, he's now kind of in the way if we do any firing. We're gonna get really close. Go again.
Back and call.
And then
Victory is imminent.
Endure? I probably should have endured rather than doing this one. I mean, it's the same. I just would have had the extra wounds. Oh, I know what I'm doing. Voice of command on Adira.
As good as done.
Bring it down on Adira.
But of course.
Because it's not your next turn yet.
On it.
Down to 59. I mean, it's still reduced it. It was either going to be that or we did Psychic Shriek. Psychic Shriek might have killed it, but I thought we'd be able to bring it down even further with Adira. It's a shame. Depending on angles, I might be able to get a shotgun blast off that might do something here.
Let's make some opportunities.
That's a good angle.
I'll see to it, but
12, we've got a crit. That means when Adira walks over here... Argenta, wrong one. I need to... Reload is 3 action points. One shot does 3 to 5. Let's... Revel in the slaughter. 85% chance. If we get a crit, it's dead. We get nothing. We're about to cook everyone. Oh, wait, no, we have a deer after this. We're fine. 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 I could also just do this.
Faith without deed eradicated.
Good level up, everybody. Okay. Oh, I get options. Finest Hour. An officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP and MP during the extra attack. There's... Okay. So I now have 2 options for granting turns. Finest Hour is probably a better one to throw onto Argenta than bring it down, but it depends on the AP cost. Full AP and MP with no attack limit means we could just sit there, we could do run and gun, and then we just empty her magazine completely. Her turn rolls around, she then reloads and goes again. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Choose a talent. Oh wow, I got options. This is where I unfortunately have to do a lot of reading. Commanding voice, the range is improved by +3, the range is now +6. I didn't realize there was a range limit, that's probably the good one to pick. When an officer uses an ability on an ally, gain a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 4, so that's probably the fellowship bonus, right? Resolve. Okay. Gain temporary wounds. More resolve as you go. Improves resolve by 3, so that'll be good in conjunction with focus. And then we have things over here we don't really care about, I guess. That's for melee buffs. Whenever you use voice of command or bring it down for the first, so it's either or for the first time, ability costs 1 less AP. I think that means we could fire off voice of command for free. Air of Authority, that's a something. Tank your defenses. Half of the bonus gained lasts until the end of combat. Doesn't stack with itself or the bonus is granted, but does count as an officer ability for the purposes of other talent effects. I like that we can give a lasting bonus, because that means that Argenta doesn't take such a big dip in performance after the start. We get more of a consistency out of that one. Whenever the officer uses 2 officer archetype that doesn't grant an extra turn in 1 round, the officer gains the stand witness effect. The officer archetype ability that does not grant an extra turn will also affect the officer. Okay, so we get to share the buffs around, basically. If we attack, we gain fellowship. Grants movement point to the target, also gain half of it. Grant action point, also gains +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained until the end of combat. This gives all AP, which is 4, so that'll be a +4 bonus. Additional movement if they start next to me, which would be good if we have Abelard start next to me, but we don't at the moment. Deal officer and allies with the voice of command effect deal +15% damage to enemies that haven't acted, so that's really good for clearing the board at the start, which is kind of what we're doing with, well, what we did there with the combination. +10 willpower, +10 fellowship when they have less than 50% health. We also get an additional +10/+10 after using any ability with a target who also has less than half health. The 2 sets of bonuses stack with each other but do not stack with themselves. The officer can only have +20, +20. Okay. These are the origins. Okay, this is the origin stuff. Plus under 40%, we gain +10 to all character. I feel like this is better probably to take later on. If no one else has the same archetype, we get a cheaper thing in the first round of combat. In each combat. Okay. This is the one where we set the law to 0. We probably won't take this at any point. Ready to serve seems interesting. We can boost resolve with any ability we use. Everyone else gains +5 characteristic. Everyone else gains +5 fellowship. This is because we're Astra Militarum. These are base skills. Bolt Weapon Expert is +10% armor penetration. That's nice. Allows you to use bolt weapons. Okay. Heavy weapons deal +1 damage, +10%, +1 and +10%, and ignore 2 armor. Requires heavy weapon proficiency. What do these do? May improve any trained characteristic even if the archetype or origin doesn't allow it. Okay. There's dual weapon combat, which lets you use 2 weapons at once, but again, I kind of want to see if there's like a hotshot lasgun. If there's not, we're going to go with like a bolt gun or a plasma gun or something. Dueling mastery, bonus to parry. There's flame. Reduces it to 1 AP. Nice. Reduces the strength value for heavy weapons by 25. I don't remember what the strength requirement is in the pen and paper, but dropping it by 25 is probably a good idea. Las Weapon Expert? Oh, interesting. I can have a dodge reduction with las weapons. Does Melter +4 damage, Plasma Expert, +2 maximum. Power armor is a thing in this, okay. And this tightens the range so we get more consistent damage from a solid projectile. I think what we're going to do here is we're going to go voice, commanding voice. Because having more range means I don't have to be as risky with your placement. Okay, Abelard. Daring Breach. The warrior immediately restores all AP, MP, gains 3 MP until the end of turn. They do not lose the MP, has no limit on melee attack. Ooh. So that'll be really nice if I just throw you into a group of enemies and you just start cleaving. What have you got here? Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior, the next melee attack against that enemy deals additional +5 damage. I wonder if that tracks it per target, or if it's only one target at a time. Melee attacks deal +3 to enemies that have no ally in adjacent cells. Is this based off of weapon skill? Agility. So this is if I'm trying to take down a solo thing. This is against purely ranged targets, as in people who carry guns, not melee weapon as well. If you have less than half health, you gain crit chance. Whenever the warriors attack the game, +1 stack of epicenter. At the start of their turn, +1 temporary wound cannot exceed 5. Don't like that too much. +1 damage deflection. The parry is increased by 25% of the total armor. Thick skin seems really good for durability. Each use of slash increases the damage dealt. What's crowd kill? Area attacks deal an additional +3 damage for each enemy in the area effect. This would affect cleave. This would help with cleave. There's 2 enemies in the area. That's... Assuming it's tracking the 2 enemies and not every enemy past the first, that would be +6 damage. Which is huge right now. Gain dodge, stacks up to 3 times, improves defense as well. Charge and slash don't affect the bonuses. Crazy. Deal more damage when used from a distance of 5. If there's no one next to the warrior at the start of the turn, the next melee attack is improved by 8. Charge and push increase the damage of range attacks made against them by 9% until end of combat. That's quite nice. That it means I can use Abelard to act as an opener. Charge improves its range. Charge and slash do not end the movement's warrior. The warrior's movement. Oh, so we could charge in. If we kill the target, then I can reposition. I kinda like that one. But I also know from the base game, as in like the pen and paper, that there's also a way just to flat improve the dodge. Chain weapon expert, +4 maximum damage would maybe be nice. What was it? Defensive maneuver? No, is it called... Oh. Yeah, that's useless. Is it this one? Plus 10% chance to dodge. We're not really going to be stacking agility with you, I think. So we'll keep that in mind. But for now... I'm not sure. There's some good options here. I feel like this one for the durability for now. And then we see how his killing potential goes. Because crowd kill is a good contender as well. Yeah, I think we're going to go thick skin. No. Yeah, go thick skin. Took a long time, didn't it? Operative, what do you get now? Dismantling. Inflict 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, and that makes a free attack against the target always hits until the end of combat. The target of the... Whoa. The target of this attack suffers -30 to armor, block, dodge, and parry, and everyone gains an exploit. Well, no, because then we get to make a free attack against a target. So one person loses the exploit, but we deal bonus damage to them. What else do you get? Oh, do I want to actually give you one of these, or do I want to give you something for psychic? Yeah, so we got Edge of Fate, Fate, Aftershock, and then the Psychic Powers by there. More Psychic Powers down by here. And then the generic down by there. Okay, let's look at the recommended first. Whenever you attack an enemy that has full wounds, the attack deals plus 14. That would be really nice with a lightning arc. Suppose weakness costs 0 AP, also very nice. Trigger an exploit on an enemy, gain +1 damage, +2% armor. Only applies to the first attack or projectile in a burst attack stacks. Okay. Expose weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower by 9. You're not really shooting, so I don't really care too much about the rest of this. Okay. I kind of want to improve your psychic. At the beginning of every combat, the Psycho's allies gain plus 15% chance to crit. That's pretty nice. This gives Armor Pen, which we can hand around through the prediction thing that improves dodge, which would be very nice. Every 9th successful dodge or parry, everyone gets +2 AP. The first dodge of every enemy has a higher chance to fail. Removes a crit. These psychic powers by the look of it. Every time these deals mental damage from any source other than Aftershock, this suffers half as much mental damage at the end of their next turn. So we basically apply damage over time. That's nice. More likely to get more attacks through if we succeed. Against any of the Psycho's powers, they suffer an additional +6 direct damage every time they suffer mental damage until... Could we stack Aftershock with Mind Siege so that when we deal the half damage from here, it also... I guess it depends on what direct damage counts as. Cannot be reduced by target's parameter bonuses is wild. Pain Channeling. I'm seeing some really good damage options here. I think I want to keep Adira as my, like, kill this guy thing, whereas Argenta's like, clear the board as easily as you can. Dodge and parry. Stacking penalty for every 6th use of a power. An additional +10 is nice. Damaging Psycho Power, the 6 or further away, the target suffers an additional +3. Psycho Minoris. Oh, this is the Psi level. Okay. There you go. Okay, so sanctioned Psychos in this game, they can improve their Psi levels sooner than unsanctioned. Got it. This turns her into mobile artillery. Alright, I'm thinking we take, like, Mind Siege, because once we deal damage, we can keep it going. And then after that, we'll probably pick up Aftershock, so that when we deal the damage, it kicks through, and then I can see if these two feed well, not feed into each other, because that'd be infinite loop. But if, Aftershock gets amplified by Mind Siege... Yeah, this one. This one is delayed, which is a bit of an Aftershock. We'll go Aftershock. they're both delayed, but like I can get more use out of one because if I know the damage over time is on the target, I can ignore it for a second and then just let it tick down. Soldier, what have you got? Firearm Mastery. Ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire using the weapon attack that only costs the least AP. So this means you can single shoot 4 times. So at the end of the turn, the first attack against each new enemy scores an auto crit. Soldier immediately reloads their weapon. I'd have to see this in use to gauge this, but this could be useful. Very useful. What have you got for abilities? Reach adjacent ally, deal more damage. Simple. Better cover. Deal damage. Their crit damage is improved by 1% until the end. After you deal damage to 3 different targets, deal 18% more damage to the next attack. Reloading costs 1 AP. First reload is free. %, crit chance, 16% against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover. So I'm assuming the way this works is if we're in cover and we shoot an enemy and they're not in cover, they take extra chance to go poof. Demolition uses intelligence instead. Oh, no, this is using the demolition instead of intelligence. Okay. Second attack in a turn deals 15% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage yet. Okay. First hit for each range burst attack deals additional damage equal to the weapon's current rate of fire. I am using burst a lot. Air attacks gain armor pen and ignore deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius. Damn. Revel in the Slaughter is used after 2. Ooh, that could be nice. That could be very nice. Medium armor doesn't reduce dodge, can be nice. Damage by area attacks. I don't care about that yet. We don't really do area attacks. Whenever you dodge or use cover against an enemy's attack, they gain guaranteed crit. What do we got over here for your special things? Melee, flame, and melt attacks against demon psychers have additional. All enemies in the area affected the Warhammer of Hero Societal. What? Shield of Faith. Plus 12% armor against attacks and block damage. Devotee gains 3% chance to ignore any attack is crazy. I kind of want to give her Bolt Weapon Expert now. We'll key that in right now. Because that means she doesn't worry too much about enemy armor values. So she deals more damage. The only other thing I might give her is... maybe Unpredictable. Or Muzzle Velocity. But Armor Pen is a flat 10% improvement to damage. That's what I'm considering here. And then that's other bolt weapons as well. Does mean I kind of lock her into using bolt weapons for the time being, but if we see anything nice later on, we can pivot pretty easy. Rapid reload we'll wait and see because we've just got Firearm Mastery. Fired Up could be nice with the guaranteed crits, but it's going to take a hot minute to get to that point. We'll go with this. I don't think there's a bad way to build a soldier by the looks of it, as long as you just keep damage in mind. Alright, that was enough time wasted on doing level ups, wasn't it? This is why I planned out the character creator for Winters earlier on. Oh, is there anything good on the Robo? Las pistols. Okay, so the armor reduction sucks. Dodge reduction is nice though. Plus 5 toughness if the intelligence is less than 35%. 35 even. We'll take that, move all this over here and collect. Who has less than 35 intel? Everyone. Does anyone have enough toughness that they're gonna hop up one? No. We'll keep that in hand for now.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Let's get to the bridge. I think it's all fallen apart, but I could be wrong. This could be what the bridge is supposed to look like most of the time. Oh, Ethelthrad hasn't had the best of days.
That wasn't so difficult.
Gotta get that experience. Just of interest, where does it track my experience of the next level up? Here. Okay.
The first sacrifice opens the ark. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
Let's not fill you in on my theory. Theodora von Valencius is dead. Found her in the Arc Militant in the study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain. And the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
Argenta, get ready to put a bolt round in this guy's skull.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
There's still time for us to steer this out the warp, but first we must restore communications between here and the Navigator's Sanctum.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
That's right, stand up, buddy. We got combat to deal with. We gotta kill this guy. Taking a while to do your ritual, by the way. I'd probably speed it up a bit.
We are out of time.
Do I take the snarky option here, or do I just go straight into combat? I also don't like that his eyes are beginning to turn yellow. I don't think he's suddenly coming down with jaundice. I think it's probably about to become a problem. Let's scream that the death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead.
I knew it!
No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
That helps confirm my theory. Obviously, the game isn't going to confirm it anytime soon, is it? It's probably like way later, because it's like, who actually killed Theodora? But yeah, we got the theory.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Are you about to blow your own brains out because you're a psyker that's succumbing to the warp?
Ethelthrad, don't!
Do it!
ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Well, this sort of simplifies things, doesn't it? That's a yeah, it is a chaos spawn. Show me its stats. 75% armor. God, I'm glad I took that armor pen, the armor pen for Argenta right now. Natural armor, yeah, that's never going to be removed. Oh, interesting. It loses armor depending on how much health it has. So the more we wound it, the better. 70%, that's going to be 50% is 70. 25 will be 35. So when it hits about 100, when it hits about 100, that's going to drop down. It's going to be faster to kill as we go. What I'm probably going to do then is not fire off Argenta with the full combo that we have from the word go. We might use Adira instead so that she can bomb it from a distance, use it as a conduit for the other attacks, and then go from there. Because if we can reduce it that way, that means Argenta can use her turn just to hold the trigger down and let the weapon sing. What have you got? 3x3 Toxic Zone lasts for 2 rounds. Everyone within suffers 6 damage. Got it. Toughness test. If they fail, they start bleeding. Devour an ally. Well, if I kill all your allies, you can't do anything. Which... You're a 2x2, assuming this arcs out like this. I don't know if it arcs and then jumps, or if it arcs that way. That will take them. I could probably take you with a shotgun. Deals damage to the creature greater than 50% of the maximum wound, so if we try to burst this down, it's going to get stronger. Offensively. Staggered instead of stunned. Slowed instead of immobilized, and you'll also burn for damage over time. Okay, we have good options here. Winters, hardcover, Abelard, softer cover, Adira, hardcover. I do like that she has purple eyes, and Argenta. I'm gonna need you... I'd rather not give you the soft cover, but it's the best one I can give for the line of sight. Oh, there's other cultists on the wings. Okay, so it's not just these three, it is the group. Got it. Let's begin. It looks like we're going before everybody else. If I start dumpstering the chaos spawn from the word go, it's probably gonna go try to heal. I understand this, don't worry. Okay. Wait, I thought you had an ability that was like, hold on, is it just a modifier? Finest Hour? Oh, it's Heroic Act. I see. So we need to get to the Heroic Act, pop that to be able to go again. Let's go with the plan. Let's go Adira.
Who if not me?
Get your turn now.
I'll see to it personally.
Or get a turn now. Lightning looks like we're going to clear 2 of them. But you can't do anything else. How much is lightning doing? Functionally nothing to the spawn, but it's looking at getting to the other guys that I really want to do. This will do more damage to the spawn directly. The other thing I need to worry about is the Veil degradation. Oh, you know when you're close enough to better hit that one. Or that one. Why are you not able to? You can hit that one. 12 cell? That's 12 cell. You're telling me you only have line of sight to this guy? Okay. That heavily complicates things.
Not the Scryer's job.
Yeah, I don't believe you don't have line of sight, but I guess the game insists upon it. We could do this to kill a cutthroat. Abelard.
That is not my destiny.
Oh, I didn't mean to hit space twice. Kind of hard to tell where line of sight is then, if apparently you can't slot it through that gap.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Let's see.
Will do.
Apply the weaknesses. Thunderbolt.
Was
Cool. Yeah, I think if we clear out the cultists and then work on the spawn otherwise, we should be okay. Ideri, gonna have to give yourself... What is this called? Forewarning. Thank you. Argenta can do some damage here. What I'm thinking is... we do this, and we probably take out the cultists behind.
I'll do it.
Close. Throw on a running gun, just so we can do this again.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I mean, we brought it down to 110. I'm gonna do it. I don't... Okay, actually I do kind of care about momentum. High momentum allows him to use a heroic act. Or desperate measures. Desperate measure once per round. Once per combat. Okay. So it does cost, and then we refill and the cost improves. Target's too far away. We need you to sit tight then.
It will be done.
Because that has to come closer.
I serve the ruinous palace. Chaos guides me.
They're not gonna land a hit. Okay. Well, we can definitely clear it a bit better now. Those cutthroats are nowhere near. You're not gonna hit that shot, buddy. Speaking of shots, I can absolutely take that guy with a shotgun. So we're gonna do... I'm thinking. Who's bleeding, who's not? Bleeding. How am I not bleeding? You have a higher toughness. You're the same. You're the same. How are you bleeding? You failed that test? Really? Suffer damage. Can remove any source of healing. We'll let the bleed go through for now. Potentially against all better judgment. I'm thinking we ramp up Argenta now. Because we could probably use Abelard to lay the smack down later when the armor's much lower.
On it.
I could also Finest Hour, but I don't know if that's gonna... if I can stack it the way I want to. Let loose.
I'll do it. What is a threat?
Okay, what's your armor value now? 75? Is that because of the natural armor? %. So if we look at this, it says 55. Yeah, we're in the next bracket. Okay. Oh, we could Firearm Mastery now. Cost the least AP. They don't spend AP. We need to reload the gun anyway. Do it.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Because it sets her ready for her next turn.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
You missed. Yeah, kill that cultist in the back.
As the Emperor commands.
Yeah, you got nowhere to go for healing. You've got to go for us. How are you missing a giant tiger like this, Argenta? It's right in front of you. Thank you. Okay, it's ranged. I thought you could just, like, stand next to someone.
I've suffered worse.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Wait, you did that in your turn? Interesting. Huh. Well, can't shotgun from here. Didn't realize you could interrupt a turn like that. Did you interrupt? You did interrupt a turn like that.
On it.
Well, you're right next to it. You can't use any psychic powers. I mean, you can use this one. But that's risky at the moment. If we wipe, at least I know what I'm doing next time. We're now at full veil degradation. Let's just, expose that weakness.
Pain cleanses the body.
Just a minor setback.
High momentum.
How do you stand up? Oh, you're knocked prone completely.
I'll see to it personally.
Damage is damage, I guess.
My prescience has failed me. Will do. Was
At least we can use this to reduce its armor down, but
I need your Aegis.
they're both gonna drop out.
So that's what that feeling was about.
Straight away dead. Okay.
Stop mocking me.
Yeah, I didn't expect that thing to be able to interrupt the turn order, which is really what caught me off guard here.
I feel cold.
Don't you dare leave. I'll make it happen.
Yeah, we're gonna be wiping on this.
Can't accursed strategy will remain unused.
Okay. So now we know that this thing can interrupt. Why did it get to interrupt, though? That's the bit that's confusing me. I don't get why it had the interrupt. But I am going to need to kill the heretics. Okay. That means we also can't really give anyone... I guess we could give Argenta a first turn. But then we can't use Bring It Down later, which is... Oh no, we could use Bring It Down later as well. Oh, it's a voice of command we wouldn't be able to do again. We'll use Bring It Down for Argenta. And I'm going to have her rapid fire these two.
As the Emperor commands, I'm not the enemy.
Of course you managed to put a round into Adira. Right, you run over here. You can't see him?
No can do.
Alright, move over here then.
On it.
I need you stacking this then on them. You're shot, literally.
I'll do it. Eradicate it.
Okay, they're gone.
High momentum.
I think I can use you to slow down the Chaos Spawn, but it's going to be risky as hell.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed.
Fire off and endure. Then... well, yeah, you haven't got the movement to be able to do anything else, but... Alright, brace for impact as well, so you definitely survive the first whatever.
Death to the weak.
I've suffered worse.
Yeah, Abelard is able to keep it busy over there.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Man, I'm really annoyed that you can't apparently get line of sight through the railing over here.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. Who
Take
is
you.
not me? Another enemy down.
And then you can go for that one. I need someone to be able to take out you, which is the rough bit here. Abelard can keep that one busy. In fact, we're going to give Abelard Voice of Command, just so he's got some more durability. Nothing really Argenta can do back there. Adira could... we've already... oh, she's out of reach. She's one square ahead. Oh well. I was going to give Adira the thing so she could boost up Abelard's dodge and parry even more. She can do that herself.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Let's see. Yeah, why can't... If you could be here and see that, we could have killed that through that, but... Oh well, keep stacking that so that you can at least burst it down nicely. Or we could strip off all of its armor, that would also be really nice. One second. Why is that like that? Why is that like that? Hold on. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does... Oh. For some reason the filters are enabled for the chat on my end. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this, Twitch? I know it says something because I got caught by my chat filter for some reason. Sorry, at the spawn. Yeah, like, getting the turn in the middle is... threw me on that last one, but we're having Abelard just sort of hold the line here while I have issues with the line of sight system. But it's fine. Oh, I'm not tabbed in, that's why I'm not being able to move with that. Why the... Which button was it I was holding before? Unknown says, what issues? If I'm stood here looking through a fucking railing by here, I should be able to see a guy down by here. That's my issue. I can understand not seeing the guy over here, but like, over here, against here on this pillar, I should be able to see down here, but that guy is going to be a pain to get to. Let's see. Yeah, see, like, nothing over here draws the line over to him, even if I want to get up against the wall. But weirdly, he can be down here, which is down here, and he could fire a shot up to here. So, I guess I could run and gun you. Like, we can move, and then we can move. You're gonna get auto-attacked is gonna be the issue. You've got to make a run, like, this way. I'm gonna move all the way around the back of it, but that's okay. 68% chance, but I don't need to shoot the back of Abelard. I can't afford to go slow, so we are gonna run and gun you here. I don't want you to stack up like this. Running gun was a bad idea. I move forward one square. Hey, Abelard. Swing, I guess.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
And then endure, and then it's going to scream. No, it's going to try to kill Adira.
Called to me.
I've suffered worse.
Okay, so we've managed to figure out what we're supposed to do with Abelard.
Temporary setback.
Winters can get down here, shotgun that guy.
I won't stand for it. You never stood a chance.
Adira ain't surviving anything. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna hit her turn, she's just gonna dissolve into acid, isn't she? Not quite. You can move out though. What are we up to for stack? 7? Ooh. Stack it. I'm gonna have Agenta try to heal you.
Let me tend to your wounds.
Just in time.
Oh, now you can draw line of sight on this guy over here, the super freak. It's 34% chance. Granted, that's because you're exhausted right now.
I'll do it.
Sure. We need that guy gone so I can rip into the Chaos Spawn. Come on. It's a 1 in 3 and we got it. Put them into the spawn.
For you, my Emperor. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
That's until end of combat, right? That's until end of combat. Okay.
Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Can't charge because we're right next to it. Okay, yeah, that is tied up with Abelard. This is how the combat's supposed to go. Scream, I dare you. Okay, now we can unload. Agenta?
I'll see to it personally.
I want this thing fucking dead.
I'll make it happen.
The issue here is the recoil, so if we aim here, 68%, but we can still rip through it.
As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen.
What armor are you at now? 55?
It's as good as done.
Ooh! Nice. Tear it.
Was that you?
I probably should have, sent Adira first to do the weakness, but on the other hand, its armor's now 35, 94 health. Scream it. Yeah, scream it. And then, who needs durability? Let's give it to Argenta. Well, not durability, but like evasion. Give me 1 second, let me get comfortable. Unknown says, yeah, that one is the one they have issues with too. They hate it. And by the way, they said sorry because they were meant to type this out too. Sorry they disappeared. Their back gave out. They've been on the floor. That's fine. If your back's given out and you need to look after yourself, look after yourself. I'd rather you be okay than watching. I don't know if that means you missed me say my theory. I don't know if you would have heard that one, because I think your headset is wired. And I don't think you use speakers at all. And Unknown says as well, the missus has been taking the piss. Did they help eventually? Or Unknown says most likely they've been gone a few hours. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick recap here. I'm going to give the things leading up to it and then the theory itself. So basically, when we got Argenta, I said, didn't Theodora say that she wanted Adira and the Sister of Battle with her, and that's why she went with Mort to her chambers to try and, like, get them or something? And then, the Sister of Battle turned up, and I was like, why is she here? I could have sworn Theodora was supposed to be with her. She trusts her. And we looked at her inventory, and I saw that she had the bolter and an auto pistol, and I called it, it's like a blicky with a switch. I remember making the joke about it. We get to the chambers, Mort is dead, she is dead, they're stood too far apart for it to be a firefight. Mort has apparently been killed after he flipped the safety to off, but before he could fire a shot, which he has a melter, you would be able to tell the damage. And Theodora has been killed with a look of shock on her face, like she's been taken by surprise. And I went, the first time I went, what are the chances, or I think the case is, that the Sister of Battle has turned up in the chambers, and for some reason killed Mort, then Theodora. And then when we did the investigating bit, there was like a crystal, and Adira touched it, and she went, oh, it Conrad and Theodora and a dark, malevolent being. And I immediately went, cool. So what's probably happened is the Sister of Battle was there. She and Theodora opens a drawer, pulls out some sort of orb or something to try and like communicate with the Navigator and the bridge at the same time. And then the sister went, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Bang, bang. And then that's why she turned up in the halls. Not looking for confirmation, again, just to repeat for anybody who's coming on that one. But my theory is, as I just said, that the Sister of Battle killed Theodora. And there was another thing that happened during that helped confirm it, and another thing here. While we were there, when we were investigating the shards, she said something to the effect of vile witchcraft, and then the little like filler text was like, you don't know if she's referring to the object or to Theodora. And I went, wow, wonder which one it's gonna be. We get here, we accuse Conrad von whatever the fuck of killing Theodora, and he goes, what do you mean? I didn't know she was dead. It's like, cool, so that narrows it from 2 to 1. And yeah, so I can't wait to see if I'm right or wrong, but I've got a running history in games where it's like, I see these things and go, it's that, and I'm usually like at least 70% on the mark. That said, it's the end of our turn for you. Is that a run and gun I see? Which is unfortunate because it means you won't be able to fire it and then single shoot, I guess.
Doubt is for the weak.
2 shots into you, thank you. Run and gun, so you can fire an additional single.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Brings you to half. Does that kill your armor even further? 40%. How low does it go for this again? 25 when you're under half wounds. Oh, you're not quite there. You are there, aren't you? No, not quite. But when you will be, you will be. That I know that doesn't make sense out loud, but trust me on it. Take a step back, Abelard. Charge it, because this might be enough to bring it below the threshold. And it isn't. Sucks. Swing.
It will be done.
Oh, it's wounded. There goes the rest of its armor. Now we just have to survive whatever it throws at us. Scream, and then... Ha! Get parried, freak. That 5 damage there is from the damage over time effect we gave Adira, so that's nice. It's dying this turn, I'm fairly sure. Unknown says they're going to say nothing. By the way, what choice did I make on the Rage with the Fire and the Theodora Demon? I went dogmatic. This character, I've decided, is going to slowly become more and more dogmatic as we see more and more evidence that the Emperor truly is with us. So we went dogmatic, and we got a nice funky helmet for it from Mort, I assume. And that's what Argenta is wearing right now with the, we won't question her eyes. We won't question it. I could give finest hour to Argenta. I could really make Argenta cook right now. No, I can't. We can make Abelard cook. I'm gonna make Adira cook. Yes.
I'll make it happen.
Bring it down. Because what I can do on her turn is... I'm going to hope that this stacks up over time. So like if I do it again, it goes again. So analyze enemies.
Will do.
And then go expose weakness.
But of course.
I brought it down to half. Yes! It's got no armor. Meet my boomstick. Oh, hold up. No, hold up. Hold up. Finest hour. Argenta.
Feel honored to witness this.
I'll do it.
Reload, because you kind of need to.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Thank you.
I'll see to it personally.
35 damage. Yeah, this thing dies. This thing dies. Stack it.
Will do.
6. We're touching right on the veil, so we can't do an attack here. But this would... it's risky. It's risky. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't give in to the temptation.
I'm not injured.
Because the bolt will be just as good. Unknown says, oh, I didn't go Arbite with my Rogue Trader. No. I wanted to do a military officer and sort of fit the idea of them being like Militarum Tempestus as opposed to Arbite. And besides which, we'll see Arbite later on anyway with the DLC character. Although I'll admit there's a lot of really strong options on that talent section it gives you. That if I was going for like a min-max sort of thing, it easily probably end up being Arbite.
I'll do it.
14 damage, I'll take that. Does mean it is going to survive this turn though, unfortunately. But we're going to make it suffer. And armor up.
Just need to tough it out.
That's fine. That's fine.
Time to redouble our efforts.
I mean, me falling over isn't fine, but this is.
What's
Oh, I got an achievement.
I can't catch my breath.
Characters lost consciousness reduced to 1-0 wounds. Yeah, I understand how unconscious works. Trauma, though. Traumas reduce the character's resolve and also additional negative effect. Can be removed and fully healed on the Rogue Trader's private quarters. That's fine.
Fate and fortune
what do we got?
favor the bold.
God damn it! I fell and hit my head. Oh, and we're functionally useless. Got it. But hey, yeah, I got an achievement. I think that was for... Let's move that out of the way. Did not let the Chaos Spawn consume it. Yeah, well, at the end of the prologue. Well, I mean, again, we would have got that the first time through anyway, but it got that action in the middle of my turn, so... Oh. But we made it.
I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Unknown says, yeah, they normally like to run officers, their Rogue Trader, but they have to try a new class. I have a feeling if I end up, and I'm not promising I'll do this, but if I do a stream playthrough for each of the DLCs, what I'm probably going to do for the next one is a regular soldier, because then I can go with the idea of like someone on the front lines would be a lot more iconoclast than dogmatic, because they're not really going to have faith in the Emperor given everything they've seen. They're more likely to be there to try and help out their fellow man and just get through the day than faith in the Emperor. And then the third DLC, we're probably going to go Heretic. Probably. We'll see. But again, I can't promise any of those playthroughs. It depends how long this takes. Depends when those come out. Depends what I'm doing at the time. There's a lot of it depends. Unknown says, there is one bit of advice I'd like to give, though, in case I make them a complete buff character. I would like to make mistakes. If I end up making it too focused on buffs, that's on me. And there's probably going to be, just like in every other Pathfinder game, a character that will let me respec 3 times for free. So if it ends up being that I go one way and it sort of works but not very well, I'll probably just revise it, go again, and we'll see if it improves. We'll learn along the way. And Unknown asks, have I not got the DLC turned on? I got the DLC turned on. They're all turned on. Well, I say all, there's 2 of them. Speaking of characters and stuff, Jesus. Unknown asks what difficulty? Daring, which is why I just got that achievement for not letting the Chaos Spawn eat anybody. That's right, I went daring on my first playthrough. Let's go! Bold move for sure. What do I even get for Grim Determination? What does this do? 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. Nice. Cool. Shame that I fell over and broke my elbow. Which kind of mirrors me in life. Archetype. Officer. What's this? I get to improve my fellowship? Yes, please. This brings it to a 55. Nice. What does this do? Oh, common talent. So I don't have to waste... Interesting. So I can pick up the stuff that isn't class specific here instead. What's this one? Available talents. Available abilities, common talents, characteristics, skills. Got it. Okay, I see how this works. Let's see. I kind of feel like taking Better to Die for the Emperor. So then we get the +10 when I'm dropped down below. Never taking No Heresy. Everyone gains +5. I don't think so. Again, stuff here is regimental tactics. So I don't feel like using any of this. Oh, wow. I should have got this sooner. If we pop Argenta's ability, I get +5 to everything. It's very nice. What else have I got down here? I don't think there's anything down here I really want now. We can pick up heavy weapon proficiency. Maybe nimble, since we're sort of going for a dodge build. God, I say that reminds me of when I used to play Payday 2. Hello, 80% dodge. Don't mind if I do. Until reductions. Abelard, what have you got for me? I've already taken thick skin. I think maybe crowd kill? Is there anything else here? Also, I've damage deflection is the first attack made by everybody. Gain dodge if you do take damage. Gain armor if you don't attack. Gain armor against a target for 1 round when you hit them. Whenever you're hit, your damage reduction is improved. Maybe this one? Oh, this actually, we might take Impetus. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Impetus. Charging in, and then we can sort of build around a charge, so he's already durable, just sit in front of the enemy to beat their face in. Weapon skill doesn't become improved, toughness doesn't become improved. We're gonna go with weapon skill still, though. So he's more likely to parry. Strength effect damage, it does. Okay. Adira! Hello. You need... allegedly, you take intelligence, but I don't trust that. Perception would be nice. That does give you a boost across the board. And then here, we're going to... I'm probably going to go Fatebringer just to improve your armor pen. Or we could get another Psychic... Oh, Mind Siege, because... then you improve the damage you deal, and then we're dealing more with Aftershock. I want to see if Aftershock does improve with this. So we're sort of making it into damage over time with some buff, which I quite like. Very World of Warcraft Warlock. Here, Ballistic Skill. Easy. Here, though... this isn't a common talent. This is just talent. Common talent. I'm going to wait until we get to common talent. I do want to give her heavy weapon. Where was it? Heavy weapon proficiency. But that's going to be 2 levels from now. For this one, let's give you... The cover seems like a good idea. A flat 8% crit chance bonus, but we also normally have her in cover. Let's go unpredictable. Unknown asks if I have a heavy weapon. No, but I'm considering ahead of time what I want to try and do with some of these characters. And because it's very thematic for her to have a multi-melter, or just a melter, a heavy flame, or a flamer, those sort of things in general, what I'm probably going to end up doing is giving her a multi-melter or a heavy flamer. Or, if I don't like those, maybe a heavy bolter, considering she already has a bolter, but maybe moving her to being like heavy fire support like that. I haven't really looked at these 3 classes. I don't want to look at these until we unlock the 2nd tier. Outside of knowing that Overseer is an option. Who can become an Overseer, actually? I can be an Overseer. You can't. You can. Makes sense. Your psychic thing says it can be affected by familiar. You can't. But you can be an Arca Militum. Again, I don't look too much into that until we actually unlock it. But yeah, if we have her in the party and we keep doing that thing where I go, have some action, do some shot, have your turn, do some more shots, I can very easily see her becoming just sort of kill thing, please, and she goes, ah, and just kills them. But we will have to see. I would say it depends on gear as to which way we take her on that one, but thematic-wise, multi-melter or heavy flamer, I think are the contenders that I'm liking at the moment. Don't even get to loot the spawn after all that. Who is Eurac Montague? Oh, probably the fucking helmsman, isn't he? Got a bridge officer over there. Do I actually have loot? What is the icon for this again? Important character or point of interest. Well, that's probably... Okay, that's the guy I gotta go talk to. Let's go talk to him.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Hey, do you know where I can go get my arm fixed? Oh, no, you're the Master Helmsman.
He sacrificed himself
to save the entire dynasty.
A noble deed. Let the crew offer prayers for the hero who renounced his impure life in the name of humanity.
Fire on 3rd, shutting off the air supply, extinguish depressurization on the... I think this guy's playing Void War with the way he's handling all the fires on the deck. I know it says you can get really nasty if you find the synergy. So, I have a really good habit of finding good synergies in games like this specifically, or like XCOM. There was... I'm probably going to end up doing a playthrough of XCOM 2 again at some point. But I remember that I really loved the Marauder over the other... Marauder, I guess, for me was tied with the... whatever they're called, the Psychic Templars, the Templars. I liked the Marauder about more than the Templar because I eventually figured out a way that I could be like, I zoom to an enemy, I hit them, I deal damage, I zoom away for... both, like, zoom to and zoom from is free. I shoot again, I kill the target, I can shoot again at another target. I could use the Marauder to clear house like a fiend. And I absolutely loved it. And then you could kind of get a synergy going with other characters as well. Especially if they were the Rangers. And then another one is when I was doing my playthrough of Pathfinder Kingmaker, my character was, don't worry too much about the class, Eldritch Scion, but the crucial thing here is that they were crit focused. And there's a feat you can take in Pathfinder, both Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, where if an ally crits, you can make a free attack. Up to the amount of attacks of opportunity you have. My character could have 7, I think it was at the end, attacks of opportunity. And one of my companions was a goblin who was also crit focused and had the same thing. And the true final boss of the game died in like 2 rounds per phase because the goblin or me would hit and get a crit and then the other would crit, and then crit and crit and crit and crit, and like instant one attack, and it balloons to a maximum of like 16, 15 instantly, and they're all crits. They're doing like double, triple damage, just straight away. So I can spot some synergies and absolutely bend things brilliantly, but whether I can pull that off here, we will see.
Marwol, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
How'd you survive?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
We need to re-establish contact with the Sanctum. He immediately sprung to command.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valencius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
I like your uniform. Speech, 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 speech. Yeah, that's definitely a throne. Oh, and it rotates. I can see the, yeah, I can see where it's set in to spin around. You? I don't care who you are, you can go. Yeah, this is the same demon we saw earlier, isn't it?
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
I like this. We basically ignored it before thanks to the Emperor, and now it's kind of scared of us. Yeah. Whatever you are, you're not going to cloud my mind with a new illusion.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
I haven't killed you yet.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
Argenta, keep an eye on Theodora.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Interesting, the only one it didn't turn into.
The Navigator's Sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The only form it didn't take was Argenta. I don't know if that's because we are dogmatic and therefore no, or if it's because Argenta is a sister of battle. Either way, we don't consort with demons. Weaver of Destinies, though, that definitely means that Theodora is in some way linked to Tzeentch.
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valencius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Legend Man, hello. Good to see you.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
I've got a long story for you about the Lord Captain, my friend.
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
I like to choose to believe that, as they mention other kin, that everyone just sort of slowly turns and looks at the corpse of the Chaos Spawn. I'm gonna say nothing. I'm the only possible heir as far as we know.
it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valencius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Yeah, it's all because of me, and not because we ran into Argenta and we used her beautiful firepower.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Thank you.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valencius and humanity.
Prologue complete. It only took me 5 hours. Admittedly, about an hour and a half of that is probably me sat in menus. But, yeah, here we are. Oh, it's not voiced? Shame. The Legend asks, is this 40k Pathfinder? I've never seen this game. No. And yes. This is Rogue Trader based on the Fantasy Flight 1D100 series. of tabletop games that include Rogue Trader, Dark Heresy, Only War, Death Watch. I forget the name of it, but there's one where you play as Chaos as well, and the idea is that you both work with and compete against your friendly players to try and be the Ascended one. Much like the other Owlcat games, they've adapted this from the tabletop game. They adapted Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder The Wrath of the Righteous. They're also adapting Dark Heresy, which is the system I'm more familiar with. I played Rogue Trader, the tabletop, but I'm more familiar with Dark Heresy as a tabletop. They're also working on The Expanse as a Mass Effect-like, by the looks of it. And I think they're working on another thing as well that they haven't really announced yet. I don't know on that one. Unknown might know more about the list of projects they are and aren't working on off the top of my head. But yeah, this is... I've been wanting to do this for a while. I was waiting for the Lex Imperialis DLC to release. It's finally released at the very end of the time frame they gave for when it was going to release. And it's... Well, it's lined up that it's appeared just at the right time for me to be able to do it on the weekend streams while we go through Metal Gear, which, quick mention on that one, I'm not doing Metal Gear Acid next Thursday, next Friday, partially because of the issue where the entire thing died, but also because I'm not going to be around for the Saturday, Sunday, so instead we'll be doing Rogue Trader on the Thursday, Friday, 7 PM UTC. Reminder of that again when we go raid out in the end, but we won't be raiding for a while. Another 3-4 hours at least. And then, I guess, also kind of touching on schedule, Sunday, about somewhere between 1 and 2 PM UTC, I'm going to be carrying on with Rogue Trader again for hours. Probably about 6, 7, because I'm loving this so far. Not just because it's 40k and because I've played the pen and paper, but also because I like how the mechanics are working. I like how it's all working together at the moment. And we've just left the prologue, so the game's going to open up more. Unknown says they got some information on the Expanse one, by the way. Oh, they released more information for it? I went to see the reveal for it, and I saw the cinematic trailer, I think it was called. And it does look like Mass Effect 2, which isn't my favorite of the Mass Effects. I weirdly prefer the first one, because I liked the more RPG focus of the first. But I didn't mind the gameplay of the second. I think that the gameplay was what saved it for me for the second one. It was just, it didn't feel as much of an RPG as the first. And it was, the disappointment from it just sort of like dipping down on that one was like, still a good series. Let's put it like this, I've finished the first one multiple times, I've never finished the second. Anyway, let's get rid of that. I don't care about, I probably should have read the cargo, but also we don't care about cargo. Yeah, I was worried there, but after witnessing me fearlessly rush into the fray, yeah, against the flames, it does mention rendezvous with Edelthrad, so I guess my assumption is correct that if we were playing Iconoclast and we chose to save people by moving around the outside, then we wouldn't have reached Edelthrad in time. And I wonder what that would have changed. Unknown says that it's a story set alongside the series, set at the same time with the effects of what Holden is doing, etc. And there's one thing that annoys them, there's no space battles apparently. I can kind of understand the no space battles, because it's what, like, Owlcat at the moment only really have, let's be honest, a turn-based, a real-time with pause turn-based engine that they're familiar with and worked on a lot. Look at Kingmaker, led to Wrath of the Righteous, led to this. Dark Heresy is going to be the same as this. That they've got one engine they're very familiar with and know how it works. Doing a Mass Effect clone is going to be a different ball game, and then having to then add in space battles on release is probably a no-go. They might, maybe, if there ends up being like a sequel or something later further down the line, they might be able to add space battles then, or maybe they'll develop a standalone space battle only thing kind of maybe in the vein of like Battlestar Galactica Deadlock would probably be more close to what they could do than, say, Homeworld, or really good game, really technical, though huge learning curve for it, is Nebulous Fleet Command. That could also... It's really unlikely they'll do it, but that could be another one. But they're more likely maybe to do something like Deadlock. Need to finish Deadlock at some point. I keep starting it and then not finishing it. It's because I keep getting distracted with other things and I go, I'll play it again at some point. Must now hold my first briefing. Oh, do I have to? Can I not delegate this? Many of those about to join us on the bridge will be their first briefing. Sustain massive losses, supposed to be filled by the deputy's deputy, and others are unfilled. How come we lost so many officers? They targeted they went for a decapitating strike. Makes sense. I'd do the same thing if I staged a coup. Take out everyone who isn't on your side that is in a position of authority and command. It confuses the ones who aren't on your side and makes them easier to convert or kill. What's on the agenda? It's a report on the conditions of the ship and the crew. Getting to fly could be a gargantuan effort, so prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses. One excuse I can't wait for is how we found Voidship. No. You expect he's left on a shuttle. Why would I don't know. I do want to be the rogue trader. Start the briefing. Unknown says it's a shame because it's one of the big things for the Expanse with them. I do remember the space fights being really interesting because they try to adhere to like a quote realistic space fight. Kind of like Battlestar Galactica again. Man, if they're not working on a Battlestar Galactica Deadlock type thing, I'm gonna be surprised. Time to take my duties seriously, since I used to be an Astra Militarum Commander. Please introduce those present to Abelard. Victor Suri Otto of the Toloman line is the new Voxmaster. Okay. Oh, you got a cool design. Kind of reminds me of a Cenobite in a really weird way. Damn, I like that. That's a really nice design. You've got like your hand has been replaced with like a literal pen on the left. You got a cyberized arm. Not even beginning with your dreadlock cables. Makes sense. Responsible for receiving, processing, sending all communications. Cool. Beside her is Ravor, the Helm. We've met them. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest is safe. I'm pretty sure it's home to many thousands of people, so I hope they all think we don't crash into anything. High factotum Janris. We'll go with the Janris Danarok. Supplies, procurement, and general material. Yep, you look like you specialize in trade. Let's leave it at that. Legman says they're excited for Siege Mode in Space Marine 2. I didn't play it during the beta, but I did see a common complaint during the beta for the Siege Mode was that the timer would run out and you'd fail the mission because of that, as opposed to losing. They've changed it so you have a set time, and every time you clear a wave, you add to that time. So it's basically like a time attack, but you can increase it. It also seems to work similar to Warframe's defense mode, where you survive an area, you can choose to leave, as in like you survive for a few waves, and then make a choice. Choose to leave with rewards, carry on for more rewards. And then it keeps going and going and going. It also has, and I need to double check this, but I'm going to say it with like, don't quote me on this, but it's what I've heard. There are apparently multiple Terminus enemies that can appear in the later waves. As in, you can end up fighting two Carnifexes at the same time. And that I can't wait for. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the vital functions. Master of Ordnance, Guns, Infernus Master, which is the firefighters, and the Drives Master, who's the servant of the Omnissiah, which is, depending on your interpretation of Adeptus Mechanicus lore, and lore, L-O-R-E and L-A-W, is or isn't the Emperor. Depends on, as I say, depends how you interpret what they interpret. And then there's fractured interpretations within their own yeah, I love the Mechanicus sometimes. Not a huge fan of the game, but I love them sometimes. Ah, Mechadendrites. Yeah, lovely things. Is that everybody? The choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. They're the ones who actually figure out where to go, right? Yes. Yes? Kind of. Oh no, they're basically the long-range communications. That's what it is. Legendman says, oh fuck, really? We're gonna be screwed on Wednesday. No, we're not. We'll be fine. I'll be fine, at least. I run a lot of Reaver. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I think it's called Vanguard, but on tabletop it's called a Reaver. And I'm used to fighting things like Carnifexes in melee. So, I'll be fine. I'll live. I'll be there, singing to myself, I'm Still Standing by Elton John. I don't know how everybody else is going to do. Who else are we missing apart from Master Weiss? Obviously we don't have a Master of Whispers. Master at Arms is gone, and Confessor Adalbert. See to a funeral service being held for the fallen officers. Mistress Sauerback has replaced her late predecessor as the Master of... I think we met Sauerback, actually. Ads is going to start in about 55 seconds, but I think we're just dealing with dialogue. I remember when we just started this thing that I was running around and I saw a named character called Joecaster. I think it was Joecaster Sauerback. So I think technically we've met the Master of Arms. No idea who Adalbert is, though. Unknown says, Bulwark, baby! Need to update that to see how badly they fucked them again. I don't think Bulwark's in a bad place at the moment. I think it's improved. They've also fixed a lot of the interactions that were broken and or not working as intended for Assault. So Assault is in a really good place too. Legendman says there'll be the Dark Angel Heavy, Idiot Gaming or Titan will also join us on Wednesday. Nice. I kind of wish that for Siege Mode you could have more people, but because of the mechanics with Siege Mode, I can also understand why not. All other presents are adjutants, secretaries, deputies. Tell me about the firefighters report. Have we got a backdraft situation? All fires across all decks are now extinguished. Results have been submitted. Thank you. High factotum. He could take the heat, so to speak. Abelard, I like your pun. High factotum. You next. Toiling day and night to compile a full account of losses, which has no involvement with the Lordship. You've got it all in hand. You cannot replace manpower, but down 2,000 crew members. I probably killed 50 of them. Is not confined to the scum from the lower deck, so easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. Make up our losses in the nearest planet, Rycat Minoris. The planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader Dynasty. Cannot begin recruiting on the planet without coming to the understanding with the governor. Got it. So we need to negotiate. Unknown says they haven't played since the very first patch as it killed them for it. I know Unknown has Turbo, but Legendman doesn't. So we're going to have to wait before we replace with Legendman, but I do see a Legendman's message. What was I going to say? I liked Bulwark. When I finished the playthrough on stream, I also then did another stream for the operations, where I went through for each class, for each operation, and then I just picked the ones I liked. Bulwark I really liked. Not just because it was the Sword and Shield and also the Dark Angels thing was released for it, but also I liked the versatility of the Power Sword. And then I found that I actually preferred the combat flow of the Vanguard. I don't know why. I think it might be because it's faster. It might be because it's faster. It feels faster. And also it feels riskier because you don't have the shield to back you up. Which is... it is what it is. It's also really nice to just like zip line to the Tyranids with the barbed stranglers and just focus them down. Which kind of feels like it's the intent of the Vanguard, is you pick a target and focus it down and then move to the next one. Kind of like a melee sniper, I guess. I also like using the Volkite pistol for it. Very nice weapon to use. And it also scales, if I remember correctly. If you have 2 or 3 people using the Volkite, you get the procs faster. Because everyone contributes to the cooking. I think it is literally cooking as well. Drives Master, we're going to hear from you. Lord Captain, the foe set upon us of the Void Ship destroyed repositories of hundreds of machine spirits, which are legal AI, we'll call it, because they're not actually artificial intelligence. The only notable machine spirit I can think of, and I don't know if Unknown is going to help or be able to help with confirming this one, but there used to be in the older codexes for the Space Marines, there was a chapter called the Crimson Fist, and their main thing is they got invaded by orcs and they got decimated, but they're still around, but they hate orcs. During that invasion, the entire crew of a land raider got killed, and the machine spirit drove itself and massacred like a huge contingent of orcs. And then I think it drove itself to safety or was reached by Space Marines who found that it was not being piloted. But the machine spirit was like keeping the guns going and firing and acquiring targets. I'm fairly sure that's how that went. I don't know if that's still the case now. But, well, the lore changes all over the place. Alright, the ads have now finished. Ledgerman says, yeah, they were hoping they would have 3 more players for Siege mode, but 3 is alright. They can hear you can build and hire defenses in the mode. Yes, there's different things you can do with points you accumulate in the thing. I would have said they'd only add 1 person, because adding 3 is really, really rough. That breaks the balance a lot more than adding 1. And also adding the ability to have things work with you. Ledgerman says 10 ads. Yeah, unfortunately, so we don't get the pre-roll during the whole hour. We have to opt for the 3 minutes of ads, which means it's always going to be 3 minutes or less. Sometimes you get 6 ads or 4 ads because it doesn't give you the full allocation. But it's a lot less disruptive than I'm going to have ads roll every 20 minutes for both people watching and also for me. Because for me, it means I see the ad warning pop up and it means that I had to find something to do or ramble about for just 3 minutes. As opposed to every 20 minutes we have to stop, we have to wait, we have to stop, we have to wait, we have to stop. It's a flow thing as to why it's that way. But yeah, I think 10 might be... No, I've seen 11 before. I got hit with 11 on my phone once. But thankfully they were all like 5 seconds, 6 seconds or something. They weren't horrifically long. We haven't found a prayer protocol able to assuage its sorrow and anger. Oh, Unknown managed to find the Land Raider I was thinking of. Unknown says, the Land Raider Rin's Might of the Crimson Fist is a legendary vehicle in 40k known for being able to fight on without a crew after a catastrophic event. That's the one. Which is what made me play Crimson Fists when I started out as, when I first started playing, way back near, I think it was like the early days of 5th edition. And then I moved to Dark Angels because I like Terminators. The Engineer Prime, well, we know the Engineer Prime is dead. Betrayed by what little flesh remained of him. Shame. We need a replacement. Would you care Someone care to translate the esteemed Drive Master's words? Thank you for simplifying it for everybody else. Master Helmsman, how are we flying? Without the Engineer and the Navigator, we have no way out of the system. That's okay. We're not going to go anywhere near the warp, don't worry. When we arrived here, you followed standard protocols, conducted accounts of the available communications channel in this region. One of them is a Navis Nobolite station. Mutant families, genes... Okay, so that's literally a place full of navigators. Okay. Grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll be eyeing up asteroids in the new residence. Go around the system to the heads of swirling as long as the Promethium and supplies last. Massive Ordnance, how are the guns? They're all macro cannons, I believe. No one to crew the guns. Oh, he's getting angry. Unknown says they started Blood Angels, then Salamanders, and Dark Angels only. Funniest match I ever played against Dark Angels in 5th edition. The Necrons had just received their Codex rework, and... was it after they received their Codex rework? It might have been in the old Codex. It might have been original Codex. As in, like, 3rd edition, when it was like, if you lose 75% of your forces, you teleport out. Whichever version it was, the Veil of Darkness, so it's probably going to be the 4th edition Codex, with the Pariahs in it. A Blood Angels player was playing Death Company, where they had the rule that they had to move towards the closest target every turn. And I genuinely stood there with my Necron Lord with the Veil of Darkness in a group of warriors and went rapid fire close range, Veil of Darkness, rapid fire close range, and every time I Veil of Darkness, I went to the opposite end of the board. He spent 3 turns running a straight line back and forth until he lost all of his Death Company. His beautiful Death Company Dreadnought that could only move like 6 and run, that got shredded by a group of destroyers who were moving around at like 12 inches. So it was doing the same thing. It would move towards them, and then they go and fly over to the other side, and then gorse it to death. I felt so sorry for that Blood Angels player, but it was like, yeah, I'm just going to teleport back and forth. I refuse to let you get into close combat. I will lose. Ships in ruins. Every second officer's dead. We now got a Green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to Void. I'm going to shoot this guy. Seize the mute. Thank you, Abelard. Thank you. He beat the guy and got a chainsword ready. Humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have? Oh, it's a decision. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? I've already said what my decision was before I even realized what the associations were. We're gonna execute him. He's sat there, he's trying to sow dissent among the ranks, he's slandering me at my own briefing. Kill him. I thought they were going to kill him right there. I guess it would be a bit too heretical leaning to kill him right by there. Hold on. We've sustained serious losses in crew members requiring new Engineer, Seer, Prime, and Navigator. But not a Master of Ordnance. That one doesn't matter. What am I going to do? Fire the guns myself? Actually, I would love to do that. That would line up with Astra Militarum right there. But macro cannon is just a large basilisk gun, am I right? Unknown says the funniest one they ever had against Blood Angels, their mate was playing Death Company 2 in 7th or 8th, where they had the ability to charge with 3 die. He had 6-inch charge. He failed 2 attempts after using command roll. Command stuff would be 8th. There wasn't really command stuff in 7th. Although I guess you could do a similar thing with detachment and formation abilities. maybe. I never really looked into the Blood Angels in... I don't think anyone played Blood Angels in 7th. But that's also when I was running Militarum Tempestus, Farsight Enclave, because I love running it like it was Armored Core. And also Khorne Demonkin, because I found them way more interesting and way more fun than regular Chaos. Unknown says that Orcs then decided to decimate the squad with their shooters. Oh, that's gonna be... you're throwing a literal bucket of dice. If you've got a full-size shooter squad, that's what, 2 shots, 3 shots each? Granted, you're not gonna hit that many, but throwing like... what is it gonna be, steps of 20, 40, 60, depending on guns? That's a lot of dice. That's a lot of dice. Unknown says, they're a bit more than that. No. Macro cannon is just a big Basilisk gun. We can only carry out major damage inspection on Footfall Station, the only dockyard in the sector. But we need to solve the first 3... Okay, so Footfall looks like it's the end of Act 1. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? Footfall, isn't that where we have to take... or find... There's something. There's something. I thought we read something from the Inquisitor that mentions Footfall. Ledgerman says, alright, they gotta get going. It's thundering there. Take care. See me Wednesday. Thank you for dropping by, Ledgerman. Hope the storm doesn't knock out anything. And, yeah, hopefully see you on Wednesday. Unknown says 6 has procced an extra hit on auto too. Ooh. That was a really fun thing when they redid the Necron Codex for 5th edition, was when they added Tesla weapons. The Tyranid player, the Tyranid players we had at the place where I played really hated that. One of them did pure Swarm, the other one did like mixed of like Monstrous Creature and Swarm. Both of them hated it. I think one of them might have hated me more though for running the Doomsday Arc, I think it was called, the one that fired the Strength 10 AP1 huge template. I had 1 Annihilation Barge, but it was fine. It did its job. What can you tell me about the systems? We're in the Rykad star system. There are 3 uninhabited and 10% Vox meshes have results. It's okay, so the place where the Navigator has pure silence. Distress signal from the prison in the system. So there may be a prison riot over here. Rykad itself is not responding. Augurs have intercepted signals, seem to ongoing hostility. So they're in a civil war. Thank you for the reports. Dismissed. Brought here for a reason. You are perhaps wondering who has the... Yeah, see, I called it. The only one who would really have the authority to make a rogue trader be compelled to an action is someone really high up in the Inquisition. That would be a Lord Inquisitor. I did find a letter. You were there. You know I read it. So, Xavier Calcazar. That's definitely a Lord Inquisitor name if I've ever seen it. Seek out right-hand man Hyrix van Kalox. Yeah, see, they did mention Footfall. So we have to find him, but we don't know where he is. It gives you another scrutinizing look and then softens slightly. Oh good, it's these 2. Oh boy. My favorite and maybe least favorite, depending on how they run. What is this? Ministorum, not the Ecclesiarchy. Oh no, Ministorum would make sense. Okay. She thinks the Psyker has gone insane. You also want to speak to me, but it can wait. Daybreak. Adira, come to your senses. I need more than a word. You were trying to see the immediate future and it hit you so hard the head was spinning. A single word is all you can make out. Daybreak or dawn. Okay, we're speaking in riddles. Anything else? Nothing. So, you ran here to say the word daybreak and then expected me to praise you? Alright, worm tongue, I'll come talk to you at some point. Who are you? Who are you? Buddy, you do not match your portrait at all. I guess you do. The lighting makes him look like he's in pure black carapace. Or not carapace, but like some sort of pure black armor. One trophy in particular. Blade fragment, one of the bodies on the bridge, in case it was interest. Get rid of it. That was associated with a heretical demon summoning thing. Why have you still got it, you dumbass? Oh, hold up. He might have been tempted by it. Yeah, I didn't quite catch this here. He looked over our shoulder. He was being slowly tempted by the blade. What's saved? Use the system map in the center of the bridge to issue orders to the crew. I believe I will. I believe I will. We have important person. Heinrich Montag. Revor. Agenta wants to talk to me. So many people want to talk to me, dude. Alright. Start from the top and work our way down. Agenta.
Rogue trader.
We're voiced. Said you had a request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valencius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans?
I want to quickly bring something up. I know we're playing through the Metal Gear series at the moment. Mentioning about the war orphans and that we're about to go have a special meeting with them immediately brought to mind something that's going to be happening in the series. I don't want to elaborate too much beyond that point because of, you know, spoilers. But Grey Fox, for example, has mentioned that Big Boss saved him when he was a child. Raiden, for example, as well, also met Big Boss and was trained... Oh no, not Big Boss, it was Solidus, I think, was Raiden. Who was also a child soldier. You're really telling me, while I'm playing the Metal Gear series, that I'm about to go and meet with children? Okay, that's what we call fun timing. How would Winters react? Let's not meet with the... Let's not make them dress up smart for this. You know, they've gone through hell. Literally. Yeah, give them the consideration as the least they deserve. No formalities.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
You're welcome. His last name is Vazarian? Nice. When you said children, I was expecting like 4 to 8-year-olds. I wasn't expecting actually combat capable people. Yeah, they don't think I'm real. Oh, this isn't voiced. Interesting. Here's something I mentioned briefly earlier when I was talking about the Militarum Tempestus, the Schola Progenium. This is where fancy people basically go to become stormtroopers, or as they would eventually later be called, the Tempestus. Like Scion is the leader of the group, the Tempestus Infantry, the Tempestus. But it's also where the Commissars are trained. It's very fancy. I don't know if officers necessarily end up here. But the best of the best come from the Schola Progenium. Or Progenium? Yeah, it wouldn't be a soft G, Progenium. Continue. The master of the ship has appeared before you, guide you through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's light. Yes, I do. Why is he just carrying a lit blowtorch? Oh, because he can light his cigarette? Okay, well, I guess the firefighter's allowed to do that. I mean, of all the people who'd be trained in this, it would be the Infernus Master, wouldn't it? Watches with approval. I'm not going to be snarky to the Infernus Master. He has just as much right to be here as anybody else. Although I am curious, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? He's helping to look after them. Good. He should. Chip in rations, make sure no one gives him a hard time. Yeah, good. This feels so patronizing. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. I think we'd be official about this. To a degree. As I say, this feels patronizing. Why should we care? Friends died in the battle for the Noble, gave us speeches. Oh, she's mixed. We're not going to berate them. We're not going to berate them. We're not going to shaft them all off and not let it be our responsibility. We're going to ask them to address us. I think something similar to this happened during Band of Brothers, where Winter was like, if people have complaints, I want them to field them without worrying about reprimand. So, to follow the Winters as depicted during Band of Brothers, we're going to follow that same idea. It don't matter what we say, won't bring our parents back. Okay, so at any point we can just shaft this to somebody else. Delegate, I think, is the right way to say that. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others, weak obey or die. That's very heresy leaning. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there, took the command, fought and repelled the assault as quickly as I could, but no war could be won without losses. You only strive to do what is in your power. Possible answer here. We understand the grief and dismay. The parents have died. It's not an easy thing to go through. Do not speak of honorable fate with anger and disdain. That's dogmatic leaning. This sounds too much like we're sort of trying to brag and become their idol. This keeps it on the idea of, like, your parents' death wasn't pointless. That, like, they did their best. And also, it sounds more understanding. He did nod, and he has given me a bow. The Seneschal has brought treats. I mean, some of these look like they're 20, Abelard. Wait, are they actually just stood there with a box just flinging candy into the crowd? We're not feeding a pigeon. Bye, Argenta. Nice seeing you. Well, so far my officer has slaughtered heretics, killed a chaos spawn, passed out, cracked his head open on the floor, and spoke to children. I think we're doing great so far. Next one I have to speak to is actually, I believe, Eurac is also at the top. Then we'll go over and talk to Rava. Oh, is it? Yeah. It's not a cigar, is it? It's, low. Tell me more about the Infernus Guild. I feel like most of this sort of, like, fluff information will keep to ad breaks. So that when the ads hit, like, we sit there, we learn about different things. I know it's not ideal, but it does help fill up, as I was mentioning earlier, it is something that helps fill out the ad breaks so that we don't, you know, people who are hit by them don't miss core content, just the side stuff. And chances are I'm probably going to ramble about it anyway and be like, there's character mentioned this thing, like 20 minutes later. But I do want to know right now, how is the guild organized? Because I thought you're just firefighters. You kind of are. You're firefighters, you're also maintenance people, and probably double as the ambulance as well. Learned all I need. Cool. Emergency services, I guess, would cover everything there. Rava probably doesn't have anything immediately important for me to say, for me to know. I kind of want to go straight to the Lord Quarters, because I think it's running at the moment. I think even I've got it enabled. There is a Twitch thing at the moment where there are drops, and I think that pickup thing is inside the Lord Quarters. The Lord Quarters. Skipped that second word completely, didn't I? The Lord Captain's Quarters. We got loot and we got loot. Besides which, I do actually want to have a look around here now that, you know, someone has been scrubbed out of the room. Oh, there she is. Can I change this? Probably not until I have an official ceremony, right? Can't quite just knife it out of the frame and put a new one over the top. Oh, now I can look at this over here. The little mystic orb. Fine sculpture made from strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light. We have weapons on the wall here. What do we have? What do we have that I can see? Why have we got a Craft World Eldar Shuriken pistol? Not sure what this is. That's obviously a rocket launcher. That, I think, is a chain axe, but I could be wrong. That's definitely a thunder hammer. Combat knife, various grenades. We got a melter gun. We've got... I'm not sure what. I mean, it kind of looks Eldar in design. That is a heavy bolter. That is a power sword. That is a little dinky little knife. And then, what's this? It's regicide. Do I actually get to play regicide at any point? I know it's basically chess. I wonder. I look forward to it if I do. I know a lot of games tend to have like a mini game within the game. Look at Gwent within Witcher 3, for example. I don't think there was a mini game in Wrath of the Righteous, unless you count the turn-based battle system in the military side of the campaign of Dresden. But apart from that, I don't think Owlcat's done a mini game. Oh, skill check for Valencius Ricketts. Unknown says it's an Eldar pistol, the other was a melter pistol? I didn't think it was that big for a melter pistol. I guess it is. Yeah, there's no canister for it, so I guess that is a melter pistol. But yeah, I wouldn't have recognized that as an Eldar pistol. Maybe a dark Eldar pistol, maybe. But they tend to have more spikes. Unknown says the one on top? Yeah, no, this one I recognize as a shuriken pistol. This one I don't recognize. I've recognized that enough times from like fighting all the what were they called? Farseers in Dawn of War. They'd all run around with it like pointed up at the sky for some reason. Sure, let's do a Data Chronicle. What does this do? Oh, this is the thank you for everybody. We can look up a name. You know what we're gonna look up? Let's do it. Let's nothing found. Wow. Wow. I know I'm not on this list because I haven't supported this one. I am, however, supporting Dark Heresy, so I'll probably be on that list. I love how I just immediately was like, hey, you know what we're going to search? You. I know said you didn't recognize the other one on the same bit on the left. Yeah, so the Shuriken pistol I know. This I thought was a melter gun. This one I don't recognize. Maybe a Dark Eldar thing, but I'm not sure. I don't really recognize the aesthetic immediately. Unless it's like one of those... I know there are Aspect Warriors, so it might be one of the Aspect Warrior weapons if it's Eldar, but again, I'm not great at knowing their equipment. I can maybe name what... maybe recognize a Dark Reaper or a Fire Dragon's main gun. But... I don't know what they'd carry. I know it says I said I didn't know. Oh, did I say I didn't know for the top one? Because I know I said it for this one, but I could have sworn I started by saying, this up here, it's like some sort of Eldar pistol, and then I meandered towards saying Shuriken pistol near the end. But yeah, this one, that one definitely eludes me. That's definitely a heavy bolter at the bottom. Because of the... it's kind of small for a heavy bolter, but yeah, no, that is. What else we got? What else we got? Vault. What's this? My storage? Personal storage. Letter we don't care about because we already read that one. Link to my account. Oh, hold up a second. I might need to, for safety reasons, we're just going to swap this over. Yeah, that opened up in a different window. Wait, haven't I linked my account already? Apparently not. Apparently I had to touch that thing there. Let's switch this back. Interesting, you have to be in the game to link it completely. I thought I did it online. Might have actually just been linking Twitch to the Rogue Trader thing, and then this is linking Rogue Trader web to Rogue Trader game. Play. God, no, don't keep that playing. Oh no, I've just started again. Run away. Run away. Oh, hello. Hello. Hello, what are you? You're huge. I like the look of you. Long dead monster. Perform my evolutions. A master of evolutions. I can have a bath. I can have a nice bath. We won't have a bath just yet. We've got goods over here. Cracked data slate. Let's have a look at you. I cannot do a binary to ASCII translation off the top of my head. Fiery Reckoning is fully equipped. The object is landed in the containment intact on the forebay to ensure maximum target. Sent and received. This seems like it might be important. And also has a golden border, so... Unfinished letter. Chagrin is irrelevant. Voidvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. Recovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. Conrad has served me too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protector, but he's no fool. Could not have expected. Let his disinheritance serve as... Yeah, so... This sort of helps justify what we already knew, which was... Voidvir... started planning the coup once he was removed from the list of heirs. Stay in my inventory. Change appearance? Really? In this economy? Beyond the glass. Actual glass as well, most likely. Probably has like a mini void shield in front of it. What did that even say? Fills me with an odd sense of dread. Does it though? I mean, it's a very nice nebula sort of. That's pretty. I like that. Unfortunately, I can't just pan out into it, but take what we can get. There doesn't seem to be anything else going on. Let's go talk to this guy. What's your deal? Would I like to take a bath? Oh, yes, please. It probably feels really nice to stand directly under the waterfall by here. You know, the weight of the water coming down, kind of like a really soft massage on your shoulders. Ooh, that'd feel so good. Before my... Oh, there's... Ooh. Ooh, and I get food and wine and... Ooh. Decadent. Ooh. Why are we just wandering around with meat? Sit under the waterfall. Wait, hold on a second. What have I just walked into here? I wish to see someone from my retinue. Can you imagine? You know, let's pick Abelard off the top of my head, right? Abelard's there doing his duties, making sure that like the officers are settling in, the damage reports are coming in, seeing the people he needs to see, doing his job as a first officer, and then someone runs up and goes, Abelard, the rogue trader is asking to see you. He's having a bath. What? This is probably a romance thing later on, right? Like, if I romance someone, I intend to romance someone, but we'll see when we get there. This is probably the bring them to my quarters and let's bang option. Can I call someone now? Simply cannot bathe without my loyal seneschal. I like that line. I joked about it, but now I am curious. Abelard. What a fortunate rarity to find me at leisure. I can't believe this is a thing. I will give you a lecture on the history of House Van Valencius. I will not be doing my duty if you do not start from the beginning. Enlighten me. Because I am curious how I relate to the she's dead already, Theodora, there we go. Oh, I get experience for this? What was the... Ooh, we barely passed that. 1 degree of success. Whether we want to or not, hey, we're learning. Permit me to leave you while I contemplate. Yes, I will sink that information in. I can address the enforcers? No, I think we'll leave that for now. I'm gonna relax. Close my eyes. Troubles, worries, loss. Such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. Oh. Oh. I tip my hat to Owlcat. I wasn't expecting anything like this. I thought this might just give you like a well-rested buff or something. You know, like your stats are improved by 1 or something dumb like that. Not permanently, but like temporarily. I'm going to think of the Emperor. Because duty through service and death would be definitely something drilled into an officer. More dogmatic. 500 is the maximum. I have lots of way to go. Alright, I think that's enough bathing for now. Truly an experience worthy. I don't think it really gets pointed out a lot that in the 40k universe, something like as simple as a bath would probably not be done by 99% of the people that exist. Oh, hold up. I did. I do get a bonus for this. Ooh. We might have a bath every time we go to a new planet. We could call in somebody different every time. We could learn many things. Okay, I'm gonna check the vault now that we've linked the stuff. I don't know where it would come under. It's supposed to be, I think, 3 items. I don't see them. That's okay. Maybe I'll get them some other point. I don't even know what the items are. I just know that there is a Twitch drop thing at the moment. Let's go find someone to harass, I guess. Who are we speaking to next? Abelard? Probably. He's right. No, he's right. He's right there.
Lord Captain.
Hello. Talk about things that might be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Tell me about the Coronis Expanse.
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Okay.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the Warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
This is really clever for a number of reasons, but the main one I want to highlight is, imagine you are a large, sprawling, bureaucratic nightmare of an empire, and you don't have the manpower to defend all of your fronts at the same time. If you tell a group of nobles that they are allowed to take territory on the edge of your territory, but they must then maintain and defend it, that is a really clever way to both reduce the amount of guard that you might necessarily need on that front, and delegate the responsibility of that area to them. If someone has to fight, they then have to fight through the rogue trader. and their territory, including whatever forces they have stationed, before they hit your territory, and you need to use your people. I like that a lot. It's really strategically and tactically sound. I've even done the same sort of thing in some games of Stellaris, where I can't be bothered to deal with a territory, so I create a vassal empire under my command, and then they just sit there and they act as a buffer state. Other things have done this as well. Battletech is very common to see. Who are the main people?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Got it. Treat my peers with respect. Actually, technically they're my superiors because I'm fresh to the game and they've both been playing longer than me.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining Ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Okay, so what this is telling me is that the 3 vendors are themed. The Kazbalaka mission are probably going to be like low-tech sort of things. Stub guns, chainswords maybe, regular weapons, light armor, maybe some medium stuff, right? The followers of St. Drusus are probably going to be more the sort of equipment that Argenta would use. So there we're looking at like bolt guns, flamers, melters, and maybe more medium armor. Adeptus Mechanicus is where the fun toys are going to be. The really exotic stuff. Plasma guns, maybe plasma cannons if they're in this. Plasma pistols, power weapons maybe. But they're going to be probably the most expensive. Where do you think Conrad is around to?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voidship. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
It will not happen again.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the von Valencius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
So, Conrad, who helped establish a lot of the Protectorate, who is also the Master of Whispers, so he's already a slimy, weaselly guy, has disappeared and is going to at some point cause problems for me. Can't wait.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I must take my leave. Until next time.
Lord Captain.
Who's next on the docket? I want to talk to Giannis. Giannis. Have you ever heard about the name Fiery Reckoning? It's a void ship of some sort. There was mention of it in the documents. Oh? Sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with a designation Fiery Reckoning. We picked up cargo from Kiava Gamma, and the log ends there. Had interactions on the workshop of an industrial world. Oh, we can actually ask you to replace the portrait with ours. I feel like that's very... I don't know the English word. There's an English word for it and I don't remember what it is. Gauche? Might be gauche. Let me double check the definition of gauche. Unsophisticated and socially awkward. Yeah, it feels very gauche to immediately take the position of the person who has died and then strip their painting down. Also disrespectful. But yeah, it feels like a very big no on that one. Retinue and I are in need of training. You are probably the person I have to speak to for respec, which is good to know now. As I said earlier, if my builds end up falling apart or they don't work as efficiently as they could, I will respec. We will go. You're also the person I can speak to hire more characters. Okay. Tell me more about the people who buy the plunder. Tell me about the Saint. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine with a seal is signed. Okay. So they basically need supplies for a charity effort, I guess. Helping others. The explorators probably want technology. I saw the word there. Did I? No, I saw knowledge. Mechanical relics and xeno artifacts. Kasbalika? It's a mafia gang specifically. Russian space mafia, judging by this name. Vladium. I'm gonna go with Vladium. Tokara. The Liege of... I misread that as the Liege of Football, not Football. Really big on the sport hooliganism in the Calixa sector. Segmenta Obscurus. This might be post 7th edition lore that I'm not too familiar with. I know at the end of 7th edition there was that whole thing with like Robo Gilliman has come back. Cadia went bang. There's some other faction of Eldar turned up. And then something happened with the Eye of Terror because the Cadia place was gone. I think the Eye of Terror basically expanded and it tore the Imperium in half. In terms of like, if you look at a map, it is now difficult to get from one side to the other because of how things expanded, but this is an area of lore I'm not solid with. Because to be honest, I don't really care what happened during that section where Cadia disappeared and everything else. I didn't care for the Space Wolves. I didn't care for Space Wolves. What was it? Tzeentch, Chaos in general. Imperial Guard I don't really care about. It was an interesting thing, but I saw what happened during the end times for fantasy, saw that and went, I don't think I'm gonna care about this. I'm just gonna carry on playing 7th until they inevitably end it. And then we go to 8th and it gets completely trashed and turned into a different system. And in a way, 8th edition was a complete overhaul of how the game works. Which, I wasn't a fan of Age of Sigmar. I looked at 8th and went, this is similar. And just stopped. I haven't played 40k since 8th edition basically started. I played a few games, admittedly, with the Militarum Tempestus, but it just didn't feel the same. Anyway, I'm rambling. Tell me about the Fellowship of the Void. Ooh, wait, we haven't been told about the Fellowship of the Void. Oh, they're pirates. Okay. Why are we giving it away? I see. This is literally one man's trash is another man's treasure. Okay. What do you think of the crew members? Tell me about the Master of Whispers. Really hates the guy. Okay. Let's talk about, let's go talk to somebody else. Which would be, I guess, you, Idira, but I'm also conscious of the fact that I think the ads are about to start soon. There's the ad warning. Okay. Let me get comfortable. We'll go talk to... Who do we want to learn more about during the ad break? I kind of want to know more about the I keep calling them the firefighters. That's not it. It's Infernus something. I want to know more about them, so we're going to go read about that during the ad break. And then we'll talk to Idira afterwards, because Idira is probably a bit more important to talk to. Alright, let's get going. Is there anything else I can do on the ship? To another compartment is a bit ambiguous. I'm sure we could go to another compartment. Alright. Einrich, talk to me. How did you come to be in service of Von? Actually, start at the top. Remind me of who you are. You are a humble laborer in charge of putting out fires, dealing with emergencies. Yes, you are like the emergency services. With your life, you say? Picture flames roaring. Hold on. Picture flames roaring. All the systems have failed, including the artificial gravity. Can't make out anything because of the red-hot debris, and you know an explosion's coming. It's a nightmare, but your job is to evacuate the panicked crew, eliminate the cause of fire, and get the compartment back in working order. Of course, the job description doesn't allow you to risk your life. It's all about management these days, sending boys and girls into the fire alone. One of the characters I really liked in the Battlestar Galactica series, whenever I say series, it's always the reimagined one. I never watched the original. Probably should someday, but I'm also not that interested in doing that. I like the reimagined. There was a character who... I'm pretty sure he was on the Pegasus. And he wasn't amazing at being the captain for the Pegasus. Don't worry too much about the Pegasus. Basically, a Battlestar is a imagine a battleship and a carrier put together. That's a Battlestar, but it's in space. The Pegasus is the second Battlestar that you see in the series that matters. The first one is the titular Battlestar Galactica. Pegasus is a whole thing. Eventually, someone ends up taking over Pegasus, and they were originally the damage control captain, leader, and so their character arc, admittedly it's short, so spoilers, but their character arc is them trying to be the captain of the ship, the admiral of the ship, the admiral even, of the ship, but struggling to do it because they are too used to having a more hands-on control. They're too used to being micromanagey when you need to be macro management with the whole ship. And this comes to a head when Pegasus ends up damaged during an operation, damage control are having problems, and the guy knows that if he was there, he would be able to fix the problem. He would be able to solve it. It's just he can't leave the CIC because the Admiral has to stay on the CIC. They have to control everything. And if I remember how the whole situation pans out, he hands control of the CIC. He passes the con to I can't remember his name, but he's the son of Adama. Adama being the Admiral for Galactica. Passes the con to him, and then Damage Control Man runs down to the issue and realizes that none of the damage control team can safely fix the issue because it's too dangerous. That the oxygen is being vented out the place. They'd have to do a really risky thing to try and fix it. And so he volunteers himself because I'm pretty sure he says something to the effect of somewhere in his arc that he wouldn't want someone to do what he himself wouldn't do. And so in this situation, he's made to stick to his words. No one makes him do it, but he himself goes, I will do this. I will go in, I will fix this. I will give you the time you need to get us safely out of this situation. And he does. And it's a really interesting moment. I just realized that I've just gone on a tangent about Battlestar Galactica during the time we're talking to Heinrich, so there we go. We've learned about 2 maintenance people. I'm gonna have to find that guy's name because it was a really good scene. But the ads have now finished. We should probably go and talk to someone with a name and a portrait and is part of a party, maybe, possibly. I think we should. That's enough now, Heinrich. Right, where is she? Where's the heathen? There you are. Should be so careful standing close to a railing. You never know what's gonna come up behind you. Ooh, we have options here. Tell me about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
Why are you being nervous about it? Like, it's clearly obvious that you're a psycho. I don't get why you'd be scared. Worried I'm gonna shoot you? Push you over a railing? Psychers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than an adamantine on this here ship, and my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
There's other reasons you'd still be alive. Don't test me. What's it like?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, But it wouldn't make any sense to you.
How about I get you some crayons and you draw me a picture?
Every Psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How would you live with the whispering?
Training, habit,
alcohol,
and a little amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if the door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Not afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster. Sure thing.
Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Yeah, I really don't trust you that much.
Of course.
No quest from you, though. Alright, let's go and head to another compartment. What are my options? The Void Shrine, the Astropathic Cathedral. I'd say Void Shrine. Why have I got a marker by here? Oh, because I must be in the party? That's what it is. Okay. Looks like we can have up to 6. That matches with the rest of Owlcat's games. Alright, what we got here? The Confessor, the Initiate, an Initiate. You I haven't had the joy of meeting yet. Priest like he was a rare sight. Truth is, your clan experienced great hardship. Looks like you're another one I can talk to about lore. Doesn't look like you have a quest. I'm gonna assume that's the same case for basically everyone. Law Imperium, 60%. That's a power mole, I think. Oh, let's offer a prayer. You cite a prayer, the one you remember best. Oh, that's another buff.
I will lead us to fortune.
+1 resolve in the next combat. Disappears after combat. Can be gained after praying at the Voidship Shrine if Dogmatic is higher. So you get bonuses for the other ones as well. This is experience. Let's go get it. I don't want to touch the Imperium one yet because it's not guaranteed.
That's how it's done.
That is, though. How much? 10. Cute. What is this relic? Do you have any ideas how to open this orb? I don't want to touch this yet. I feel like I might mess this up. I guess I'm locked into it. Let's go. Give the relic back. No, let's try it. Let's try it. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold. The scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me in their souls. That's the Emperor. For better or worse, something clicks inside the orb. Oh, we get multiple runs of this. Okay, second quarter. Within every human, your loss is feared, but without you comes the end. But give me to the Emperor, and yours will be eternal. Life. Oh, interesting. The answer comes to me immediately. It's blood. To be fair, I would have seen life and blood and then been 50-50. It's not soul, it's not faith. No, these are actually really good contenders. I might have struggled with this one. But it's told me blood, so we're going to go blood. No, I don't know if this is a misdirect. Third quarter. Poison, perdition, disgrace, burn me down, eradicate me, or perish rejected by the Emperor. It is betrayal or heretic. I'm going to go heretic. Last one. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. You bring you closer to him. Purity. Not the right one. Okay, Emperor definitely on the first one. Wrong one. Emperor. I think we need to do this one by one. So, blood. This one I wasn't sure on. We're going to go with weakness. Purity. No. We'll do one more run at this and then we'll leave it for now. Emperor. I'm going to go with faith. No, I'm going to go with life. That was my first gut instinct. This, I think, is weakness. It's not right. Okay. We'll try this again next time. Nice little puzzle. I have to think about that one. Clotus, what are you doing? It seems you're having difficulties. Categorize 3 peculiar confessions. What makes you think they were made by senior officers? Okay. Impious doubts. Confident they're male? Okay. Let me get comfortable. This is someone who definitely cares about the children. This could be... I'd have to see his name. I've said it a few times. It's kind of Germanic. Heinrich? Oh. It's not Heinrich. Heinrich, whatever his name was. Woman. Okay. We'll seek them out. So we do have a quest here. We know we have to speak to at least...
Keep your wits about you.
The... finance guy. That's the Lord Captain's quarters. There's nowhere I want to go. Does get me back to the bridge pretty quick, though. Right, so... Yanris. Have you made a confession lately? The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials. I'm willing to allocate extra resources for the orphans. Oh, I can guide it. Okay. Make sure they get things that will bring them moments of joy. Sweets, toys, they deserve it. Keep them healthy, food, warm clothes, training. Educate them to be teachers, supply books, commend the best students. I'm gonna have to think about this pragmatically, because... Sweets, toys, yeah, it will cheer them up, but it won't necessarily help them survive, and it won't help them improve. Status quo is fine, but it doesn't really help them out again, but it does help them live, more so than sweets and toys. I think the education here, though, A, will help them improve and maybe get to a better station than they're already in, but B, selfishly also means we could recruit from within and not have to go and get people as often. Yeah, they're going to learn and be rewarded. Okay, I don't quite remember what the other dialogue was, but I know I'm looking for a woman for one of them, and I wasn't really paying attention. You were, Jocasta Sauerback. Okay. Was it you? Lop-eared clappers. Do I accuse her? I'm gonna push it, I'm gonna push it. I know everything. Okay, so it's not her. Which other female high officers have we got? Because I wasn't really paying attention to the clappers thing. I just kept catching that said, like, clappers. It was a test. That's all. Okay. Heinrich is not the one. Vigdis, are you a woman? I think you are. Looks like a woman to me. The Impale woman. Bolster the morale of my ship's crew. In a second. Maybe if I read it, I would have been able to figure out it was you. Why? Why lop-eared kleppers? I assume these are like rabbits. Let's get some. Really? No. It confused the initiate. Yes, I would like to bolster the morale of my crew. Thank you. That's everything. We have one guy left, and I'll be honest, I don't think I paid attention to that one much. Oh, why are some people allowed to die in the void, but others aren't? Process of elimination, that's gonna have to be either the guy I can't remember of the Infernus or the Helmsman. I'm gonna go with Helmsman. Have you made a confession? Thank you for the answers. It definitely wasn't you. Do you know anything about the Fiery Reckoning? So you're the one that directs me to the High Factotum. Okay. But we've already spoken to him. Is it you then? Because I know you're pretty front line when it comes to dealing with problems. Who else? We haven't been everywhere yet. We haven't spoken to everybody yet. It could maybe be the Confessor himself. But I don't think it would be. Although, watch me be wrong in this process of elimination. We're hitting everybody. We'll find them eventually. Let's go to the... We've been to the shrine. Let's go to the Astropathic Cathedral. Who are we going to find here? Who is important here? We have a loot. Oh, we have experience. Okay, logic this for me.
The Whispers. They're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, alright? So you lots can calm down.
Is there money to be made?
So it looks like I'm not going to find whoever it is here. Oh, it could be Zachary Weiss. At a push. Got loot over there. Let's talk to you. Really cool design. Love it. Have you made a confession? It was him. That would make sense. It would make sense because the astropaths have to use like really long range telepathy, and he would probably be the one that would notice people being burned out in the warp the most. But hey, process of elimination still got us there. I felt there was anguish and I want to help. Yeah, see? You cared. Death is always close to the astropaths. So the reason why there's so many astropaths here, they will burn out. It isn't just a case of like every astropath is able to communicate with one place. It's a case of when you send a message, depending on how much resistance there is, the astropaths have to work harder, and it is possible, just like batteries or fuses, that they will burn themselves out and just die. Or there could be something in the warp, or there could be something else that affects the astropaths that can cause them to burn out. So you need redundancy, so you have multiple astropaths. I'll speak to you later, Choir Master. Right now I'm stealing everything that's owed to Sigma AR-87 is named. Who are you? What's going on? The sacred machine is ailing. See if there's any way I can help. Every issue must be identified and resolved. Uh-oh. Yeah, we don't have anyone who's good at tech use. This might have to wait. I'll tell you what I will do now, though. Logic.
Over.
Okay. Do this one next.
The premonition runs true.
She can teleport! Some good experience so far. How close are we to the next level up? 100 and something away. So it's feasible if we find enough interactions. I mean, we could possibly kick this out the gate right here, right now, but oh no, we've done that way. Like, if I take the gamble on the tech use, we could probably do it. I mean, it's 50-50, but knowing my luck, I'm gonna fail, and then succeed. But I don't really have any tech use I can rely on here, so why is all this stuff not in cargo? That logic's already been done.
I always keep my options open.
Yeah, and there's nothing else anywhere else. Okay. So that's all finished. We've been to the shrine. Oh, do I need to go hand this in? I might need to hand in the confessions. I probably do. Like, how else is that poor man or woman? I don't actually know who they are. I think you're a man. How else are they going to know that I found out who they are? There we go. So once we solve the thing, that's it. Solved. Good to know. I'll take one run at the puzzle now, and then we'll head out. Let me try the orb. The Emperor's light reaches everywhere. Faith. Weakness. Purity. Fine. We'll come back to it.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Voidship Bridge. Because I think now it's time for me to see how we move around. The ship, I mean, not me. I move with legs. I run everywhere. Show me the map. Ooh, oh, nice. That's an in-game render by the looks of it. Anyway, the sector is composed of numerous star systems, which we'll get to visit. Each star system has objects I can interact with. Okay, so we move around like Mass Effect. Scan is required. This is a lot to take in already. Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to me on a private channel. Listen tirelessly to pick up anything. Something is screaming. What is the nature of the scream? If the scream stops, will we be able to contact someone? From Reichert Systems Astropathic Station. That's here. I'm gonna pay a visit to it. The scream. Not the painting, but something else entirely. We have an unidentified void ship, we have a station, and 1, 2, 3 places. Reichert Majoris, which we have no reason to visit. I want to go see this void ship. It's huddled up there on purpose. Critical damage, and there's a transmission. Okay. Do not require assistance. Okay, so they don't need help. Cannot determine the allegiance. So they're not being helped by a nearby colony. Let's see if we can hail them. Don't tell me they're fighting inside of there. They don't know if they should identify themselves or not. Thunderfang is a merchant vessel. They might be scared of contacting another vessel in case they get attacked. They might think we're pirates. Where do you know the name Thunderfang? I don't know, but damage report. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches caused by a combat ship. Bridge is gone. 2 of the engines are critical. They barely managed to get away. Thunderfang, why are we unable to identify? We assure you, you're a peaceful merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. This stinks. Something about this is off. Why are you damaged? Suddenly they're all in a panic. Flying, minding your own business, straight out of the blue and open fire. Roasted the tail, bombed everything. Yeah, I recommend you tell me the truth before I tell my non-existent Master of Ordnance to train target. They're pirates. They are from the Fellowship of the Void. They did not come here to loot. They're on a different business. They're here to get their own out of jail. Don't hurt them, please. We held up. Clocks cleaned. Hold is full of plunder. They mean goods. Disorderly assembly. Yeah, the pirates. Ravor is in favor of blowing them away, and I'm tempted to agree. Do we do economy or do we do the right thing? Oh man, this is going to have implications. If we blow them away and we run into the Fellowship of the Void later, they will probably not be a big fan of me. But if we trade with them now, we can maybe change our mind and blow them out of space. Prepare for commerce. What have you got? You got a flamer? Oh. Camouflage robe? Oh. Well, that's nice. Oh, we get an auto gun, maybe? Stalker gloves. Improve crit against same target. What's all this? What's reputation? Oh, this is what they accept and how much they value it? Well, we only have ranged weaponry maxed out at the moment. They don't want any of these. Unknown says, well done. I mean, I'm still likely to blow them out the sky at this point. Like, I don't see anything yet. Noise suppression helmets. Kind of like the idea of having an auto gun. Look at that rate of fire. 6 shots. Okay, let's go straight to the end. You have a shield. Okay. Flak armor. Counts as medium. Plus 5 armor if the wearer has no cover. Why would I stand in the open? When the wearer targets an ally with the Bring It Down ability, that ally gains +1 action point. Oh. Okay. Charges 1 less AP. Incendiary. Two-handed melee. Huge area for that attack. Veil Render, what are you? Force Sword. Oh. Yeah, okay. Mars Pattern Axe. Grants 5 fellowship for each enemy. Oh no, Reaper Cape. 12 dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. Okay. Yeah, I'm not immediately sold on this, outside of the Medal of Alacrity. And also maybe a Flamer. But I do kind of like the bolt gun. Would do some good damage over time. I mean, it could be nice for Argenta. But again, I also only have 10 profit. So I don't want to use it straight away. And again, the auto gun here is tempting. Yes, it has less armor penetration than my revolver. Counterpoint, it has 3 times the shots. It has better range. And I think I do more damage consistently on full auto with the auto gun. 2 shots, assuming they connect with the stub, is 14 to 24. 3 to 6 with 6, we're looking at 18 to 36. So yeah, the damage output of the autogun is potentially higher. Okay. I'm gonna keep this in mind. But we're not gonna destroy them right now. I guess I don't get the option to change my mind and destroy them later. Well. Force grenade, hello, that scrambles a psychic, doesn't it? No, it's a moving thing. Okay. Let's go to the astropathic station. Surely nothing could go wrong at an astropathic station. There is lifeless silence across the Vox sequence. The lights surrounding even those with no warp sensitivity can feel death. Well, if it's silent by Vox, what's the point in contacting it? But I guess we'll follow procedure. Deploy a scout team. Smudged across time. Green robe, blind old Iceman. Embedded in ice and is screaming. Send Vice with a bodyguard team. Talk to him telepathically. What do we learn? Denial of nightmares. If worn by a Psyker, the wearer gains immunity to the horrors of the warp effect. Target suffers -5 and 1 resolve per difficulty tier of the daemon. Oh! Beneficial, very. Melody of Cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power so intense the entire expanse was able to hear it. Oh damn, these guys have been hit by Tyranids. Not as in physically, like, you know, the Greeblies have joined onto the ship and gone through the astropaths. But they're probably a dark gaping beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. It's either the warp storm, or that's the shadow of the warp cast by Tyranids. The fact it's a cataclysm born of a warp storm makes me think maybe not Tyranids, maybe I'm overthinking it. But now everything's hit us. Do we explore it? It's risky. Just burn everything. We're gonna explore it. So we're about to lose my, Oh no, this is a record. Okay. A black rift had begun to split the universe into before and after, and the darkness would devour the astronomicons. Like, burn everything. Just destroy the station. Take me back to... Oh, hold up. What is this? I don't care about this yet. I don't think. Voidship management. Okay, this is the bridge. Take me back to the bridge. Do I have to go converse with my Vice? Maybe. No, it just says it's complete. Looking for trouble. There's a prison. There's the Noble Station. There's Minoris. I don't quite remember what the reason is for going here. This is for getting people, I believe. I'm going to hazard a guess that the Machine Spirit Keeper is probably going to be at the prison since the others aren't justified. But this is Rycap Minoris, Nobilite. This has to be the prison. Let me think. A Navigator is a Psyker. Technically. The Mechanicus would let us do the tech use quest we have to fix the equipment, which would be the Engine Seer. New Blood would probably Minoris. However, there's another incentive I can think of for going to the prison. If I had to place a bet on any one of these systems being the one I have to visit first to get the Solomon, the DLC character for Lex Imperialis, he is probably going to be in a prison because he's an Adeptus Arbites. Now, isn't there something going on with this? This is the Nobilite station, I would assume. Yes. I want to see what the situation is here. If I think this is more pressing, we'll do this one. If I don't, we'll go to the prison. I don't care too much about Minoris right now, I'm going to be honest. Oh, interesting that it does actually highlight and show me potential quests. Turn the ship around. Accumulation of space debris, the remains of the interplanetary shuttles. Contact the station, I will negotiate myself. Doesn't reply. Scan it. Something's throwing it off. Okay. Still powered, but there's issues with compartments being unpowered and depressurized. This reeks of coup. There are nobles on the station. Maybe they have the same issue we had, which is someone's upset that they're not the heir. And that they've just gone, you don't need me to be an heir, how about you don't have heir? And they just vented the compartment and then got shot for making such a bad joke. I am going to... The longer we wait, the more likely that it's going to get sour. Prison is a prison. They have contingencies. They're probably trying to deal with the prison riot that's in progress already. I think this one's more pressing. We're going to dock. We're not going to turn back. No one gives me an order. Dock. Lock and load, people. I'm not expecting a pleasant welcome.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Okay. So this is definitely some sort of coup. I feel like a shotgun is maybe not the thing you should be firing that far away. The crossfire is probably... You probably put buckshot in this guy's arm. Why is a deer up front? Abelard, if you'd be so kind. Here I am as rogue trader Winters von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the Noblite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the circumstances that we're willing to turn a blind eye. I had no idea that was the protocol, but thank you for covering for me, Abelard. Bellic Christoph August, keeper of the place. Eurac V is a holy sanctum for House Orselio. Battle is unrevealed to a select few. I could just steal this guy right here, right now. First off, do you know anything about a Heinrichs van Kelox? Okay. What's happening on the station? What's up with all the bodies? The most banal thing in the Noblite. The second keeper and your mentor, Theobald. On his instructions, your own people sabotage the generators, blow up the shuttles, and massacre the loyal servants of your mistress. Most unforgivably, they have dared to take her prisoner. Captured Lady Cassia, and now... Is that where... completely not related to the game. Is that where Cass got their name from? I should probably give some context here rather than just asking a blank question. There's someone that me and Unknown know that goes by, used to be Madam Cass Blackflame, now is Mama Cass Blackflame. I'm wondering if this is where Cass came from, or if they got Cass from something else, like Cassandra, the Greek person of myth. Or some other means, but yeah, Lady Cassia. Cass. Or maybe it's just a weird association because I always call them Cass, and this is Cassia, so. Help me rescue her, or, what kind of help are you talking about? What do you need me to do? We need to make a control rod for the elevator. Why should I help you? Good point. I do kind of need a navigator. So, how do I make this control rod? You have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. Take to a laboratory. And the tech priest will help you build the rod. Okay? The main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence. So, how come you haven't done this yourself? Fight our way through. I'd like to have a bit more information before we get going, because I would be a fool to trust you on face value just because you're the first person to talk to me, given the 1, 2, 3 many dead bodies lying around. I still have questions. Tell me about the mistress. You're not allowed to discuss your mistress with anybody, basically. What makes you think she's alive? Are you jealous? Navigator, you may not believe me, Lady Cassie is capable of, cringes in pain, and furiously exhales incredible things. I think you might be jealous. Not even the traitor. My men report the station is fucked. Dozens of reports, accidents, failing systems, everything's futile. Why did you not respond to the messages from Rykad? It's sacrosanct, holy domain, forbidden for commoners. So you deal with it in-house. That okay, I can kind of understand that. We can bring them under my control. That feels like an overreach. It might be that if we help save the mistress, she seems to be the one with the actual power. Not just in terms of actual, like, you know, I can make people melt with my mind. But more so in the case of dictating how the house works. We can probably negotiate this later anyway. I'm going to help you, not just for profit, but also for the good of the Imperium. CTEO. TE. Not sure what that could stand for. Cassia Aurelio? Whatever. What is the name of the house again? I've already forgotten. I know I read it. I know I've said it. And yet. Orcelio, not Aurelio. End dialogue. Alright. So we have to restart the power and we have to build a doohickey. You don't mind if I go loot this thing over here, right? Oh, examine. Tell me more about this dead guy.
The Whispers told me how.
Mauled by a force far beyond mortal capacity. Twisted in pain. Give me that because that didn't stick around too long. Twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Interesting. It's fused? Sounds like biomancy might be in play. Looks like we have an athletics check over here, and the ads are arriving in about 36 seconds. So we're not going to do too much pushing here.
Is there money to be made?
But we will do a little bit of looting. Give me that multi-key. The rest of this can go over here. Oh, while we're here, you need to have this necklace. You know who she reminds me of, apart from Cortez from the Time Splitter series? Reminds me of the Shodan Elite Guard from the original box art for System Shock 1. I just think it's neat. Oh yeah, I need to sort this formation because why are you in the front? Should be like this. Ta-da! Don't need a Dara to be closer to the front line.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, we've got goods over here. We've got a guard and a defender. Can I... Ooh, we can. Armor is inconsequential. Dodge is inconsequential. You are just frail, my friend. They're carrying las guns, so they do have a good chance of hitting us. Fire rate looks like it's 4. It is. Good to know. Okay. $50 experience away from leveling up. We're so close. Yeah, it's just arrived as well. Looks like we have to vault over there anyway. What I'm hoping for is this gives me 100 experience. 50 experience even.
White. It's pure color.
24.
And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
White, pure color, riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain. She's sensing someone. Right? This is one of her premonitions. Pay some attention to this. New rumors. Okay. Nothing under contracts. This might be like if we form trade agreements or something, but again, also completed quest maybe went wrong on that front. Do I have anything I can read? We know what we're doing with this one. The Scream? The Scream? How much longer do I think I'm going to go for? I think we'll go for at least half an hour. We'll do the combat, we'll see what comes after it, and then we'll pick this up again in, for me, it's going to be like 7 hours. Haha. Oh boy. Don't make things easy for myself, do I? One other thing I want to quickly look at while we're here in the ad break. I want to... It's not you. You know what? I'm going to give you this gun. So that way you can always do something. You know, you're not just stuck to melee. Let's see. You have a med kit. Who has a good Medicae skill? I'm going to give Abelard a med kit. 2 of them, in fact. I'm generous like that. And I'm going to give you this, so you have slightly better toughness against toughness tests. And also because carouse goes up a bit. Alright, we are good to go. The ads are finished. Let's get ready for combat. We have a guard by here, we have Medicaid examination over here, we have all the fun makings of combat. For those who were caught by the ads, I'm probably going to be going for another 30 to 45 minutes. I don't want to hit the next ad break.
Implant was a worthwhile investment.
How do I stop everyone's movement? How do I stop everyone's movement? Options, controls. What is my stop moving button? Because space is pause. Where is it? Is there not a stop moving button? Okay. There is not a halt. If there is, I'm very quickly scrolling past it again and again. Looks like I'm going to have to manually click away. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Lots of traps. We might level up from doing the traps.
I better myself
Oh, we're going to.
service. Duty prevails.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Thank you for the level up. Let's see here. We can pick a new talent. First thing I want to do is characteristic. Let's go fellowship. That brings me to 60. Thank you. Commanding voice we already have. Where was it? Was it focus? It gives a flat bonus to 5 perception. It's not that though. There was something where we could apply it and they would keep part of the bonuses. Lasting impression. half of the bonus granted by voice of command, which is currently set at 16, so it's a +8 to all characteristics, which is way more than focus gives us. And this runs out over time anyway. Does stack up multiple times though. Lasting impression. Welcome to 60 Fellowship. Theodora. You want perception? I don't want to give you perception. I want to give you willpower. Yeah, I'm going to give you willpower. And then under here, I kind of probably should be raising your operative, not just your psycho. As in, like, giving you talents of operative, not just psycho abilities. Do I have anything here that gives you more stacks? Tide of Excellence is nice. Oh, this is nice. Exposed weakness also reduces toughness and willpower, which helps her get her abilities to fire off. This helps it stack up quicker. Keep this keyed for now. This generates it naturally over time. Okay. I like the idea that we use it to build up, and then cash in. So we're going to go with comprehensive analysis now, and then probably continuous analysis later. What else have I got here? Operative, just the same number of exploits as when using analysis among all enemies at a 10 cell radius. Yes, the more we boost and analyze enemies, the more this improves. How does this increase? So we naturally boost it by 1 on all enemies within line of sight. And then we can target it to do it again. Right? Yes. So yeah, this helps it build. Sharpshooter, sniper abilities. Uncanny sight, I think, is something we'll pick up later as well, because that we don't need line of sight. We start handing it out like candy. Willpower. Maybe I should boost perception then. Yeah, we'll bring perception up to 60. For you, ballistic skill, I feel like, because I like you to hit. And then we get to choose an ability. Soldiers give a sign they're about to attack. The soldier and all allies dodge the soldier's next attack. We can use this so she doesn't shoot Abelard in the back. Dash through everyone, does not provoke attacks of opportunity. The next ranged area attack does double damage and has additional dodge reduction. Spends all AP, gains plus 30% efficiency. The next time you use running gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP minus 1 additional AP. This seems really useful, but my head... We've been going for like 8 hours at this point. My mind might not be quite figuring this one out. Spend all AP, MP. So this is like hunker down in XCOM. We boost our defenses, and then when we use run and gun, we cash it. We put it in reserve. We run and gun. We get all the AP and movement, so we can move further and do more actions. Resets all cooldown except run and gun, so not quite yet. What does rapid fire do? Next ranged burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled but deal less damage. So we throw more lead down range. That would mean that the bolt is throwing 8 shots. 25% less damage. Works out in my favor damage-wise. I think we're going to go rapid fire. Abelard, you get... Oh, you get an ability. You get a new toy. Reckless Strike is the next melee attack. Is 20% more pen, 8 more damage, ignores parry. Everyone who survives an attack enhanced by the ability will counterattack, including creatures with ranged weapons. But we can use this alongside Cleave to really ramp the damage out. Mark a target, gain 20% armor and all damage against the target. Gain 1 AP per round you're attacked. Cannot slash in the same turn as charge. Dash through all the enemy on the cell on the opposite side and make a melee attack with half damage. Well, at the moment you can't charge when you're in melee range, so this helps. Once per target per round. Oh, we can use this to reposition, which is probably where the strength is for that one. This does a push. This makes you become priority. For me, it's between between Reckless Strike and Breakthrough. Your next one's going to be over there. I'm heavily considering this one because of the armor pen and the additional damage. What are you scaling from? Strength, wisdom, weapon skill, and strength. So, okay, I see. Breakthrough skills off of, I was going to say agility. I think the smart play would be Breakthrough, but I'm going to go Reckless Strike because big number is funny. Improve Athletics or Cruise. What are we currently looking at for this? 50, 50, 35, 40, Medicaid. Kind of feel like I should raise your Medicaid, but also you're not going to be the medic. Your intelligence is not going to get raised. Let's go Athletics. Because we are going to be raising the strength as well, and your athletics probably matters a whole lot more. Right, so that was a nice 15 minutes.
I know how to take risks.
Deal with the guards in a minute. Examine the bodies.
The Emperor favors me today.
They died, took their own lives by slicing like harakiri, seppuku, how you want to refer to that. All. Holy gifts, yes please.
What a peculiar thing.
Does not let the miscreants defile House or Celio. So they think they're doing the right thing. Oh boy.
The Emperor is with us! For the Emperor!
Oh. Okay. Guard, defender. Guard, commander. Guard, Medicaid. He has to die. Guard. Okay. Not a great position to start with, I'm going to be completely honest. The shotgun is going to be of very little use here. I think we're going to have to wait for them to come to me. I don't see any good cover that protects us from them. We'd have to push into the middle for that. But naturally, I kind of want to do that anyway. So, put Winters in the middle. Argenta by here. Abelard, stand by there. And Idira. What is the button for line of sight? I don't know. But this probably gives you line of sight of quite a few people. Stop. Okay. Lightning is probably going to work wonders here. Idira's going to get her own turn anyway. What we use, bring it down, get this thing kick-started. What is control not the line of sight button? Thought it was. Maybe it only is when you're moving. Let's see. Apparently you can throw lightning down here and it's gonna be great. What's the range on this? 3-cell radius? Yeah, so you'll clip those, you won't clip that one. This is 12-cell. So we can use this to gauge range. They're all out of range. But they're all in line of sight. Let's start letting the warp in. Yeah, we don't have you, because you're out of range, but we do have you. Cook him.
Anything else?
Well, fry him.
Unfortunate turn of fate.
Bye-bye. And then for my action, yeah, we'll do a reposition to this cover by here. Having a shotgun here is sort of shooting me in the foot. Range of that is 3, max 7. What's the range of this? It's better, I know that much. 35% chance, 26 with 2 shots. The math works out better for this one.
Who if not?
Okay, Central has been cleared. We can move the aggressive team here to try and take the middle and fight for it. I wish Idira could move just another square forwards. I'd rather not leave her exposed. What's the range on this? Unlimited range. So, yeah, everyone here has a stack except you, apparently. Oh, they've got a little, like, tactical readout on them if they got a stack. That's actually really nice to see. So, yeah, they're all going to naturally build up stacks. I need the information on these two. 20% armor, 37% chance to dodge. You have unquestionable order. Grant the ally an extra turn, can be activated once per turn. So you're basically me. And you have recovery. Heals 8 to 20 wounds, gets rid of bleeding, burning. Okay, where Medicaid goes first. Analyze. And then move here.
Break them morale.
Make them come to me. Abelard, sit tight.
Battles than this in my time.
Never gonna hit anything in that range, guardsman.
Cleanses the body.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Maybe I should have made Abelard do his endure. $27, $27, 13 and 6. I don't like those odds. But we're gonna do it. Go big, go home. Oh, go big, go home. Killed one, cripple the other. I don't really want it to reposition anyway. But we can use it to move, and then we can run and gun to move again and get it into a good position down here when we need her.
My faith strengthens me. Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
I'm gonna guess you just gave that guy an extra turn. You did. Why would you run the Medicaid closer? Why would you do that? Ooh, he's your most important person. More important than the commander.
High momentum.
Okay. Let's do...
I'll make it happen.
Not that. Didn't intend to reload. I keep forgetting shift is this side.
I'll see to it personally.
Cook that guy. Oh, hold up, hold up. Don't cook him yet. Don't cook him yet.
But of course.
It puts you up to 6. I think that added 3 to you. Oh, does it not add it once per turn? Okay, I see. Abelard needs to start getting ready for making the great run. Take the shot. Fine. Excuse me? Sometimes it bugs out. It's like, oh, it'll let you do something, but not. That still won't kill him anyway. You know what will kill him? It's not guaranteed. But we'll try.
Anything else?
Nicely done. Reapply. And then their guard is gonna quickly find out very quickly he should not be there. This is the point where Abelard runs across the open. This is a good chance of taking them both.
At your back of reduced to dust.
And then we want to endure.
It will be done.
Would you scale off? Toughness. Makes sense.
My faith strengthens me.
Yeah, I'd run behind a giant pillar as well, considering who's shooting at you. Counterpoint. 8% chance to hit. 17% chance to hit. Counterpoint. Volley fire. Shot wide.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
He's actually coming in to try and fight me, which I don't know if he realizes that's going to shorten his life expectancy by a dramatic degree. I'm going to fire a shot first. Yep, math is mathin'.
I'll make it happen.
Unfortunately, didn't pan out. Idira isn't close enough to lightning bolt the guy, I don't think. But Abelard, you can fire your gun and try to take that guy. No. Shot way wide. Makes sense. He's a fighter, not a gunner. It's fine for you. Take a few steps forward, but like not there. Does it not draw line of sight because of psychic powers?
I know what is
Yeah, it
to
only
come.
shows the range if they've got a gun. Okay. So I need to give you a gun just so I can check line of sight as we move. Fry... Hold up.
Will do.
Did you go to 6? You go to 6. Now fry him.
Be gone.
We're building up pretty quick. Abelard.
A tactically sound approach.
This will do something to him, but it won't do much.
Indeed.
It'll do nothing at all.
It will be done.
It's fine, he can tank it. See? Genta, you need to start moving forwards. %27% chance. Kind of like a 50-50 on if we kill him or not. I'd rather take a shot at the commander.
You, my emperor!
Good shot, too.
Doubt is for the weak.
Get to cover. $50. Took it.
Emperor's judgment.
So far, Abelard hasn't managed to hit anything in melee. He's just been like fired a few shots and that was it. Okay, speaking of firing a few shots and that was it, I need to move up now.
It's as good as done.
And give you
I'll
this.
make it happen.
Chance 18 or 20? Sure. Got the guy behind the pillar. Thank you, Argenta. And then that gives her the 3 so we can revel in slaughter. Yeah, you're way out of reach. You get screamed at though.
I'm not so sure.
No line of sight.
Cover me. Farewell.
Right, we need to wait for this. And it's gone. What a good combat. So many dead guardsmen. Big fan. Alright. I'm tempted to only really loot the Medicaid, the squad commander. I kind of want a las gun, but at the same time I don't know if I really care. But before we do that, we found this. Ripper auto pistol. 8 shots, 3 to 5 damage, 10% armor pen. Shorter range. I feel like this might be better to give to Abelard. Oh, and grenades. Can't wait to rely on those in Dark Heresy. You can dodge a bullet, can't dodge a grenade. There we go. I found a consumable, I know. Meteorite chunk. That's quest related, okay. What do we got over here? Mutated flesh sample. So, yeah, we could be dealing with some weird biomancy thing here rather than... I mean, I guess biomancy is warp related, but it could be, you know, biomancy rather than warp itself. Or it could be mutant experimentation.
Keep your wits about you.
Medicaid, what did you have? Last gun, auto pistols, scrappy auto pistols. Whoa. Move everything over there. We have a normal las pistol. Got a las gun. I'm gonna take the las gun. Black armor. Unfortunately reduces my dodge. I don't think that armor is better than anything I'm carrying, but we'll have one over here just in case. No, that's considerably worse. Okay, next up, as much as I love the fan the hammer on that, we're gonna take these off. We have a las gun and a weapon for close encounters, although admittedly this does significantly more damage. But we have options. Actually, this also works in close combat, so yeah, we have a weapon for close range. Knockback in effective range too, so yeah. Effective against targets in cover? Yeah, probably because of the dodge reduction. And the way cover works. Okay, we can basically negate cover. I think. Or maybe just volley fire it, and because of the low recoil, it's more likely to hit. I don't know. We'll figure this out as we go. We're learning. Would you like a sword to go with your auto pistol? Yeah, I'm gonna make you carry that through the game. Is this two-handed? Oh, this is what gives you lightning round. You have a las pistol. Okay. Let's continue our looting.
I always keep my options open. Just as I planned.
This is Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. 23rd year of the millennium. Nice to see him. Data crypt H4TKO. I'm assuming everything with a gold border is a key item like it was in Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous. Pontius Cephaeus? Gelasius. In the training of the worthy servants of the court of the noble... info, because it says she has things. Faithful servant make sure the mistress' room and garments are clean. Faithful servant never offer the mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Offers the mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Taste each dish and every drink before serving it. Servant will have mastered the art of styling their hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging the mistress's coiffure should not exclude 3 revolutions of the chronometer. So 3 minutes. A faithful servant lives for the mistress and gladly gives their life as well. A faithful servant, I guess we eventually ran out of space. Stays in my inventory. What else is over here? Intercepted communications. Good thing to have. Promotion transfers the entire squad to the Child's Guard. Probably make it for a cycle or 3. Rip out their eyes like Amos did. At best they'll go bonkers when that little shit stain keeps sitting out low. Oh, they went insane. Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. Unlike the fisheye, okay. Keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the Shrieky finds out Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after the most recent visit. Some animosity seems to be between the house and Winter whatever. Winter Scale. Okay. I think we might have looted everything that matters here. Well, apparently there's two things I missed over here, but I think they're the guards. They're the guards. There's a door here and a door there. It looked like they were trying to guard this door more than the other one. So this one's more important?
Is there money to be made?
Hit that trap, please. Don't want to know what
better myself through my
tied
service.
to. Okay, we got more goods. A Navigator flesh sample. Okay.
Damn warp. If we'd been in real space, I'd have...
Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper of the archenemy.
I kind of love how the dynamic here is Idira complains about something and then Argenta immediately goes, shut the fuck up, you're a witch.
Over there.
Oh, these guys aren't necessarily hostile. Yeah, they're not anything. Oh, are we doing the thing again where you have to disarm it by finding the thing it's connected to?
I always
Wrath of the Righteous did that.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Abelard shares my sentiment. Mars Pattern's sword. Reduces dodge. And persuasion. Time for some new gloves. Look at that, 80 persuasion. Who gets to be the tech bunny? Probably shouldn't let you anywhere near it. Have some gloves. How's this against the chainsword? Less damage, better armor pen, more dodge reduction. Strike count 1. You like things on Mars, right? Maybe? Let's try and open the door normally.
Duty prevails.
Thank you.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, see, we disarm the trap by here.
The Emperor favors me today.
So why did they body... Oh, you have valuable things. That's why they were protecting it. Okay. I don't know how to feel about the fact that these guys... Never mind. Oh, some people are being driven insane. That's what it is. This is why you don't mess with the warp. He was a normal human being until that all fell apart. Oh, they're not necessarily dead. They do have critical wounds. Las guns. But while we're here, get rid of the sword. That revolver. This revolver.
Keep your wits about you.
This is another data crypt, H41 OK. So the next one on from this one, okay. I want to put these by here, and so it goes 1, 2. Well, yeah, no, that is 1, 2. Do you have anything, guard? With a gun? Ineffectual at best. Research notes of Navis the ability to speak English is going. We should probably wrap this up soon. Navis Laboratorum. There we go. My brain figured it eventually. Laboratorum Custodian Fortunata Ocelio. Got it. So the laboratory's custodian is Fortunata Ocelio. Let's see. Provide a skin sample of skin growth, study the influence of rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the nobilite. Navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. Study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. So they're doing human experimentation to find out what happens when you expose people to the warp. Lucky to still have your head on your shoulders after that reckless experiment. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Oh, we have the, was this 040 or 40O? So either this is a typo or there's another data crypt we can get. If it's a typo, it should be 40, not 04. But these are the experiments that were being taken. Have you mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper phallic subjects is completely useless? The shining granules can be used to make new paint. You made radioactive moonrock paint? Have you not played Portal 2? I have not played Portal 2, and even I knew that was a thing in that game. You don't mess with the radioactive moonrock. Just don't do it. Let's crack these 3 doors, look inside of them, and then we'll call it there. Cogitate, so we're not touching that. That's to do with the main quest. We have people in this one. I don't understand what the little head by here means. I think it might be that ally can interact with this.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
I always get the job done.
Alright, we managed to crack the door.
I always keep my options open.
You are full of goods, thank you very much. You probably have something in you. Long las. Remember I said there were different types of las gun? Welcome to the long las. Light carapace armor as well. We just found a whole bunch of upgrades for my officer. Range 18. It's single shot, deadeye shot. What does that do? Precisely aimed with plus 50% to the range and plus 10% chance to hit. So basically, I really need that guy over there dead to use the deadeye shot. Otherwise, single shot it is. Cool. This improves our durability, which is a bit of an issue, but now we're about as durable as Argenta, and I believe Abelard? No, Abelard's more. You, not so much. You have an armored body glove. Sucks to be you. Fire grenade. No, I don't think I will. Go to the cargo. Do I keep the lasgun? I kind of wanted to see the lasgun in action, but the long las... Look at it. Better armor penetration, better chance to hit, more damage. I think we stick with the long las. But I'll keep this to hand. Never know when it'll be useful. And then, what else have we got here for goods? More stuff. Locked. That means it must have something good.
I better myself through my service.
Thought we were gonna get like a good piece of equipment there. But I was misled. Guys, what's with the growth on the wall? Okay, so the warp is in play here. Uwe, do you make movies? Received item, rough bloody sketch. Tall woman with a dark-eyed monster painted with flesh. Uwe had his tongue cut off just like the rest of the lesser servants of house, so this is what he's seen. He's seen a tall woman with a dark-eyed monster. Is the mistress currently possessed by a demon? I guess that's a good question to end on for a cliffhanger for next time. Let's zoom in on the console over here. Look at it. Beautiful. That is the quick save. Cool. So, I think it's time that we, we've wrapped this up.